Due to Ethan's obsession with Hassan Piker, he posted a video titled Content Nuke Hassan Piker, seemingly to bait Hassan into reacting to the content so that he could sue Hassan for copyright infringement.
He asked him to react to it. There's no way he could ever do that, even if he wanted to.
Hila dresses kind of childlike, with a little teddy bear for her fashion brand. I find all of that interesting.
The insinuations here are just kind of obsessed.
It's clear that what Ethan disliked most of all about Ian's content cop was him associating with content creators who Ethan saw as the main reason for a hate campaign against him.
She still hasn't brought up the fact that these people have sent human skulls to his house and had CPS called on him. I wonder if she'll bring it up later as like a, see, I had it in there, but she won't bring it up in like a timely manner when it's relevant.
There's also a subreddit called Falmoy. I hope I'm saying that right.
Chat, I'm not a snarker, by the way. I'm just going to show the 2 biggest snark pages on Ethan Klein. I'm going to cite them as fact.
iDubbbz has a decent explanation.
iDubbbz makes a great point.
During another episode, when Trisha said that they should have Hila on as a podcast guest, Ethan said, seemingly out of the blue, that she's not allowed to mention Hila anymore.
She intentionally cuts out Ethan's explanation here, even though it would only add like 4 more seconds to the video.
Let's talk about CPS being called on Ethan Klein.
Oh, you want to talk about it now? Your last 20 minutes of your 3-hour-long video? It really ramps up at the end, dude. All right, guys, it's been a while since we watched an Ethan Klein hit piece, but you know what? This one might not be one. This one might be super valid. It's called The Fall of H3, how Ethan Klein destroyed his career. I agree, dude. I agree with that 100%, dude. He's destroyed his career. I can't wait to watch it. It's from Cruel World Happy Mind. Wow, that was a struggle for me. That's kind of pathetic, but that's okay. And apparently they made a video called I Messed Up, which I'm assuming is that her being kind of facetious, but we'll see that one after maybe, or maybe it'll be a different video. Who knows? Whoa!
Great moves. Wow.
Wow. Ethan.
Great moves. Keep it up. Proud of you.
Is Ethan Klein a joke thief?
Babe Nation.
Oh, he stole jokes. I've never heard that one before. That's interesting.
So today, H3H3's just gone bad crazy.
Whoa.
What we do here is go back.
Whoa. I'm scared. I'm scared right now. I like this 3D modeled little thing though. Wait, this is not where I'm going. Wow. Sounds a little Asian-y, huh? It's a beautiful thing. I miss Michelle Obama too, guys. I agree.
Ethan Klein, I've registered content new with the United States Library of Congress.
Oh,
We are being sued
For copyright infringement.
Theoretically, I could sue a lot more creators and rake in millions of dollars.
Yeah, that's me. I'm on the screen, dude. That's crazy.
Some of you guys out there sweating.
Dude is like a deep-rooted misogynist. Like,
Yeah, I love that.
scary.
I love massages.
It's, you know, women are in a nature setting, like, to be conquered. Like conquer.
Women in a nature set. But wasn't that time where he said that? Oh, you're saying he's a deep sea misogynist, so you're setting the stage to be like, oh, people liked him then. But when he said that, it was actually him his deep-seated misogyny bleeding through. I understand.
Racist, right? No.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
He's a hypocrite because he said before.
Whoa, you can't say that, dude.
And someone makes a compilation. It's like, here's Ethan saying.
Whoa, dude. I love black people a lot, and I'm being serious. Okay, they're my favorite.
You either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
What if you were never a hero then? Like, how does that one work then?
I've gone goblin mode over way less. I got the button. I'm ready.
Love
You
Goblin
tune in
mode.
to
I
watch
love
your
it.
favorite
I like that he stole Goblin mode. Joke thief? Ethan Klein steals Goblin mode from me. It's true, he's a joke thief.
podcast. It's a casual stream where it feels like friends who are hanging out with you, talking about the funny things happening online.
I am
Just funny friends hanging out together, kissing.
a messy bitch. I say that all the time.
Just kissing on
I'm
the
a
lips
catty,
and
messy
the
bitch.
mouth.
You were born fat.
I was always fat. Just a fat fatty. You look
Me too, man. I was born, I was 2 feet tall and I was like 13 pounds or something like that.
crazy.
And then I saw the back, and I was like, oh, that's pretty epic.
You remind me of
I love
Gypsy
that.
Rose Blanchard.
But
That's crazy. Holy shit.
suddenly things start changing.
But at the end of the day, I don't care. I'm crazier than you are by a lot. I'm
I love that.
fucking insane.
Ethan do be petty.
I don't care.
The
Where's this
host of
white
the
tree?
podcast starts acting out of character, focusing
Whoa.
on dark corners of society, dark corners of the internet. Suddenly,
Are you serious? Is that what he does?
the host thinks that everyone is against them, even you, the viewer.
Okay, dummy. All of a sudden, you gotta get all bitched out. Like,
Whoa.
give me a break, dude. You know, suck my fucking dick.
Damn.
Give me a.
This is not just one episode, by the way. He does this all the time.
Break. Look in the mirror, loser. You're the problem. You are the
What is he even arguing with somebody over?
problem. Fuck you. So why are you expressing such dumb fucking thoughts in my chat? So you're a fake fucking fan. Fuck you.
Kind of base, dude. I crash out sometimes too.
Get lost. I'm sick of it.
What was supposed to be your comfort podcast, the place you go after a long day, the place you went to relax,
So like, what was that about though? Like, what could we get some context? I'm a little confused.
turned into a toxic war zone where the host is even launching campaigns against
Oh
other
my
people that you
God.
enjoy watching.
Like who? Who do I also enjoy watching that he's launching campaigns against? That's crazy.
You feel like you need to pick a side. The world is getting darker and darker every
Oh, like Hassan maybe.
day, swallowing
Is that
up
what
your
we're talking
favorite
about?
content creator. And before you know it, you no longer recognize them.
That's the Ethan Klein video that makes him seem crazy, dude. That's crazy. It was kind of funny to watch, to be honest with you.
Oh,
Ethan got upset with me for this video.
hi there. It's me, your old friend, Ethan Klein. It's been a while since we've last spoken.
If this story's familiar to you, you may be a former fan of the H3 podcast.
Whoa.
I am a former fan,
Wow. That's okay.
not a fallen fan.
Ethan Klein
Whoa.
began creating content in 2011 in Israel alongside his wife Ela Klein, then
Whoa.
girlfriend. By 2015, the H3H3
Now they are no longer a girlfriend.
Productions
Oh,
channel
okay.
exploded, hitting 1 million subscribers by 2016.
You may have heard that we hit 1 million.
Woo! You guys, do you think I'll ever hit 1 million followers? That'd be cool. That'd be cool.
That same year, the H3 podcast was born, with virtually equal success. But by 2025, most of the H3 fans have abandoned them, with only a small group of very fervent supporters left behind.
Doesn't he get like 500,000 views a podcast episode? I mean, I will say it's not as much as he used to get, obviously, but I also, part of that could just be because, like, the natural falling off, and part of that could be because maybe he talks about iDubbbz a little too much sometimes in Hassan. I will say that. Sometimes I feel like he focuses a little too much on those people. A little too much. But yeah, I mean, still, 500,000 is fucking insane. It's pretty good, 500K. That's on YouTube alone, but they're all about 500K. That's pretty wild. So God bless,
I don't understand what.
You think I peaked? Dude, that's so true. That's like so fucking true. Holy fuck, dude. You just blow my fucking mind right now.
What's going on, because it's November, which is
You're making me so sad right now.
usually your highest revenue month, and this was like our lowest revenue month of the year.
Dude, same. My highest revenue month is like January, right after everybody's done being happy. End of January, holiday season's over. Everybody's done being happy. All of a sudden, the controversy starts flaring up. Bada bing, bada boom. I'm getting fucking views, baby. That's how it works for me.
Why did this happen? The very machine or monster that Ethan built, off of commenting on the flaws of other creators, began to eat him alive. A Frankenstein of his own making that
That's
he
scary.
thought he controlled, but began to control him.
Oh, here it is. He took the Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde potion. He's turning into the
Ooh.
goblin.
My understanding is Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde is like the same person, and there's like no, like it's the same person. They just use a potion to change their looks, and like people get the story wrong all the time.
I'm the fucking Green Goblin,
Like it's literally just the same guy, and then I guess he like alters his appearance, but he's still him all the time. There's nothing like magical or majestical about it.
It's over.
Before we dive into this heavy video, let's take a moment for today's sponsor.
Is that a weight joke at me?
Finding the right doctor is an incredibly personal process. I've been
Yeah.
having a lot of hormonal issues and imbalances, and for years I've been feeling
Is that why you made this video? Or?
dismissed about it. Until finally, a doctor really listened to me,
That's
saw me
beautiful. I
for
like
more than
that.
5 minutes, and I'm getting checked out for endometriosis. The amount of doctor's visits,
Hey.
insurance
Oh,
bills,
shit.
time, energy, effort I feel like I wasted just to get dismissed time and time again, told to take more vitamin D and iron, is just incredibly frustrating to think about sometimes. Today's video sponsor, ZocDoc, helps with
Ah, yeah, ZocDoc.
finding the right doctor for
Yeah.
you and your needs. Because of all of the disappointing doctor's visits, I started to put off going to the doctors until one day when the pain of my situation became unbearable. You shouldn't have to wait until it's too much or too late. ZocDoc makes it easy to find the right doctor for you fast. You can finally cross that appointment off your list
Jesus
instead
Christ.
of it nagging at the back of your brain. ZocDoc is a free website where you can search and compare high-quality in-network doctors, choose the right one for your needs, and click to instantly book an appointment from mental health to dentistry.
Oh, sounds like you're really privileged if you can even use this, because most people don't even have a Insurance is so expensive, dude. It's pretty fucked up, am I right?
Eye care, skincare, and everything in between. ZocDoc makes it easy to book in-network appointments with more than 100,000 healthcare providers. We all have different
I love you too, Caleb.
healthcare needs. Whether you're looking for someone in-network, nearby, or with specific appointment times, ZocDoc will help you quickly find
You
the
have to watch the ads. It's just part of my rules for reacting to people's content.
right doctor for your needs. No guesswork, no phone calls needed. I personally
Incredible.
avoid the phone, especially with doctor's office phone calls. ZocDoc
I
appointments
don't, because that seems like something that's important to do. Answer the phone for the doctor.
also happen fast, typically within just 24 to 72 hours of booking. You can even score same-day appointments. You don't have to talk to anyone, just book with a few clicks. Stop waiting, stop guessing, and start getting the care you need. Go to ZocDoc.com/CWHM to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. Thank you so much to ZocDoc for sponsoring us, and now let's get back into the video. Hello friends and internet acquaintances, welcome back to my channel. I would say the usual of subscribe for another deep dive and like this video if you like it, but honestly today's video is very different from the usual. A huge stance I have is always being empathetic to everyone, viewing all sides.
Oh, I love it. Me personally, I didn't learn empathy till I was like 35, so.
Understanding the story in its entirety. Ethan has a long history online, and I'm sure I won't be able to fully do that justice, but I'm going to.
Probably not. Also, this is a reference to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and the last Ronin series of it, where Michelangelo is the only one left alive, and he takes on the personalities and has like a mental health crisis about his brothers, and they're always there with him spiritually because he's constantly hallucinating them. It's pretty cool.
To try my best in this video to understand the situation completely and what took place, and empathize with all parties involved as much as possible. So many other influencers that Ethan has run into and has had controversies with have had their own set of controversies, especially lately, which has made this video particularly anxiety-inducing, as I
Why? Because you're talking about people that might criticize you back or something?
do not want to make it look like I am siding with any influencer over another. Or in this video, I'll empathize with an influencer, as I always try to do, and boom, literally the next day, they have a major controversy, even though
Oh, so you're afraid that you might back the wrong person and it will make you look bad optically. Okay. That seems kind of strange, but okay. Hey guys, I'm a little worried about making this video. I'm not as worried about I think some people will interpret it as you're less interested in what's right and you're more interested in like looking good. So just letting you know that with the way that you spoke about this.
Other influencers' controversies is not the focus of this video. I feel the need to touch on those briefly so this video doesn't appear one-sided. I'm just trying to do my best here. I did not expect so many influencers to have so many controversies in the course of the few weeks that I put together this video. And I really want to make it clear that I do not side with or stan any influencer or public figure,
Guys, I don't like Hassan or these other girls, okay?
especially lately, with everyone being overall disappointing. I think that
Except for me, guys. I'm pretty consistent. Never had a controversy in my life. Don't even worry about it. Never. I'm squeaky clean. Guys, I'm fucking great. They call me the Miss Rachel of commentary, okay?
Is a reflection of a lot of what many of us are feeling in society. Fear, paranoia, division. While I don't want to add to that, I want to speak to it. I feel like I would be doing myself a disservice if I ignored what's happening currently. That being said, after
She accused H3 fans of reporting other hate videos? What? What the hell does that even mean?
this video, I'm planning to start a new series
And that's why she's so scared? That seems strange.
on my channel called Internet Archives, where I'm essentially diving into internet drama and pop culture moments in history with dramatic twists that have happened throughout the history of the internet and social media. Think diving into the history of Dramageddon, diving into the old internet history of the Try Guys, and so on. I also want to provide the disclaimer that
And he started with Ethan Klein? Okay.
any discussion that brings up anti-Semitism will not be tolerated in this video. I do not believe that any group of people should be hated or vilified. That being said, I also believe that finding justice should never be through killing others. It's a cruel world, and to cause more harm is to continue the cruelty. I also want to say I'm not an expert in Palestine and Israel and the conflict happening there. That's been happening since Israel's inception, it seems. While I'll be speaking on that issue because it relates to later on Ethan's career, I also want to recommend these podcasts that I think go into the history and political context much better than I ever could. My favorite podcast to listen to is the Throughline podcast by NPR. They've done many podcasts on this issue. Some of my favorites is the podcast on settlements, the podcast on the history.
Can you just get to the fucking video? Like, I don't... I'm sorry. I'm just like, go on. I get it. You're afraid, but come on, let's go.
Of Hamas and the podcast on Palestine. I think much of these podcasts give a fairly well-rounded but in-depth approach that shows the historical context and how we arrived at this point. Also, I'm terrified to make this video because of all of the reports that Ethan has been doing, even some of the weirdly veiled threats I've been receiving through Instagram DMs and comments from
him. He's saying it to you.
Some supporters of Ethan filing false reports against creators who critique him.
I'm proudly reporting this guy for,
The most terrifying, kind of, I don't know if that's the most accurate, is encouraging and sharing on violence against civilians.
So I also want to make
well, how do we know that that's false? We can't even see the video you're referencing.
very clear I'm not making this video in any hateful manner, but to simply document how a sort of downward spiral can occur, and how, in my opinion, Ethan's downfall isn't the result of a mass cancellation. How this is actually Ethan's own undoing. Or, as many have wondered, whether Ethan was the same person the entire time and one day decided to go mask off. As Ethan Klein seems to live life by one very hypocritical rule. Rules for thee, but not for me. As
Rule 34. Yep, exactly. I'm assuming this is about the copyright stuff where he filed a copyright against, or he filed a copyright for his video, and then he sued people who explicitly said that they were maliciously reacting to take views away from his actual video. And that's the, I guess, the same as him criticizing somebody. And that's it. And them suing him for that. So, okay. Yeah, definitely hypocritical.
As this Redditor describes the downfall of the Kleins, the shortest answer I can give you is that they got wealthy and it enabled their worst behaviors. And the
well, I do be loving to listen to Redditors.
podcast gave them more opportunities to broadcast them. In some ways, the content improved, but the people behind it did not. And the laziness and greed at the heart of the production have turned their brand into a stagnant mess that deteriorates daily. As Ethan Klein became green with envy over all of his perceived
because of all his money, dude. Green with envy.
enemies who were thriving in the wake of his absence, he was unable to look
What the fuck are you talking about? You just said he was doing really well on his podcast. Who was he envious of?
inward and do any self-reflection to
What?
grow himself as a person. He was too focused
What?
on looking outward. Rules for thee, but not for me. How
I'm not understanding. You're saying he was envious of people when he was doing his podcast and decided to stop doing his traditional content, and then people were doing bad. What does that mean? Like, he could have just kept making the content and been successful, but he wanted to do a podcast, and it was very successful from the start. I'm so confused.
could someone who was once so well regarded fall so hard?
Whoa, what did you say? Regarded? That's not fair. That's not nice.
Wow.
I know you're trying to slur evade there. I'm just kidding.
Great move. Keep it up. Proud of you.
Wow, Michelle Obama really said that?
Ethan was studying English literature at the University of California, and suddenly he began experiencing intense waves of crushing anxiety.
Whoa.
Before I went off to college, I started having really severe panic attacks. I was pretty sure
That's
that I was
so
losing
sad.
my mind. I wouldn't sleep for days on end.
My problem was like circuit.
I see. Okay, I was like, what are we doing here? Why are we going so far back? Guys, so what's going to happen here as we go through the video is she's going to use this as a way to insinuate that he's crazy. She can't outright say it because then people will consider her like, what is it called when you hate people with disabilities? Pretty terrible is what I call it. But she doesn't want to seem whatever it's called, bigoted against people with disabilities. But she wants to build the story up there, be like, well, he's had a pattern of anxiety, and that's what made him. That's what led him to be crazy. Like, that's going to be the insinuation here. That's what I'm going to assume here.
Thinking. I could not stop thinking. And if it was one thing that was bothering me, something that so doesn't matter, I would obsess over. Like, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I couldn't help myself.
Ethan also
Yeah,
has
yeah,
Tourette's.
yeah.
Tourette's is a neurodevelopmental
Whoa,
disorder.
does he?
It's characterized by repetitive, involuntary, sudden movements, or vocalizations, which are called tics.
With Tourette's, I've always kind
What
of
the fuck does that have to do with it? Oh, right. The narrative I just explained she's going to go with.
like buried my head in the sand. I know I have it. But since I was a kid, the more I thought about it, the worse it was. So my strategy of dealing with it was always kind of just to like forget that I have it or try not to think about it.
Ethan has spoken openly and publicly about his Tourette's. There's a study that says that 86% of those diagnosed with Tourette's will be diagnosed with a second psychiatric disorder during their lifetime.
Dude, this is actually like kind of way too on the nose with being ableist. That's the word that I was looking for.
Nearly 58% will receive 2 or more such diagnoses, according
What does that mean? What does that have to do with anything?
to a study led by researchers from UC San Francisco and Massachusetts General Hospital.
So you have OCD and Tourette's
Yeah, Tourette's is like related to OCD.
and overeating.
Yeah, it can be. Like I have OCD. Well, see, this is the thing is that like tics can come from Tourette's. It can also come from OCD. Like you might have obsessive compulsive like ticking behavior, right? So when I was born, the doctor told my mother to get me diagnosed with Tourette's because I was like had twitches. She never did, and it never really impacted me enough. But like I have like tics constantly. It's probably from OCD because I have other obsessive compulsive behaviors, but I don't really feel the need to get diagnosed because I'm functioning just fine. So I don't really care. But yeah, they're somewhat related. It's one of those things where like Ethan might not even have Tourette's. He might just have OCD, like, but the tics come from that. Who knows? I mean, it doesn't really matter. You get diagnosed for things to get like treatment for it. So
Anything else?
So Ethan was experiencing generalized anxiety disorder throughout college.
I was super anxious and super depressed, like generalized anxiety disorder. Like I was crippled by it, and I had a hard time socializing with people at the time because I was just so anxious in my head all the time. It was probably the worst time of my life.
Many experience anxiety in school. The constant social interactions, stress, pressure, deadlines, all of that seemed to make school a breeding ground for anxiety. Ethan's anxiety became so bad he was desperate to get away from his environment, which led to him taking a trip to Israel in 2007 when he was 22 years old as part of the Birthright program, which offers to fund 10-day trips to Israel for people of Jewish heritage. Ethan Klein's family is Ashkenazi Jewish.
And I was already planning to do this birthright trip for like half a year already.
So what does this really have to do with anything? I'm just curious about that.
But I was so messed up in my head that I honestly didn't want to go, and I thought about canceling it.
The trip Ethan took is officially part of a
Instead, he got canceled.
Program called Taglight Birthright Israel, which offers free educational trips to Israel for young Jewish adults worldwide. Some claim that Birthright functions as a soft power or public diplomacy project for the Israeli government. Some controversy also revolves around where the money comes to fund these Birthright trips and whether the major donors influence the messaging or the itinerary.
There's rich Jews in Europe, UK, Canada, US, who give tons of cash, tons of money to the state of Israel for the purpose of bringing young Jews on this trip to Israel to connect with their Jewish heritage. It's like the most glorified version of JewDate.net. And they handpick these beautiful Israeli soldiers. They bring over all these young American kids, and they're like, it's kind of a strange thing. This you need to be Jewish because it is very Zionistic. It's very like racial.
While visiting Yad Vashem, the Holocaust Memorial in Jerusalem, Ethan noticed Ela Hackman.
Well, like I said, me and Ela's life has been pretty bizarre, and the way we met is no exception. Because me and Ela met at the Holocaust Museum.
That's crazy.
It seems like meeting Ela was the cure.
I mean, it is an interesting phenomenon to have an incentive for a bunch of any group of people to like come together in a homeland setting. It's very interesting. You know, I guess you could consider it a form of propaganda, but we do that too in America. Like when we do USAID, which we're cutting. So I guess we're getting rid of that. That's like a level of propaganda. Like, oh, America's so nice. Oh, we're so cool. Or if you come to America abroad and you come to America to like go to school, they'll be like, usually a lot of these schools have like a lot of money. So they're in really nice areas. You're like, wow, America's great. You know, so those are all different types of things. So it's interesting. Everybody does their own form of propaganda. So
to Ethan's troubles. One would assume Ethan associated his birthright trip, traveling to Israel, meeting the love of his life, Ela, as integral to saving his life.
But the choice to go to Israel despite my overwhelming desire.
That's so beautiful. I love love. So it's such a beautiful thing. That's so beautiful. I love that so much.
To stay at home and feel safe is what led me to the path of recovery. Because when I met Ela, everything in my life started to get better.
I love that.
Hackman was born in Tel Aviv, Israel, on December 12, 1987. She was raised in Holland. At the time of meeting Ethan, Ela was serving in the Israel Defense Forces, otherwise known as the IDF. Women in Israel are required to serve in the Israel Defense Forces under the
I think so are men, but yeah.
Security Service Law of 1949, which made mandatory service required for all people in Israel.
I was in the army in Israel because it's mandatory. It was in a base next to Jerusalem in Ramallah.
So Ramallah, if you guys don't know, is like one of the most dangerous cities in Jerusalem. It's just like a ton of terrorists there.
Yeah.
You take the wrong street down Ramallah, boy, it'd be your last.
The standard length of service for a woman is around 2 years,
I thought it was 1 year. I thought everybody had to do 1 year of service. I guess I'm wrong, dude.
As men serve 32 months, 2 years and 8 months. While some will resist joining the service and have to face jail time, others will enjoy their time in service and do extra unregulated work. As
Is that what you're going to insinuate? That's what Ela was doing?
Ela commented on a raid she participated in while she was in the IDF.
She was like in the car. She was getting, listen, you're 18, 19 years old. You don't know what the fuck's going on. You're not exactly the most critically thinking, intelligent person. So she was getting bored doing like desk work and she asked to go on a raid. So they like left her in the car or whatever. Okay. So, I mean, all right. That's something. I mean, all right. But we're building a story here. We're trying to make it seem like she's a terrible person, probably.
These raids are not exactly regulated by the book.
You told me once you went on like a mission with them
No.
to like a terrorist city.
They would go every night on a raid. One time I wanted to go with them just to experience it.
Did they arrest anyone that night?
They did.
Did they bring it in the same car with you?
No. It actually looked like a nice city.
That's, I mean, from their perspective, well, it's so complicated.
Yeah.
From their perspective, it's like, these guys.
At the time of meeting Ethan, Ela
sounds pretty nuanced.
Was on a break from service. Despite all of his anxiety, Ethan decided he would approach Ela, and the two immediately clicked.
That's so beautiful.
This girl that is flipping tall and beautiful, and she's got these huge blue eyes, and I was like, what?
So
after his birthright trip
I love, dude. It's so beautiful.
Was up, Ethan had to return home to the United States.
Damn.
However, him and Ela remained in touch, and the two spoke over Skype.
You think that they like sexted on Skype? That's kind of hot.
Was very shy, but claims in an interview with Insider that meeting Ethan helped her open up. I was such a shy person that I would barely speak.
I mean, that would make sense because now they do a whole fucking ass podcast together. So well, at least sometimes she shows up.
In a group setting or open up at all. When I met Ethan, he really pushed me in ways that were so healthy for my personal growth. He made me more open and confident, and he would always just compliment me or push me to do whatever it was that I was inspired to do.
Wow. Ethan sounds like such a nice guy, huh? He sounds like a real handsome fella.
Also claimed that she helped Ethan pick his battles, even if it didn't always work. I get him to be a little more responsible maybe, or think twice.
That's also smart. My wife does that for me as well.
Doesn't always help. He's going to do what he's going to do, but I do think we both influence each other. By 2009,
that's beautiful. I have a similar relationship with my wife, dude. I love that. You know, I'd say I call her my manager sometimes. She helps me navigate some of the stressors, you know.
Hila traveled to the US to live with Ethan. After living with Ethan for a year, her visa expired and she moved back to Israel.
So you go back, you see her just via Skype, email stuff. When do you actually...
Hey, it's Tom Segura. He's a really nice guy.
physically see each other again?
It was a while.
I mean, he's incredibly cringe. Listen, if anybody does, anytime someone does a coffee video, like they do like a little segment in a show that they have control over, where they're like, oh, a guy goes to get, oh, can I just get a black coffee? Oh, we don't serve that here, sir. We only serve mocha, chaka, this, that, and the other coffee. Oh, dude, I just want to call. Like, I hate those scenes. It's just like, shut the fuck up. Like, that's not real, okay? And I don't understand why like that is like the thing to do, is like exist in a world where you pretend that fucking college students are evil because they work at Starbucks. I don't really understand the role play. It just makes no fucking sense to me. I don't think I've really ever had a negative interaction with like an employee at a coffee place. You know, I mean, I've had a negative interaction with the coffee. I went to Dunkin' Donuts and I've just gotten shit. Like, literally, I've gotten shit. It's just, you could tell. Like, Dunkin' Donuts is like actual fucking online gambling. Like, you literally might as well just go and put all your money into Bitcoin or something, because like you go to Dunkin' Donuts and you don't know what you're gonna get any day. It's actually crazy. But I've never had a bad interaction with the employees. They're always nice. I don't really understand the power fantasy. It's just very strange to me. It's like, grow up, you know?
A boyfriend.
Grow up. Flip? I don't know.
A year? I came here for 2 months and I went back, and then another year.
Damn.
Yeah, I was persistent, man. Because a guy like me gets a girl like that interested, you follow that thread.
It went
That's so beautiful. I love that, Ethan.
from like Skype relationship to living together immediately.
Online.
To continue their relationship, Ethan Klein moved to Israel. He got a desk job in marketing and content management. He and Hila lived together in an apartment.
I worked when we were in Israel for 5 years at a desk job. And so I was...
5 years?
Yeah. In marketing.
While I was going to school for art, he was working.
And now she does Teddy Fresh. I think that's so beautiful. The only little criticism I have of Teddy Fresh, they sent me Teddy Fresh like 3 times, which is always beautiful. We like to wear it. My wife likes to wear it. It fits really well. My biggest criticism is the hats are too small. They're not like too small width wise, but like they're short. It's almost like somebody who's used to really small hats made the hats. You know what I'm saying?
And I was working too, but
what was your desk job? What kind of job?
I was just a content manager, because
What does that mean?
You know, I have a degree in English and writing. So when you go to Israel, that's actually like a marketable skill.
After some time, Ethan felt unsatisfied in his job. He was ready for a change, and Hila was studying video art. Hila was enrolled in the Shankar College of Engineering, Design, and Art in Ramat Gan. She was assigned to make a video about addiction. It seems like at the time, Ethan wanted to impress Hila. He offered to collaborate with her because there was another male art student that Hila was impressed with at the time. Ethan wanted to be better than him.
Hila was in a class with this dude, and they made a video together, and she's like, he's so cool, he can do anything when he's on camera. That's what you said, I remember.
I love this, because she probably didn't go on about it to that degree, but it probably made him feel insecure, because I've been there before too. You know, the other day my wife, this motherfucker, my fucking wife, you know what she does to me? I come across a video that was reposted on TikTok. My wife reposted it. It was like, oh, checking in with like Bam Margera before I get married. And I'm like, dude, are you fucking kidding me? My wife just starts laughing because she hears the song of it. You know, obviously she's just being silly, but I take it more personally because I love my wife and she's not allowed to be attracted to anybody else but me. Or there's going to be consequences. But it's like so silly because like that's what's happening here, you know?
And I was like, I mean, I wasn't like jealous, but I was like, that's not that impressive, dude. I could do that shit. So Hila goes, we have to make a video for my art class.
So Ethan volunteered to help, and the first video they made together was titled Chocolate, intended to be about addiction.
Hila had this project to make this video about addiction. So we said, okay, let's do this.
Okay. Whoa.
Hey! Get a door!
Wow.
What is that? Why is it in 4x3?
How did you achieve this interesting wave effect, Hila?
This was also when the YouTube channel H3H3 Productions was created on April 30th, 2011. The name H3H3 is often translated as he, but the name came from the two initials,
Ethan and Hila.
Ethan Edward Klein and Hila Hackman.
Oh, dude, Ethan, your middle name is Edward? My middle name's Edward too. My after my uncle, who is my godfather, who died of COVID, and it made me really sad, and it gives me pretty tremendous guilt because my entire career blow up was because of COVID, and so without COVID, I wouldn't be very successful. But at the same time, it killed my uncle, so I have constant conflicting feelings about it. And then also sometimes when I actually think about it, because usually I just suppress this thought. My wife never got to meet my uncle, and it makes me genuinely sad every time I think about it. So that's distressing.
The channel gained popularity due to the Klein's reaction commentary and satirical comedy sketches.
Yep. Just like me too. Just like me, dude. I'm about to have a really satirical reaction to why the fuck I can't find where the fuck I'm supposed to go in this game.
And first used the platform to upload short comedic sketches with no real direction, which I think most YouTubers do when they first start creating content.
Yeah. Cover all 9,000.
No, I was perfect when I first started making content.
Taste blood. Aerate it. Warm it up.
I love that.
Ethan described this period of his YouTube career as unwatchable.
There was no expectation at all. It was very much, I mean, our early videos.
It feels good, man, when like you don't have any expectation on your channel sometimes, you know? That energy feels so good.
Are so off the wall, like unwatchable. So I'm not surprised at all that nobody watched them for that long.
Ethan and Hila married in 2012. In the early years of their YouTube career, they're living together in Tel Aviv, Israel.
Welcome to the fucking shithole neighborhood known as Florentine in Israel. And this is where me and Hila,
Our first apartment
we ever had together, and the whole world was here in this neighborhood. In my opinion, this one looks more like India than you can't even tell. The street doesn't even look that bad with all the fucking like wires and shit. We had like cockroaches, we had mice.
Yet Ethan, surprisingly during this time, exhibited his own version of anti-Semitism on the people living in Israel. Though now Ethan is the first to claim that others are anti-Semites, in the past it seems Ethan would often say blatantly offensive things, yet he believed them to
like what?
Just be a joke.
I could take these guys a little bit more seriously. Like these fucking double girls.
Yeah, that is disgusting. But also, come on.
Oh, okay, because he criticized people there. Oh, shit. Well, I guess he would know. I guess he would know what anti-Semitism is then, right? Because he takes one to know one type deal. No.
Wearing a full suit in the summer, but they stink the whole place.
Stink suit. Here we got one driving a car. We'll get some good footage, hopefully, of these goofy ass reptiles.
Terrible, dude. I can't believe he's being so anti-Semitic, dude. Like a decade ago. That's so terrible. I've never just said any anti-Semitic things ever in my entire life. Especially
the home of the Jewy Jew. This is home of the super Jew, the dirty, grimy.
Whoa!
Jacket.
I disavow that, dude. YouTube, do not give me a punishment or I'll be so upset.
Wearing Jews.
Ethan uploaded reaction content with his own unique style, alongside Hila's occasional commentary.
3 drill. Man, I love that pen and the cap look. It's so casual and like sexy. Does it work on me, Hila? How do I look?
Pretty hard, actually.
I like that. I used to I'll usually used to put pens in my ear when I would work on my job. You know who else used to do that? My uncle. That he was like my father to me. He was also a pretty prolific father figure in my life that I talked about before, who died of COVID. And he used to put a pen in his ear, and that made me want to do that as well.
Introduce yourself thing.
You just tell them a compliment, you know, you do the introduce yourself thing. I mean, look, guys, it doesn't really matter what you say to these brainless creatures, okay? Why aren't we fucking men, by the way? I want to fuck dudes. I'm gay and I want to fuck dudes.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that, dude.
Well, come here.
Whoa!
Oh, 2 million.
The reaction style content became a huge success. This could have been due to—
Wow, look at all these people that are working for them. I can name some of them. Let's see. This is Sweden, Love, Zach, Ethan Klein. I don't know if you can see my mouse cursor, but I don't care. This is Robbie Rotten. I don't know. Daniel, Olivia, aka Alex Eviction thinks she's too woke. This is AB's wife. I don't really remember her name. It might be Helen. Hila, the girl from Paramore. This guy, and AB. Isn't that beautiful? I know them all.
To the fact that at the time in 2014, obnoxious, low-effort YouTube channels like Prank Invasion and SoFlo Antonio were receiving—
Those are my favorite channels. Please don't insult them.
—millions of views. Audiences needed a place to vent their frustration. H3H3 initially provided a community where audiences could essentially laugh at these creators, as Ethan sort of rightfully called them out for their preposterousness.
Her name is Lena. I knew that. Thank you. I was testing you, actually.
SoFlo is a unique case, and he is beloved by all of us for such a great reason, and that's being that he puts himself in the videos he steals to somehow make it more like his brand.
Watch this really closely.
The gorgeous Mission Day.
25 million views, 0 credits given.
This is me when she says she likes guys that play instruments.
Whoa.
11 million views, 0 credits given.
I love that. That's a good commentary. That's all of TikTok, by the way. That's all of TikTok now, is just like doing that, is like low, you know, it's incredible where the bar is and it's acceptable, you know?
Viral video Vape Nation could be seen as the marker for H3's success. Dressing up as a typical vapor with psychedelic
What the hell?
glasses, a
Why are you guys trying to attack
patterned
me?
headscarf, and a socks with sandals combo, Ethan Klein interacted with various members in New York City without breaking character. The persona that Ethan adopted for the video became an established meme. You almost wonder if it was sort of the genesis of
Okay, but what's a meme? Can you explain that?
the street interview, street prank
Oh
videos.
yeah,
that
I
we
love street interviews. Usually they're the most honest because like there's no way that you can go out there for 5 hours and then manipulate the footage and then like come out with a narrative and just make a 10-minute video, a recap of it, you know? Isn't that incredible?
see today all over social media. Because of the massive virality of Vape Nation, H3H3 Productions reached a new level of fame. Today, the video has over 28 million views, and it remains their
Whoa.
most popular video to date. But
I can't believe they can't reach the heights of that. They're probably basically failures because of that.
ultimately, why did H3 gain a massive audience? What made the channel so likable? I think
Because he's a nice guy, I guess. I don't know. He was such a funny guy.
this quote from an article on Medium describes the phenomenon of the H3H3 success pretty well. When Ethan and Hila started H3H3 Productions back in 2011, they weren't chasing fame or influence. They were just awkward, funny people, making content that felt raw and real. Ethan's unfiltered
That's so
rants,
beautiful.
weird sketches, and hilarious reactions felt like the antidote to
Well, they were filtered though, right? Because they were edited down and not live, so they were filtered. You know, we know that part. It's, yeah.
influencer culture, a breath of fresh air in an increasingly fake digital world. People
True.
loved them because they were authentic. They were awkward
Where are we
and
going,
messy, and they didn't try to hide it. Hila's quiet humor balanced Ethan's chaotic energy, and together, they felt like the internet's best friend. They laughed at the absurdity of online trends. They called out shady influencers. They made videos that felt like sitting on the couch with your funniest, weirdest friends. The Kleins created a second channel titled Ethan and Hila. On this channel, they posted in a sort of vlog-style format.
We're gonna put 20 bucks in here, and if we don't win, I'm gonna be in big trouble because this is our last 20. So I really need us to win now.
In April of 2015, the Klein family moved to the United States. Initially, they chose Los Angeles, moving briefly to New York City, and then choosing to move back to LA only a year later. By February of 2016, H3H3 Productions reached 1 million subscribers. And only 6 months later, H3H3 passed the 2 million subscriber mark.
Welcome.
That's crazy, dude. When is it going to be my turn, bro? When is it going to be my turn? Oh, shit. This guy just fucked my mom. That's crazy. Oh, a dog!
To Papa's house.
That's, Shredder just helped me. That's what they call him in the game. I don't know if you guys know that. But he's a beautiful dog. I love him. And, I just love him.
Welcome.
Today, I come to you bearing great news, my friends. We have hit 2 million subscribers.
Whoa.
Then H3
Wait, where
hit
the fuck
3
are we
million
going?
in December of that year. However, by 2016, Ethan and Hila felt the need to change gears. More and more reaction-style content creators were flooding the scene. On top of that, the amount of creators who were doing cringeworthy things were sort of running dry. At least you would think.
Yeah, I guess so.
Though reaction-style content sort of...
Well, it probably was. I mean, realistically speaking, the times were changing. People were probably being a little bit more intelligent, I guess, about the way that they're presenting themselves online, especially with somebody like Ethan on there. They're feeling like they want to be less likely to do cringe shit. And so it makes less content. And then, hey, let's do a podcast. It's usually easier. You can kind of just get on, talk. People can listen to you. It makes sense. Yeah.
have made a resurgence later on. On top of that, creators like H3H3 had such a diehard following at the time that when they reacted to someone online, their fan base flooded that creator's comment section and
That's so toxic, Ethan. You have such toxic followers, dude. What's wrong with you?
sometimes drove them off the platform entirely.
It was dying. We felt like H3 was dying. It was stale. People weren't happy. It wasn't
Hey,
growing.
guys.
We almost completely stopped posting on H3 and worked on Ethan and Hila for like 2 or 3 months.
So towards the end of 2016, the couple started experimenting with live streaming on Twitch, which later evolved into the format the H3 podcast. I also want to note here, something that's not often talked about is some of the reasons why a ton of very successful YouTubers will often turn to podcasting. Even if a successful
It do be easier, dude. That's what it is.
YouTubers' podcasts don't get as many views as some of their very successful YouTube video formats. Podcasts make a significantly more amount of revenue than the YouTube videos that creator does. And for the sake of time, I'll just explain it really briefly. This is because through podcasting, a creator can put multiple ads in a single video. I mean, my normal videos are about a podcast length and I only do one sponsorship.
Okay. You could do multiple sponsorships in your videos. Just to be absolutely clear, that's more than anything else. It's the fuck my mom. More than anything else, it's just the fact that what? Okay, whatever. I don't care. It's the fact that it's just like lower effort. You have some topics that you talk about for the day, and you're done. Like you don't. It doesn't have to be this like super big meaningful thing. That's why people do podcasts more than anything else. Like, yes, you can also put multiple ads in it, but you can put multiple ads in anything. You literally watch Ben Shapiro do it on like fucking small ass segments. Like, you could put multiple ads on anything if you got more than one people. Although maybe the people that you're working with don't necessarily, like, they might have a condition of like, oh, you can only put us on there, only the one. Wow, that's incredible. You can only put like we're the only people that you can put a sponsorship on or like an ad on. That's possible, but like you can. I think that has more to do with how popular your brand is more than anything else, rather than like not being able to do it. If you had a more popular brand, you could probably pull it off because again, Ben Shapiro pulls it off. So. Wow, I'm playing so well.
But through a podcast, you can have like...
But it's lower effort. That's what it is. There's no edits. You don't have to edit things down. You want to come prepared to make content, but it's lower effort in general. So
5 ads throughout and put platform ad revenue in as well, essentially 5xing your ad revenue. On top of that though, podcasting sponsorships pay significantly more, at least from what I've been told. So switching to podcasting is often seen as a very strategic business move. I personally was always confused why content creators would switch to a podcast. So if you're like me,
because it's low effort. I don't think it has anything to do with what you're saying. I think it has everything to do with being low effort more than anything else.
Now you know. The first episode of the H3 podcast was uploaded on April 3rd, 2017, featuring Justin Roiland.
Welcome everybody to the first episode.
Oh, didn't that guy get canceled for being a sussy little baka?
Of the H3H3 podcast. We are so happy to have you here, and we're so excited to bring this show to you guys. Today, we have a very special first guest, Justin Roiland, the co-creator of Rick and Morty, and a very close personal friend of ours. Guys, let's jump right in.
But the H3 podcast didn't just interview Ethan's famous friends. They also spoke with Ethan's famous influencer friends, which was, at the time, different from other podcasts. This means that the H3 podcast filled a void.
You guys remember when he used to work with like Post Malone a lot? Wasn't that crazy? Where did that go, you know?
In the budding podcasting space, most podcasts that had an interview format sought out traditional celebrities to interview. They didn't really take content creators seriously despite their ever-increasing influence at the time.
Joined with us today is Markiplier, the legend.
I don't know about that one.
You are kind of a legend on YouTube, my friend. And with us as well is Ian from Smosh, another legend. Titans of the industry. Titans, the most important people on YouTube.
How are you feeling about all this like praise? I don't know, man.
But early on, the H3 podcast provided a space where some of the biggest internet personalities could come onto the show and tell their story. For example, the content creator PewDiePie often makes gaming videos, but going onto the H3 podcast, he told a behind-the-scenes story of his life. The complexities of fame, interactions with other creators, this gave an inside look into what many people were becoming more curious of, the behind-the-scenes of being a YouTube personality.
Is there anything that other YouTubers do that annoy you?
I wish you asked me that first. I can think about it a little bit. What came to mind right ahead was like the double-sided, two-facedness, I guess. A lot of people act one way online and then offline. They're the worst fucking person you've ever had to interact with. They're so bad that they don't realize they're bad, so you just kind of laugh at them while they're bad.
Ethan and Hila's existing fan base from H3H3 Productions gave them a launching pad for this podcast. They were able to easily connect with other creators, have them as guests on their podcast, compared to a podcast that's just starting out, and were able to cross-pollinate audiences. By January of 2018, only a year later, the H3 podcast rivaled the H3H3 main channel, pulling in hundreds of thousands to millions of views per episode.
See, there you go, dude. And it's much lower effort, so it makes it more of an incentive to make that type of content. It's probably the bigger reason why, huh?
Which was unusual for podcasts at the time. That being said, many did complain about Ethan's
Well, they kind of came in at the transition, although you could argue that they made the transition happen in the first place.
Job as a host. Even back then, early on, people thought that he wouldn't often ask the hard questions of the guests on the show, or would often
probably not, especially since they're comedians and Ethan has like, he wants to be like a comedian, so he probably will do more softball shit for them. Oh, I didn't even realize this guy was here.
Didn't interrupt.
Hey, what's up,
like,
bitch?
no.
Oh my god.
But which was so funny, but I don't think I would remember
that guy. Because you know what I hated about the guy? Watching the guy with a bagel.
And I feel like I can visualize it
and
too.
he wanted butter on him. Like an airport.
Yeah. Usually on YouTube, I have no problem watching myself.
You know what pisses me off, dude? I like bagels with cream cheese, and 7-Eleven used to have a bagel with cream cheese, and now they don't have it anymore. But only because I go at night, but they used to have it out at night. So I'm a little irritated about that.
Self back. But on the podcast, it's like, oh my God, my Tourette's is like so obvious. And, you know, when you're sitting with somebody and you...
Yeah, probably because you're feeling stressed, it's going to trigger it more. I mean, that makes perfect sense to me. I also get triggered when I'm stressed.
End up talking over them. In your mind, it feels like a conversation. But in the VOD, you're just like, you fucking idiot, just shut up.
The H3 podcast channel has since launched several spin-off shows, most notably After Dark, H3 TV, and
I feel like Leftovers is the most notable.
And Off the Rails.
Yeah, now they're down to 2 a day. What the fuck am I saying? Now they're down to 2 a week, and I think they also put out a couple of VODs. Well, I guess not VODs, videos. I guess you can call that a VOD. Anyway, That's their current thing.
Seems like the H3 podcast started as a fun and casual show, but over time, along with the success of the show, Ethan began to view himself as a serious podcaster.
Yeah, I mean, that would make sense. It's like the natural evolution of any content creator. You know, when you first start making content, it's a different atmosphere. It's just kind of, I mean, it's just different. You kind of are usually a little more casual about it. You don't really know what you're doing. You don't really feel as, I don't know, I didn't necessarily feel as self-conscious when I first started. And it's easier. You can kind of do whatever you want. You don't feel like pressures or anything. And then that changes. Things get more serious and you have to take it more seriously. I mean, hot take, huh? Yeah, of course. That's just how these things work. Oh, that's how it just normally works.
Essentially ripped himself away from his roots. And more, the clients began diving into serious endeavors.
He ripped himself away from his roots, but he's still doing commentary. So, like, if we're going to look at this at a fundamental, like, aspect, he's not really ripping himself away from his roots, right? And he's just changing the way he does commentary. But okay.
Bigger and bigger investments that were reliant on an audience who loved and adored them. But they had millions of fans who loved and supported them. That would never go away, right? In 2017, Hila was
well, I mean, then naturally everything comes to an end. So yes, it would.
Inspired to start a clothing company. Hila went to art school. She liked fashion and design, but she felt like there was a lack of colorful clothing on the market, especially for adults. She compared in an interview this lack of colorful clothing to the colorful clothing out there for children. So she said, I just decided to try and go for it. I just designed one capsule and thought whatever happens, happens. This decision to start a clothing line coincided with the adpocalypse in 2017. Many creators
probably a good thing that they started doing that then, because a lot of people lost ad revenue, but if you could plug like a secondary brand, you're good. Also, if they're doing podcasts and they're getting a ton of advertisers, well, they may not be getting advertisers. The adpocalypse was for ads, not like traditional advertisers that they get the additional ones. But anyway, it just gives them more of like a revenue, gives them more revenue streams to be able to work with it, so they wouldn't get hit as hard, I would imagine.
Saw significant drops in ad revenue. Hila said, over the course of 2 weeks when the adpocalypse happened, the revenue went down 80%, which was just insane. And it kind of shook us because all of a sudden you realize you're totally at the hands of this company and you don't know what could happen at any moment. Hila decided to call the brand Teddy Fresh because Ethan and Hila loved the name Theodore or Teddy. Theodore,
and that's what they named their baby. That's so beautiful.
Happens to be the name of their first son. Teddy is the nickname they have for each other. Following the launch of Teddy Fresh's first collection in October of 2017, the brand almost immediately saw massive success. Much of its apparel would sell out shortly after dropping, and the line reflects Hila's own personal style. While in the past I would certainly commend Hila for having a very creative style, often some of the outfit ensembles that Hila chooses feels very childlike.
Ah, yes, the predator insinuation. Okay.
With also Teddy Fresh having a little teddy bear as a logo. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe it's interesting.
That's not, and you're trying to insinuate she's like a predator or something. They wear sometimes the clothes have like a little bit of a kiddish thing. That's the same thing as me having a fucking Funko Pop. It's not that big of a deal. You're reaching hard as fuck, but you're trying to remain credible, so you're not going to explicitly say it.
Wow, Ethan.
Wow.
Great move. Keep it up. Proud of you.
Whoa, initial controversy.
As Ethan's success grew,
did he have a controversy with like Leafy? Wouldn't that be the first controversy?
He became known as a strong voice on YouTube. Ethan gained a lot of success on the YouTube platform when he began advocating for other creator rights. At an early stage when being a content creator was a new career for many, so it was ripe for grifters and people who took advantage of the unknown laws. Ethan called out CSGO on a video uploaded on July 4th, 2016, titled Deception, Lies, and CSGO.
Those of you out there who know us best know that we here at H3H3 Productions are all about blasting ass. Today we're talking about CSGO gambling, which is really something that's taken the internet by storm these past couple of years.
It's funny because there was like a whole thing where I don't know what it was like back then, but there was this whole thing where like the skins are basically like kind of its own infrastructure, and they just took a massive downturn because they made a change, like lost $3 billion in the fucking market. It's crazy.
In the video, Ethan spoke about how two popular gaming YouTubers were operating an elite
applying them as some kind of predator for Teddy Fresh being childlike is a new one. No, it's not a new one. That's a pretty typical snark point. It's not pushed as hard, but it's like Hassan has said that too. Like, yeah, no, it's a pretty available snark point. It's one of the lesser used ones, but I've heard it a few times before.
Legal gambling operation through the game Counter-Strike Global Offensive.
When you compare opening a crate in CSGO, it looks almost identical to an online slot machine. Tons of CSGO gambling sites have propped up. I'm going to be focusing on two extremely popular YouTubers by the name of Pro Syndicate and Team Martin. They have videos titled such...
Oh yeah, I think that they were doing some dumbass shit where they were promoting their own business when they but they didn't disclose it was their business.
How to win $13,000 in 5 minutes with CSGO betting. Now, if that title doesn't sound just like a get-rich-quick scheme, then I'm the
Pope. Like, are you creating entertainment or are you trying to get kids to gamble?
Ethan exposed to light how, in reality, while the two YouTubers were creating content about playing the game and virtually gambling on the site, the entire time the two YouTubers were founders of the essentially gambling site CSGO Lotto, which allows players to gamble using in-game items.
They own this site. Now, why is this shady? Because if they own the
Well, because they should be disclosing that if they actually own the site, or else it's a huge conflict of interest, and they could also manipulate the winnings.
site, they have access to the back end of the website. They can control the outcome of every bet. They can fake the results to make promoting videos.
Following the release of Ethan Klein's video, which was in collaboration with the YouTuber Honor the Call, Polygon reported that a lawsuit was filed against Valve, one of the creators of CSGO. This lawsuit was filed by a player. This player accused the developers of allowing an online gambling market.
Interesting. I wonder if they would actually be held accountable for that, because it says allowed, not that they created it.
To develop within the game.
Now, this is when it gets really interesting. People have created a class action lawsuit against Valve, suing them for helping these gambling sites. So what this lawsuit alleges is that Valve knowingly allowed, supported, and or sponsored illegal gambling by allowing millions of Americans to link their individual Steam accounts to third-party websites. And they had this premonition like, this is an unregulated gambling market.
And CSGO Lotto was shut down soon after. A year later, Polygon reported that the Federal Trade Commission, as part of a settlement, demanded that the two be more transparent about their business ties moving forward. The fact that Ethan was involved in calling out creators who were conducting a shady online scheme that ended up in the FTC getting involved is pretty big news, and pretty monumental when it comes to influencers and their online businesses. And from there, not only did it seem like Ethan continued advocating for online content creation, but for the right of audiences, the well-being of online content creation, without bad actors' involvement. In 2016, H3H3 posted a reaction video, reacting to a guy named Matt Haas.
Oh yeah, that's the guy who sued him, and then he did the FUPA fund. And there's been a ton of people who said that he like stole the money or something too. That was they used to say that. Because it was more expensive than he thought it was going to be. So,
YouTuber who posted comedic skits on his channel, Matt Haas-Zone, often containing his bold guy persona. The reaction video posted to the H3H3 Productions channel was titled "The Big, the Bold, the Beautiful."
You have excellent form.
What are you?
What the fuck?
Some sort of creep?
Okay.
I don't know, lady. You're just spreading open your asshole on a sidewalk. I'm not sure you're in a position to be calling people creeps.
What I love about his video
That's true. That's true.
is that he set up that situation.
Yeah, the blame really is on Matt.
This is his script.
The H3H3 video received
I think it's a great script. I just skip that part usually before. You know what I'm saying?
even millions of views. It's safe to say Matt Haas did not like that. Matt tried claiming that the reaction video was a re-upload of his content and that he was entitled to the legal earnings from the video.
Whoa, guys, you can't criticize me or I get your money. That's what Ethan is doing, I guess. But that if you don't look at it with any intellect, that's what Ethan does.
When he catches her, does he have to like tackle her?
It does whatever.
No, but like seriously.
On May 25th of 2016, the couple uploaded a video addressing the lawsuit that Matt levied against them.
Yes, we are being sued for copyright infringement, and it's been hanging over our lives like a cloud these past months.
Yeah.
We are being sued by Bold Guy, aka Matt Haas-Zone.
Oh my god, that's so scary.
He doesn't like that we made fun of him, and so he's suing us. You know, you don't know what the jury's going to say, and if they rule against us, we...
And that's basically what Ethan's doing to the other people who said that they were reacting to the video to take revenue from him. Fuck. Definitely the same exact intention.
And not only to lose a ton of money, but literally everything we've built our whole career.
Due to this early incident, Ethan and Hila appeared to be champions of fair use and reaction style content.
And now they just let everybody react to their content and have only gone after some people this time because they said that they were reacting maliciously. Where's the difference?
The entire community came together to support them in their cause for fair use in its early days and interpretations, which influenced how audiences and creators interpret fair use and reaction style content to this day.
Oh my goodness.
Ethan and Hila even got assistance from other creators, like
Whoa,
Ryan Morrison, the video game attorney, and Michael Lee, two lawyers turned content creators.
And he says, remove it.
You know, you got like legal mindset, and he's fucking an interesting fella.
Never talk about me again or this situation, and pay me $4,000. We could pay you $4,000, but like, what's the precedent that like anytime we make fun of someone, they could just write us a note from a lawyer and demand $4,000? It's like, this whole thing has
I guess that is the precedent that's being set then,
always been bigger than us.
Midway through the negotiations, Matt had the Big, the Bold, the Beautiful video copyright striked, even though H3H3 already made the video private.
While we were in negotiations for everything,
how the fuck do you even do that? Oh, he must have saved the link and decided to escalate.
On our private video that was already removed, I guess he still had the URL, and he did a strike, he did a takedown on our video when we were in good faith negotiations just because he wanted to fuck us.
Copyright strikes are very bad for creators and come.
Yeah, I just got one recently and then it got taken down because the person's... I made a video about some girl and she was a little interesting. And She was fucking something else. And she didn't like that, so she issued a copyright strike. And I told her, I reached out to her, I said, listen, retract the strike and I'll just take the video down because I don't feel like going to court. And she's like, no, you're wrong. Obviously, that's why I took it down. So I countered it. And then she wasn't like, she didn't file a lawsuit. That's what they usually that is usually the process. You can counter it and say like, no, this isn't right. Here's why. I had a valid reason as to why not, because she didn't have the video copyrighted. It was fair use, etc., etc. And then she like it went away because she couldn't provide documentation that she was going to like actually like press a court action. So
with immediate penalties and long-term risks. But Matt didn't stop there. On April 27th, 2016, Matt Haas filed a first amended complaint and jury demand to the U.S. District Court in the Southern District of New York, where the Kleins lived at the time.
Most of what you've read and heard about the lawsuit has been full of lies and misinformation. And the reason
that would be disinformation then, because you're saying it's intentional misinformation, right? So let's just be clear. I accidentally paused the recording, so...
The filing claimed that the original work, Matt's video, comprised the majority of the infringing work, the H3H3
We already reacted to this, but I have to do it again.
video. In reality, Ethan and Ela Klein appeared in 80% of their video.
The infringing video features the defendant's purport
That's so beautiful, dude. I love that.
to discuss the work in what they believe to be a humorous manner, but in fact reproduces virtually all of the work as nothing more than a prop in the defendant's comedy routine. The video was 14 minutes.
That's an interesting take. Okay, well, that's what he's effectively trying to argue there is that he's just splitting in moments of his video, and then the comedy routine. The implication is that the comedy routine is irrelevant, and it's not actually it's not actually relevant to what's happening there. That's what they're trying to say, which would be true. Like if you react to somebody's video and you don't provide any meaningful commentary to it, and you just like go on tangents I do that every once in a while, but if that's like the majority of the video, then like, yeah, it wouldn't be considered fair use. But obviously the humor was just part of the criticism to be a silly little funny guy.
We counted it, and the parts that we used Matt's was approximately 3 minutes.
The filing demanded earnings from the H3H3 Patreon and threatened to sue YouTube if they removed the copyright strike. On May 25th, YouTube...
Whoa, that's crazy.
Philip DeFranco created a GoFundMe page.
That's probably why YouTube didn't do anything to really defend Ethan, because they didn't want to get fucking sued. It's not really worth it, you know? And then if they defend it, then they're putting themselves at like risk in general of like, oh, you know, we're putting it onto us to defend our creators, so now we're gonna have to like do that every time, you know.
Page titled "Help for H3H3." This GoFundMe page raised over $170,000 to help the clients with their legal fees. On
It's unfortunate that they weren't like Matt Haas or whatever his name is wasn't forced to pay the money back.
May 26, 2026, H3H3 posted a video titled "A New Chapter for Fair Use" on YouTube. The clients announced the Fair Use Protection Account, or the FUPA account.
The FUPA fund.
They claimed that this account will be used only for the purpose of protecting fair use. The clients vowed to join the fight against fair use protection on YouTube.
I love that. I love that. Thank you so much to the clients.
Donated $5,000 of their own money.
We will be its first client.
Damn, that's it, dude? $5,000? Holy shit, dude.
And that's why we decided to donate $5,000 of our own money.
Chat, poor? Is this person poor? I'm just kidding.
So we will be the first client of this account.
The Klein client, dude. How funny.
That will be known as the Fair Use Protection Account, also known as FUPA. The FUPA shall protect all of us. Thank you guys for helping augment the FUPA and making it voluptuous and big and powerful like we always knew that it was. If anyone out there thinks that they have a legitimate fair use claim and are being bullied, email fupa@morrisonlee.com. We've got a lawyer, a community that's there to stand up and help protect fair use. Thanks to your guys' contributions.
I was thinking when initially hearing about the FUPA account that so many creators, especially small creators, would greatly benefit from a fund like that, especially having legal assistance in complicated matters like...
Yeah, too bad these things are so fucking expensive. Like, it's like impossible, you know?
Copyright strikes and navigating these complicated issues. When I first started out, I got a random cease and desist in the mail from Russell Hartley that I had no idea what to do with.
Who the fuck is Russell Hartley, dude? That sounds like a fake name.
I've gotten copyright claims like 13 on my Tana Mojo video that were extremely complicated to remove, and have had very helpful friends that have given me advice. But to have something like the FUPA fund where you could go to and have assistance if you're a small creator, scared and have no idea what to do would be extremely helpful. So I was looking into whether the FUPA fund was still in existence. But the FUPA fund dissolved and is no longer in use. A big
because it didn't have any money left and people weren't going to continuously donate to it.
Reason for the FUPA fund's dissolution is that the clients use the FUPA fund for their own legal fees.
Yeah, that was the point. That was the point of the FUPA fund was like, hey, we're going to put a fund in there and anything that's left over will be used for other people's like legal fees. That was the whole point of it from the start. So,
as well as several $1,000s out of pocket to fight the legal battle against Matt Haas. While it is often the case that legal fees can add up and become more than you'd ever initially expect,
oh, she's not gonna. I mean, I already kind of expect her to do the whole like, oh, Ethan stole the money kind of a thing.
The fact that the Kleins closed the FUPA fund after spending the money on their own legal fees, instead of keeping it open, maybe replenishing the fund once they're able to, so that other creators could have used it, well, that's a little disappointing.
I mean, you could be as disappointed as you want to be. It doesn't make it wrong. It's just what happened, dude. What?
This move received criticism from many, like Keemstar, who suggested that the Kleins scammed their audience.
Are you suggesting that as well? Or are you just putting his suggestion up there so that you can like allude to it without being explicit about it and try to hide behind that plausible deniability?
Turn made Keemstar into an enemy of Ethan Klein. In the end, Ethan and Hila Klein won their lawsuit, with U.S. District Judge Catherine B. Forrest ruling that their commentary video constituted fair use as a matter of law and describing it as quintessential comment and criticism.
I swear to God, it felt like this would never happen. Man, now I'm so happy we did it, because this is a landmark case, not just for us. But seriously, the wording that the judge put into the opinion is going to strengthen fair use across YouTube.
This wasn't just a landmark case for YouTube. This was a landmark case for Ethan and Hila Klein's career, for their brand.
Yeah, because now they can be seen as the cool guys that don't mess with fair use. Until, dude, they mess with the fair use, dude. Oh my God. They incorrectly sue somebody for saying that they're explicitly reacting to their work maliciously.
And so many creators came together to support Ethan and Hila when everything was almost taken from them. Yet a pattern was beginning to emerge when it came to Ethan Klein. He always expected others to be there for him at his lowest moments. He always had enemies that he believed were working against him. But when
What the hell are you talking about?
his friends were at their lowest moments, well, they were content. Over time,
Like who? What's an example of that? Like, are we talking about like when iDubbbz was at a low moment trying to plug his Creator Clash and Ethan was like the only person plugging it for him for free on his podcast, having them on to talk about the event, and they backstabbed him? Like, what are we talking about here?
since reaction style content became overdone and Ethan became branded as a pioneer on YouTube who safeguarded other content creators, he turned his brand towards critiquing other content creators who took things too far. The only thing is,
That's what he always did.
these content creators claimed that behind the scenes, Ethan acted as their friends. Essentially, publicly, Ethan was acting like a hypocrite. For example, Ethan uploaded a video titled The Leafy Rant. He accused content creator at the time Leafy of being a bully and picking on people who weren't able to defend themselves.
Which was true. Leafy was that. So that's probably a good criticism.
Most of Ethan's takes, I would say, I would agree with personally.
Most of you guys probably know Leafy is here. A whole genre of YouTubers, of these kind of commentary channels where they show video game footage and then talk about some kind of video and react to a video.
Yeah.
I've been putting off talking about this because it's just, I'm actually friends with these guys. We as a community had been giving these guys a pass. Leafy made a video about a guy like he usually does, calling him a asshole, cringy, weirdo, you know, whatever. Turns out that this guy is actually autistic, and they made a video of themselves crying, saying they're getting death threats, and he's really upset. And I mean, if you look at Leafy's channel, all he does is make fun of kids and like vulnerable people. They don't need to be made fun of. And now that Leafy's channel has blown up, he's sending like millions of like kids to just harass these people.
The problem is many people felt that Ethan was a pioneer of this sort of content style. And so,
Do you feel that way? What the fuck? How is it all of a sudden him? Anyway, do you feel that way, or do you feel like people are overreacting? Because I would say that Leafy and Ethan were very different people and still are.
he was a hypocrite. Like when Ethan criticized Leafy for making content critiquing children, when he himself had done the same thing before. Both, of course, very wrong.
When he missed his 5th period geometry test to hit the studio to record this sick track, Timmy knows what risk-taking is. Timmy rolls with his mom everywhere. He brings...
I'm sure Ethan had some less than stellar moments, but like realistically speaking, Leafy was banned for a reason. He's not the same as Ethan. I don't think that's a hot take. And what's so interesting is that like what a lot of these videos do is they'll go, hey, do you remember when Ethan was a good guy? And then they'll talk about that. And then they talk about how bad he was when he was supposedly a good guy. So it's like, it's just very interesting to me when they do stuff like that.
Fire tracks and his mom's his biggest fan.
As a young white rapper who's new to the game.
Why did they feel the need to say that he's white?
In September of 2017, PewDiePie had made headlines for using the N-word.
What a nigger. What the fuck?
This incident came just months after
This video loves N-word controversies, apparently.
PewDiePie made headlines for videos containing anti-Semitic and Nazi imagery.
You probably won't believe me when I say this.
And Ethan's Jewish, so he took it personally.
But whenever I go online and I hear other players use the same kind of language that I did, I always find it extremely immature, and I hate how I now personally fed into that part of gaming. I said the worst word I could possibly think of, and it just sort of slipped out.
Ethan spoke about the incident.
Yeah, terrible stuff.
On the H3 podcast.
What you get is, I mean, refreshing in that it's pretty sincere.
Yeah.
Pretty owning up to
to what he did. But I don't know, when I first saw that, I was pretty shocked. I'm like, dude, come on, man. And it wasn't that long ago that all of us came out and rallied against him, you know?
Against him?
Or, I mean, in support of him.
Ethan had befriended the YouTuber iDubbbz, who at the time, due to his pretty toxic content, developed a relatively toxic fan base who had admired his edgy content. His comedy would often include the use of racist and homophobic slurs.
Whoa.
We are very fucking stupid to hold the word nigger at this colossally high standard.
During an H3
Whoa, that's not based at all, dude. I can't believe. I hope this guy has learned empathy. That'd be fucking sad if he hasn't.
podcast featuring iDubbbz, Ethan recited the same racist and homophobic slurs. At some point, even Ian, aka iDubbbz, looked uncomfortable, questioning whether Ethan was taking the bit a little bit too far.
I've already said the N-word. You can't take me down. Someone makes a compilation. It's like, here's Ethan saying.
Yeah. I feel like you should be censoring the word more, but you're not. But anyway, yeah, this is a good criticism. I mean, Ethan was like a little, I guess, too uncharitable to PewDiePie. I guess that's the argument here. Sure. Yeah, he should have been nicer about it. I don't know. Okay, yeah, sure. I think a lot of people give him shit for that, how he went a little too hard into PewDiePie. So, yeah, sure. This is we're really getting the compilation here. Really getting a compilation.
Day, Ian or iDubbbz would post a video apologizing for his past content. He admitted that he cultivated an audience who believed that this type of dialogue was acceptable.
I was saying slurs and I was trying to justify it all. A very big thing that has sort of altered my view on all of this is just the amount of hate and harassment my wife Anissa has received over the years. I have done a horrible job at acknowledging her and her feelings for it. That's the culture that I cultivated. And I, didn't do anything to...
Yeah, I mean, I think that the apology was perfectly reasonable. I just think that he apologized too much for some of the things. Like, he disavowed, like, all of his old content, even against some of, like, the worst people that he's ever criticized. And he constantly is going on, like, these tours of, like, guys, I'm a good guy now. I'm a really good guy now. It's just fucking annoying.
Change that.
His behavior also attracted racist people who could use that dialogue and pass it off as just edgy humor. Yet Ethan, on the other hand, largely ignores this part of his past. Even his
What are you talking about? He talks about how it was bad. What are you saying?
possible blackface. His viewers even enable this behavior, claim those
Did you say he's possible blackface?
ignores this part of his past. Even his possible blackface.
The fact that you're not willing to say that it's actually blackface means that you don't even think it's blackface. His possible blackface? What do you... What? First of all, he always talks about... He doesn't always talk about it, but he talks about how it was bad to say bad words. Okay, he already talks about that. Second of all, if you're saying it's possible blackface, what you're saying is you don't think it's... Or you're not confident enough to say for a fact that it's blackface. So you're... Like, what is this argument? Is this like a snark argument, or...
His viewers even enable this behavior, claim those images are taken out of context and stem from the...
Well, I think that the possible blackface one was from a video about like trying a mask on or something, like some kind of a makeup mask.
Kleins doing spray tans and charcoal face masks, even though the title of their YouTube video is called The Black Challenge.
Yeah, they've talked about this a few times. Maybe it was a blackface thing. I don't think it was. I don't really care. It was the challenge, I think, back then, was the black challenge. What? I don't remember the specifics. I just remember hearing him like talk about it before, and I was like, oh, okay, I don't really care that much, you know?
Subreddit.
I also feel like if he actually did blackface, he would just be like, yeah, that was stupid. I shouldn't have done that. This was a long time ago, because that video was old as fuck. It was all black beauty products? Oh, okay, that was why it's a black challenge. That makes sense. Sure.
On the other hand, won't let Ethan forget this history. Compilations exist online of Ethan saying the N-word.
You really just love putting slurs in this video. I feel like you don't need to put this many slurs in the video. It seems like a little bit, some would call it gratuitous. I think this video likes the N-word more than Ethan does. Why are you playing so much of this?
If you think that I'm a racist and a hypocrite,
unsubscribe. Yeah,
don't watch.
leave.
Don't watch. My most recent video is making fun of a black person.
But here's where things get very dark. The
Okay.
strange videos that Ethan and Hila have taken part in aren't only offensive, they're extremely disturbing. And I would say
Why are they disturbing? Whoa. That's crazy. Fuck you.
personally, they go far beyond what even Leafy and PewDiePie have posted. The very people Ethan has called out for being wrong in videos they've posted. I think his content has gone far beyond that.
You think his content is worse than like legitimately bullying people with disabilities to the point they get banned on YouTube? You think it's worse than Leafy's content? I don't think, probably PewDiePie's content, that's fine. I don't think PewDiePie ever really did, you know, but Leafy's content, I think that if you think that Ethan's content was ever worse than Leafy's, I think that maybe you should stop making a video.
You've been warned for the content that I'm about to show you and how it completely shatters the image that Ethan and Hila have spent crafting online. The image
What's the image?
of being advocates on the side of creators, of people. Ethan Klein sexualizes and mocks Boston Marathon bombing survivors.
Oh yeah, I saw that joke. It was pretty rough. I was against that joke, dude. Ethan messaged me and I was like, dude, do not post that. And he's like, I'm gonna post it. And he posted it, dude. And he even called it the N-word in the DMs to me. I was like, dude, that's a little too much. And he was like, no, fuck you, dude. And he called me the N-word. It was pretty fucked up. I just made all that up, by the way.
Survivor in a deleted video, then fantasizes about orally R-wording her. Ethan Klein was 28 years old when they filmed this video. It was recorded by Hila Klein.
Actually, my understanding of that video was that somebody was making fun of her. So he was criticizing that person, and he went too far in that, because people were making a mockery out of her in the comments, I'm pretty sure, and so he was doing like a satirical version of those people doing that. That's my understanding of it, more than anything else. I'm pretty sure it wasn't Ethan actually saying those things, but
the owner of Teddy Fresh. Keep that in mind. Ethan and Hila were married, and Hila was filming this video that you're about to watch. Ethan comments on this Boston Marathon bombing survivor. The purpose of that video was for Ethan Klein to mock the girl for making a political statement.
I don't think that that's what it was. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure he was mocking other people who were mocking her. That wasn't his point, wasn't to mock her for making a political statement. Just because people on Reddit say that doesn't mean it's true, just to be clear. Like, just because you're like, oh, somebody on Reddit said this was the point of it, that must be true. Why?
Doing a photo shoot.
Pretty sure that was the context of it. I mean, I still think it's inappropriate, but he wasn't like doing that himself.
With "You can scar me, but you can't stop me" written on her stomach and showing her scars. Why? Ethan suggests this is inconsiderate.
I don't know. Maybe you should fucking actually like look into it so you know what you're talking about.
Because others actually died from the bombs. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. The girl's name is Sydney Corcoran. Her mother lost both her legs. She was 17 years old at the time of the bombing and 18 years old in the photo. That photo was part of a photo shoot where survivors returned to Boston to symbolically finally cross the finish line 1 year after the bombings. This video, of course, will be heavily censored for the sake of the viewers, but also, most importantly, for the sake of the bombing victim.
Thanks for joining me on Edgy Material Warning number 3. You can scar me, but you can't stop me. Now that is interesting and very deep and poetic, but what's even more interesting is if we just go a couple pixels down, boom. That's some good so girl. Yeah.
Crazy. It's unfortunate because the entire video's gone. The only thing that's left are like clips of the situation, but I'm pretty sure he was mocking people that were making fun of her in that one, and he did like a whole bit where he pretended to be like a piece of shit that was mocking her, you know? So
Yeah. Let me get down with that shit. I can smell it from here. Pretty brutal little scars. Nothing that a heavy night of won't incur, you know what I mean? Yeah. Anyway, ignoring the camel, that fat, juicy, juvenile, but wants to fuck that shit, boy. Yeah. Ignoring that. By the way, I don't know if you guys saw, but you can see her and this makes it a much more powerful image. She got a nice smug face. Good to I would ram my... I hope she can keep that smug smile for me that whole time, you know what I mean? Big up to her for being brave, getting out here and making this very powerful political statement about her proximity to the bomb being less close than all the other ones who died. You can scar her, but you can't stop her, guys. And never forget, Boston bombing, 2013, guys. Never forget.
For Hila to be someone who is in the IDF, to have claimed that she experienced various hardships growing up in Israel, fear of bombings from Muslim countries, and then take part in mocking a bombing victim.
Well, I don't think that's what that was, but this video does. The problem is that like this video is full of snark talking points so far, so it's kind of tough to be like, oh, she made a mistake on this one specifically.
Personally, causes me to lose all sympathy for the two of them whatsoever. Ethan has continually, over the years, said incredibly creepy things when it comes to women. Like when he said on the H3 podcast in front of Joji and Post Malone that women are meant to be conquered. Joji
Oh, that's scary.
His reaction says
it's a good thing his wife. He definitely seems like he has a wife that's just a passerby that lets him manipulate her.
it all.
Our Neanderthal cousins were like crazy. So there's definitely something like in us to like conquer men.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's bad form and taste to say something like that, but at the same time, like we're talking about Ethan Klein, somebody who did not marry like a weak woman. So, you know, I don't think that in practice he's like, oh, I love sexually assaulting women all the time.
Like,
right.
So it's, you know, women are
me.
in a nature setting, like to be conquered.
Maybe we do have a problem with accountability culture, not in the ways in which we hold other people accountable, but in the ways that we're not able to hold ourselves accountable, hold a mirror up to ourselves, grow as individuals, understand where we went wrong, change, move forward, try to do better. When you point the finger, you have 3 fingers pointing back at you. Ethan's fans didn't seem to realize the extent of his past. At least many of them didn't. And Ethan was making waves as a content creator who stood up either for or against other content creators. So to many, they trusted him.
What is for or against content creators? What does that mean?
His opinions, the ways in which he condemned others. Rules for thee, but not for me. While Ethan's fans trusted him, what they didn't know or realize was that to Ethan, they were becoming his armor, his army, a way to take down his enemies. Through the years, instead of lifting other creators up, like the initial promise he sold to the world, Ethan tore others down to lift
What does that mean?
himself up. Ethan thrived off of having someone to hate. He always had many enemies online.
That's just, but like this doesn't see. This is the problem with this video too. Is it makes no sense. Her entire thing is like Ethan over the years has basically had to hate somebody. All of his content was criticizing other people, even in the golden years, you would say. And you're saying that those years were good. That's your implication. So nothing's changed by your logic. But like you pretend, like it's so interesting. I feel like there's so many people who like never liked Ethan's content who say these things. But your implication is his content used to be really good, but that was back when he used to just like criticize people, right? And now his content's bad when he still criticizes people. I don't understand the difference.
And few friends. Or when he had friends, they seemed to bond off of their mutual enemies. This is something he roped his audience into without even realizing it. For example, one of Ethan's biggest enemies throughout his career was fellow village troll Keemstar. Ethan's audience seemed to be sort of parasocially involved in Ethan's disdain for Keemstar without maybe even realizing such. To the extent that when Hila announced her pregnancy online, many of the comments were as such. Keemstar, hearing about Hila and Ethan being happy and pregnant,
What? They're enemies. What does this have to do with anything? Parasocial. They're making like silly jokes.
Keemstar bothers Hila while she's pregnant. Back off, bitch.
Well, he used to like call her like horseface and stuff, so there's like a pattern of disrespecting her.
It could just be a joke, a shared meme to viewers. They, without realizing it, were participating in a long-standing pattern that Ethan had of needing to have many enemies to tear down and go against. And
what the fuck are you talking about? It's just a meme in their community. I don't understand.
Build a fan base that could help him in his crusade. While many of Ethan's audience saw Keemstar as an easy enemy to dislike, the tide started shifting when Ethan began demanding that they see likable people Ethan brought onto his show as his friends, as enemies that they now turn against as well. But this strategy, at least initially, worked out well for the Kleins, catapulting their online success and following, bolstering their net worth. Ethan Klein has a net worth of $20 million, and Hila Klein has a net worth of $25 million.
Whoa, dude, are you saying that his wife is more successful than him? Sounds like a pretty toxic guy to allow that to happen. Am I right, fellas?
Though some of the ways this wealth has been acquired may be perceived as less than savory. In the
to who? Are we going to do a Teddy Fresh thing?
Fashion industry, the act of copying, or
right, because they had a controversy where they some of the art may have been stolen, and then they responded to that by firing the people who may have stolen it, or I guess they did steal it, and we're still talking about it.
Borrowing heavily from someone else's designs is pretty common. In September 2020, Ethan Klein said that James Charles' new merch line looked pretty identical to items from Hila's recent Teddy Fresh collection.
That hoodie is like our most iconic piece. It's our #1 seller. It has been for years. And like James Charles making, it's exactly the same.
Whoa, guys, are you saying that Teddy Fresh is kids' clothes and that James Charles stole kids' clothes? That's fucking crazy.
Hoodie.
It's actually been ripped off a lot too, but normally like...
Here, let me show it because people may not know.
We wouldn't really do anything about it because what can you do? But I think in this case, it just kind of hurt because it's a fellow YouTuber who's actually got way bigger influence than we do.
Yeah, way big.
And so it just kind of hurts.
Hila then shared photos of the 2017 sketches of her color block hoodie, revealing a pattern and color scheme similar to the sisters' hoodies. Initially, James responded with a photo of the inspiration for his hoodies, saying that he's never seen the Teddy Fresh color block hoodies. Ethan released the DM.
That might actually be true, but do you think that James Charles is making his own merch, or do you think he is having somebody else do the designs? So
between him and James and spoke further about them, claiming that James Charles admitted that he did not care, even if one of his team members did steal the Teddy Fresh designs.
This is the part that I really want to share, but you won't let me. The thing is, he brought up the DM, so I feel like he's saying it's okay to share it.
Kind of based.
Not.
But he literally said after I confronted him, and I hadn't seen this colorway here, he says, oof. Just to give you a heads up, it appears that this one has the exact same colors, and it looks like the design team totally ripped you off. He literally said that. And I said, wow, so it doesn't seem like a coincidence, does it? And he said, it's not. He says, it does not appear to be a coincidence. So he literally admit that they ripped us off in the DM.
It seems pretty clear that potentially he personally was not aware, although that is very questionable too. But let's say that it was not. Someone on his team was, but it doesn't matter. I mean, ultimately, it's his responsibility.
One would assume that Teddy Fresh having someone plagiarize their designs would make the clients against doing something similar. However, in 2021, a Reddit user came forward with
Well, yeah, but their response was to say, hey, you're fired. So they did something different.
allegations that some designs used by Teddy Fresh in a collection themed around dinosaurs had been copied directly from a 1990 knitting pattern booklet. The book, titled Dinosaur: 5 Knitting Patterns, was created by Gary Kennedy, who made various licensed knitting pattern booklets in the 1980s and 1990s. On the H3 podcast, Ethan admitted that the designs were plagiarized, but he claimed that the design was submitted by someone who was previously fired back in 2021.
Oh, okay. Sounds like he solved the problem, huh?
Months earlier, despite trying to pass the blame onto an anonymous former employee,
Well, I mean, do you think that Ethan is coming up with the art? You think Ethan is the one coming up with the art? What do you mean, trying to pass the blame on? I mean, I understand that as a business owner, like, you are ultimately responsible for what's happening. But, like, if they're saying, like, yeah, this person stole the art and they've been fired, do you think that they're lying? They're like, oh, this is really good, steal it right now. What is your argument?
Hila admitted in an interview with People that she's very involved in the design and all of the creative when it comes to Teddy Fresh. Regardless, Ethan still made comments like, we could probably still legally sell it, suggesting that nothing would happen if Teddy Fresh still sold the designs.
They probably could. That just sounds like a point of fact or a statement of fact, but...
without crediting Gary Kennedy.
Okay, first of all, the Teddy Fresh thing. So Teddy Fresh is a company with 30 employees. And by the way, I love whenever someone's losing a debate to me, they bring this up. It's literally the lowest hanging fruit. We have like a whole team of designers.
It does seem like pretty low hanging fruit, so.
And sometimes our designers are taking...
I remember even like back then when this was like a huge, back when this was like a big deal, people were shitting themselves over it. I was like, oh, this doesn't really seem like a huge deal. Okay.
Taking stuff way too close to the source.
Yeah, bring out Hila. Hey, bring him in.
Hold on. Let me finish. Teddy Fresh, we have designers, right? And we have a fairly large company. This is a common problem in all streetwear. We've had designers who have pretty much close to stole designs. We fired people over it. And every time it comes up, we have company meetings.
1 month later...
Did he say come?
In December of 2021, Teddy Fresh debuted another sweater. We collaborated with Gary Kennedy on our vintage dinosaur sweater,
Whoa, they did the right thing, I guess.
who in the 1980s and 1990s led a world-renowned company that produced Intarsia knitting patterns. Much love to Gary, who was gracious enough to lend us his design. Despite seemingly learning their lesson, this would not be, allegedly, the last time that Teddy Fresh stole designs. Allegedly. In the past, the brand has ripped a bear from a vintage t-shirt.
Oh shit, that's crazy.
Only changing the color scheme before slapping a logo on it and...
Chad, is this real? Did they actually rip a bear? That's fucking crazy. Oh, I've never seen that one before. I mean, maybe it's real. This is from fucking this is all from the same controversy 4 years ago, though.
And reselling it. They did something similar to another random vintage t-shirt. In another side-by-side photo, Teddy Fresh seemingly ripped off an ASOS
It's kind of fucked up, dude. Like, all Teddy Fresh has to do is like, hey, Papa God, you want to be on some of our merch? You know, maybe we can make a calendar with you as a firefighter. Maybe it's something every month of the year you could be different. Maybe like a male thirst trap thing, but they're not interested, dude. I don't know why. I feel like that could make bajillions of dollars, dude.
sunflower design with only slight differences and the Teddy Fresh logo. Teddy Fresh also made a similar design to Prada's Flame Intarsia sweater. Pandora's upholstery also fell victim to the brand. And more recently, it seems like artists have lost interest in Hila, have stopped working with the brand. The respect
Why do you say that?
for Teddy Fresh has fallen. What was once a respected
Wait, why do you say that the artists don't work with her anymore? Aren't they still making new merch? What are you talking about?
endeavor, where a YouTuber went beyond the realms of content creation,
I'm so confused.
is now floundering, and Hila is notably
Floundering. Oh, so I don't think artists don't want to work with them, but if they do, it has nothing to do with this. It would have to do with like the Israel-Palestine conflict and the optics around it, and how like you know, people think, I guess, Ethan and Hila hate like people in Gaza because of like the very successful campaign from Hassan.
freaked out about it. Recently, there's a Reddit post by an alleged insider.
Whoa, there's a Reddit, guys. Nobody wants to work with Hila. There's a post by an alleged insider on Reddit. This is a fact. I'm going to use this basically. I'm going to insinuate it's a fact, even though it's just a Reddit post from an alleged insider
who claimed that Teddy Fresh is not doing well. Take everything I say here with a grain of salt, as I am not affiliated with the brand, but I'm
okay. So they're alleged, but they're not even affiliated with the brand in this allegation. That's incredible.
close to a couple of people who work or have worked for Teddy Fresh.
Wow.
Just before Christmas, they laid off about a third of their employees. Money is a major reason why.
That's crazy. When is this made? When was this put up there? I'm so confused here. How do we even know they actually fired a third of their workforce? Where is this information coming from?
Anyone can deduce that the company is not pulling in what it used to. However,
I mean, maybe, but like, is it verified? This is just a person saying something. This is really the level of, is this really the level of like fucking, I guess, journalism you want to engage in? Yeah, I found a poster on H3 Snark that said something. Oh, okay. Like, that's great. Okay, is that like a fact? Well, I don't know. It's just somebody saying something that supports my video, so we'll put it up there. Okay.
what I've heard is that production is mismanaged at every level. My opinion
This is what I've really heard this, honestly, guys.
that H and E, Hila and Ethan, were spoiled by high-selling early releases and began to think anything the company touched would turn to gold. Now, obviously, not the case. The result of
This is definitely a fact, by the way, guys.
is layoffs. Hardworking
Wow.
people treated like collateral thanks to things being so poorly managed. The
That's
people I've spoken
crazy.
to are not
Probably all facts, by the way.
confident that the company will be around much longer.
Well, actually, it's up to 80% off some of this. We did deep discounts because like we just want to get, it's like, okay, we have like 10 or XLs, but it's a good opportunity. Rick and Morty, sorry guys.
Well, if they have stuff they want to get rid of, this is normal for them, for different companies to get rid of their extra stock.
It's a heavy discount. I mean, I paid for the product. I got to unload it.
The clients used to have
Well, yeah, it's going to be a heavy discount for the Rick and Morty shit because there was an allegation against the guy, so he's just trying to get rid of it for like a heavy discount to just get it out of his shit. This makes sense to me.
famous associates, influencers they knew, who would support their brands, associate with their name. But over the course of the last few years, they have few friends and even fewer frenemies. Though at one point, Ethan was a part of the most famous online frenemy-ship.
Okay.
Wow, Ethan, great move. Keep it up.
I love how evidence from her that that Teddy Fresh is failing is that they have discounted prices on some of the older stuff. Because that never happens before. It's never happened before ever. No brand ever tries to get rid of not like seasonal wear when it's no longer relevant. It's not. It doesn't exist. Nobody ever does that. It doesn't exist, guys.
Proud of you.
Why frenemies or love-hate relationships are so bad for your health. In a May 2019 video titled Instagram versus Reality, Ethan discussed the growing epidemic that was tearing apart lives, families, worst of all, social media. That was the issue, that sometimes people looked differently in photos than they did in real life.
Well, if you're trying to sell a product, it can be like a little bit of some kind of like a conflict of interest, I suppose you could say. So I mean, maybe that's the issue.
This video gained 13 million views.
Or maybe it was just mean, dude. Maybe he's just a mean guy.
People were really concerned that women were deceiving people, these tricksters, these witches. And the main person that Ethan called out in the video was Trisha Paytas, who he called the spokesperson of Instagram versus Reality.
Come on.
Okay, but like I mean, I know that you could downplay it, but realistically speaking, it's one of the biggest issues I think that faces, especially young women, is like people will take pictures and put them up on social media. And since beauty standards are higher on women, and they'll edit them, of course, and then like these young girls are like, why do I not look like that? And it makes them like really self-conscious. So I think that even if the video might have been in bad taste, you should understand the fundamentals there. Unless we just don't care, I guess. Okay.
People, let's get a grip here. Yes! This girl is the spokesman of Instagram Reality. Why are you even a model if you're gonna modify your looks that much? It's like from beauty queen to WWF wrestler in 2 seconds.
Hey, listen, let me tell you something. Some of these WWF wrestlers are hot as fuck, bro.
You cannot Photoshop your heart and soul. Remember that.
Trisha responded on Twitter, posting several tweets, including one calling Ethan disgusting and a bully. She posted a
I mean, she's a pretty terrible person, so I'm not really that worried about it.
video titled H3H3 is harming young girls.
It just made me so sad.
Well, she would be the one harming young girls, though, right? By putting up these impossible to meet beauty standards by editing her photos instead of being real and raw, right?
I'm upset that there's this 40-year-old man shaming girls, and I'm gonna speak for myself because I was featured heavily in the video, shaming girls for really just how they look. He would take my one photo that I was glam for on Instagram and compare it to a video like this or a vlog video where I have no makeup on. It wasn't the same day. It was completely different looks. And I was like, okay, your point is to try and prove this is not how this person looks in reality. But you're not taking a photo from that day with my hair and makeup done with another video clip of my hair and makeup done that day. And it just was what's the point you're trying to prove that I'm not attractive without, when I have hair and makeup done, I'm a lot more attractive. And I understand that. And that's why I get it done and I pay to get it done. And I have a second channel where I just show myself.
This was before frenemies. Like, then they ended up becoming friends and everything was fine. Yay. And then they lived happily ever after. Now Trisha's on like fucking Broadway, despite the fact that she's not a particularly good person. But
makeup list because it's taken me a long time to get comfortable with that.
me, when I do sexualized posings of a fucking murdered young girl, hey guys, that's okay. Hey guys, Hila, she's terrible. Teddy Fresh, that's basically trying to make appeal to pedophiles. But Trisha Paytas pretending to be a murdered girl and like sexualizing her, hey, okay, no problem, no problemo, guys. Apparently, are we gonna get criticism of that, or are we just doing a deep dive on Ethan and not being critical of any of the people that he has interactions with?
That point.
At its core, Trisha made some valid points. If women are photoshopping their photos, it could be because they're insecure, and making a video blasting that insecurity
Okay, but then that would make other girls insecure because they can't compare to that. They can't compete with it.
be out to the public, to millions of viewers, probably not going to help them. Trisha also mentioned that a variety of factors could influence how someone's looking depending on the day. I definitely did not wake up looking like this, depending on whether I'm going through depression, in a better
Okay, so why doesn't she show that? Every girl has that problem. That's like that would be one of the issues with her making content like that. Yeah, I know she's gonna be in Euphoria. It's fucking crazy. Well, I guess good for her. I mean, if she can get through cancellation, then I guess anybody could.
mental state, in a worse mental state, I probably look widely differently. And that doesn't necessarily mean that a woman is deceiving her audience. Not to mention the pressure women often feel.
Well, but it does if you're editing them on Instagram and shit. Well, I don't think that it was just makeup. It was also edits. But again, like I think that there's a conversation to have about unrealistic expectations on the women and how other women are the ones that like continuously push that. But also dudes be very critical. So
feel to adhere to the beauty standards.
It just made no sense. So people facetune their bodies to make them feel better about themselves. Okay. There's also very real sides to everybody that they show on social media. I show everything. I show everything. So to use that as an example is like disgusting. So
I don't feel bad for her. She's like a terrible person. She like mocked trans people. I don't feel bad for it at all.
So unethical because it's so far off. You use two separate photos from different days to compare my ugliness to my pretty pictures. Like it like honestly made me like physically sick, and
That's so
I
sad.
really love YouTube, and lately it's been so hard. Everyone deals with hate, that's part of the internet, but to have like another influencer just trash like your looks and a middle-aged male at that, like who are you to say that? Like, and then it just makes me
They're like the same age. That's the funny part about it.
so sad because for anyone else watching, like people literally, girls like take their lives over stuff like that. Like they feel so ugly. They're made to feel so ugly.
Ethan, in his own responses, seemed unaware of the whole beauty standard aspect of it all and preached that everyone should feel comfortable in their own skin.
But she would be part of the problem of promoting the toxic beauty standard, right? So we'd have to acknowledge that she would be part of the problem.
That collectively, nobody's that happy. We are all miserable. They're just so much better at faking it. And you know what they're doing? They're making all of us feel even worse. That's why today I am proud to present to you one of the best subreddits in the game, Instagram Reality, where they take a snippet from someone's Instagram or social media and show you the actual reality behind the post. Today, I guarantee you that you will be feeling better, more confident. We need to embrace.
I would say that, like, I guess girls doing like Photoshop and like a bunch of heavy makeup and perfect lighting and angles is similar to like red pill content in the sense that like that's like, oh, you can get rich quick, blah blah blah. Like it appeals to like whatever that fantasy is. Like the typical like stereotypical like female fantasy is to be like attractive and desired and this and that, and the typical male fantasy is to just be rich and successful and to be able to like get a girl because of that, you know.
Embrace that and lift ourselves up in the knowledge that we are all ugly, pathetic monsters that just want to eat McDonald's every day.
You should
I do be eating McDonald's.
listen to Ethan. This is definitely a man who feels very comfortable in his own skin. Ethan addressed
Why doesn't he feel comfortable? I was confused about that statement.
the situation for the final time on the H3 podcast.
I didn't know who she was, to be honest with you, but I guess she's actually quite a big YouTuber. She has like 5 million followers or something. And so we put her in the thumbnail because her comparison was just so epic to me. She says, please, Hila Klein, do not raise your child to be as ignorant as your husband. I would divorce him ASAP as he's causing so much damage to young women. It's actually sickening. I've never been more disgusted. That you stand by him is even more disgusting.
Yet the feud between Ethan and Trisha would be reignited months later when Trisha came out with a video titled I Am Transgender. Spoiler alert, Trisha still identifies as female. Ethan commented on the
Yeah, it's because she's not being honest. That's like a mockery of trans people. I think at best, maybe you can make the argument that, I don't know, that because she does OnlyFans content, there's like part of her that tries to distance herself from her femininity because she might have be distressed about it. Maybe, but I mean, okay. I mean, Yeah, she's like pretended to be fucking trans. Like, why is that not something that's bad to you? Wouldn't you want to mock that? Like, not mock trans people, but like, wouldn't you want to criticize her for faking being trans?
The backlash against Trisha during an episode of the H3 podcast.
YouTube personality Trisha Paytas set off a series of disapproving social media reactions Monday after claiming to be trans, despite identifying 1000% with her birth gender. Checkmate.
I mean, that's a direct quote from her. That's not editorializing.
Still, checkmate. The video is about 15 minutes long, begins with Paytas warning that people might think I'm trying to be offensive or set.
There's also a video where she's talking about being a fucking chicken nugget.
Back the movement. She appears to identify as transgender on a part-time basis.
In response, Trisha uploaded a video titled H3 is worse than Donald Trump. On Twitter, a user demands that Ethan have Trisha as a guest on the podcast, and Ethan responds if she's man enough. Trisha replies, $18 million and I'll do it. Ethan says, you'd definitely do it for free. A few days later, on October 18th, 2019, Ethan uploaded a video mocking Trisha's apology videos.
Hey guys, it's Ethan here again. I just wanted to come on really fast and apologize to everybody. I totally did not expect the backlash from our last video. I wanted to basically apologize to Trisha Paytas, who is such a sweet, genuine person, and I just really, I wanted to first of all apologize for saying that she...
Like, Trisha Paytas literally exists in, like, her entire persona from the start was like reality TV, like be as fake as possible and to rage bait for as much attention as possible. And now you're like, oh, we should feel bad for this person. No, thank you.
Looked like she was at an open casket funeral. Like
she's like the least genuine person that exists on the internet.
Was the corpse inside of a casket. I mean, that's not true. That's just not what I meant at all. You're so beautiful. You're such a queen. And I also wanted to apologize for saying that you have like a 5 to 10 inch engorged that's bigger than my... I mean, that's...
It sounds like there's a lot of insecurity about his penis size.
That would basically make you a guy. That would basically mean you had a penis. And, well, I guess I'm kind of confused because you said you're trans. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't want to offend you. And I know that. I'm sorry for saying that you're not trans. God, man, even though you have, like, cup F jugs that are always on display and not, that would make you... I don't know, but gender's all in the mind anyway. I shouldn't even go there, but mostly I just want to apologize to Trisha and say that I think she's really hot. And it definitely doesn't look like a...
He's fucking laying into her, Jesus Christ.
She definitely doesn't look like, you know, she's been passed around as much as a bowling ball, and she's gone through as much as a bowling ball.
Jesus Christ, this is fucking wild, dude. This is pretty, regardless of how much of a bad person Trisha is, it's pretty wild. It's pretty overboard.
Too, like, she's just always hitting pins.
But Trisha surprised many when she appeared on the H3 podcast on October 26, 2019. Despite our differences and a few rocky moments, it was really fun having you in the studio. Ethan tweeted to Trisha after the episode dropped.
Well, first of all, Trisha Paytas is here to... Are we here to squash the beef or roast the beef?
Ooh. I would love to squash it, but I like you guys talking about me. I actually genuinely hated you at the beginning of this year in May.
Oh, see? Well, that's her whole strategy, is to get people to, like, rage bait people into talking about her, so.
I genuinely, when you did
From
that video...
the Instagram reality one?
Yeah, like, genuinely disliked you and thought you were, like, disgusting.
I don't think I'm a troll.
I think you're a troll.
I think you're a troll.
No.
Trisha's definitely a troll. Ethan's a little bit of a troll too, but Trisha's definitely a troll.
Are you a troll?
No.
Trisha and Ethan appeared to settle their differences. On the podcast, the pair had a genuine conversation regarding gender and social identity.
Just the reality of it.
But you are
You mean that you weren't born with...
Right. Yeah, that I wasn't born with a is what they're saying. My point is, a lot of people are transphobic. Me coming out transgender is not going to help my dating life. It's not going to... Why would I put that on myself to hurt? I'm trying to date. I'm trying to get married. Why would I put that out there just so people can look up that I'm a transgender if I truly don't believe that?
Trisha returned to the H3 podcast months later. The Kleins reintroduced a dating game to help Trisha find love.
So we've got Trisha back here. And the reason that Trisha's joining us today is, as you all know, Ian's had a season of The Bachelor. We thought Trisha Paytas, now that's the next season of The Bachelorette. That has to be.
Although Trisha did not end up dating anyone from the video, she did have interest in Hila's brother, Moses.
Does your brother think I'm hot, though?
He's not a very good person either. He's kind of an asshole. Trisha also, like, hits on Ethan constantly. It's also kind of uncomfortable. She would do it all the time in front of me. So I think it was kind of overboard.
He, like, was down.
I don't talk to him about...
But he knew it was...
No, he wanted to apply.
He wanted to apply, though. He did tell us he was going to.
Like, in a serious way?
Yes.
Wow. Why haven't you just hooked it up then? Why did we have to do all this? Why didn't you just be like, oh, like, Hila's brother wanted to see you? I'd be like, yes.
He doesn't want to marry you necessarily.
How do you know? Oh, because he's Jewish.
Well, I don't know.
Because he's Jewish.
My type, and he looks so good.
Trisha later tweeted out photos of her and Moses social distancing together.
There's more. We were seeing
That's so beautiful, dude.
these on her Instagram stories. In bed with somebody.
Yeah.
And
just see
and
an
we see a
arm.
hand, and I'm like,
You guys remember when like you guys remember when he was like cheating on her and was like stealth the girl? Isn't that fucking crazy? What a horrible person.
again, cryptic. I think it's his arm. Quarantine date night. This is a separate day. So whoever this is come back to her house, a date night. She calls it a date night, and whoever it is brought dinner, which by the way looks like quite a fancy dinner too.
I know my brother, and I immediately spotted his stickers on the table.
So he's hanging out with her now.
Stickers? Why does he have stickers? What is it with that? He's like stickers? That's strange to me.
More, not telling us. I'm like, yo, what's
Yes.
going on with Trisha? Downplaying it.
Towards the end of March 2020, she posted a photo of the pair together on Twitter.
Wow.
At the end, I won the Bachelorette. Hila responded at the time saying, "Stop this right now," with a vomiting emoji. At first, the internet wasn't really sure if Trisha was trolling or not, but as time went on, she seemed pretty serious about Moses and often expressed her frustration about Ethan and Hila meddling in their relationship.
I am just not someone who's comfortable with someone else sharing my narrative.
On September 15th, 2020, Trisha and Ethan joined forces and launched the Frenemies podcast, where they relied on their tumultuous chemistry to carry each episode. The set even aligned with each respective host's personality and the energy they exude. Ethan's side was dark, gloomy, pessimistic. Trisha's bright, pink, and vibrant.
Well, my friends, here we are. They said it would never happen. Me and Trisha making a podcast, and frankly, I thought they were right.
Yeah, I remember Ethan invested all the money for the podcast and had the entire infrastructure of the show run and this and the other thing. And then Trisha wanted to be basically at 50-50 pay on everything because, you know, she showed up, I guess.
For a while.
Despite both of them being very honest that things could go wrong very quickly, they embraced the idea of doing business together.
Someday you'll be my sister-in-law.
No, I don't think
Oh, 'cause
so.
it's-
I'm Hila's sister-in-law.
You're still my sister-in-law if you marry my brother-in-law.
I mean, I'll
no?
take it. Oh, our babies would be related.
Cousins.
Oh, cute, because they have the same genetics. Skinny.
I thought you couldn't have kids because you had double gonorrhea or something.
Yeah. I mean, I have a uterus still, so like I can still get like IVF or something.
That being said, things often went wrong on the Frenemies podcast.
Well, she did overplay the fact that she could never have kids. That's what she does. She over-exaggerates shit. She used to do that for attention, so.
Which probably made it a very stressful working environment, but very entertaining for viewers. In one episode, Trisha seemingly blindsided Ethan by mentioning his substance issues out of the blue to prove that he's not as open as he claimed. Ethan responded by
Seems kind of shitty.
accusing Trisha of weaponizing his issues against him. Trisha storms out of the podcast episode, creating a viral moment that received millions of views online.
You hide it more, just like Mikey, who hides.
Oh, really?
Gets brought to the surface.
I don't hide
later.
It seems kind of inappropriate to talk about something like that. I forget what he said. I think he called her crazy, if I remember correctly, and that was her response because she got offended by it, even though like half the time she'll be totally okay with being called crazy, you know, because she's kind of crazy. And then she responded by saying something like really deep and personal that like he doesn't share with everybody because he has boundaries, and Trisha struggles with boundaries. That's why she would constantly like invite him to do OnlyFans with her, even when it made him uncomfortable. And be like, we should do a shower together. We should do this. We should do that. You know, under the guise of a joke because you know that's what you do. So I mean, kind of interesting.
I don't hide.
You do hide the crazy.
I'm all out there with
You
no
don't-
fucking eyebrows and everything.
You were into pills. You never talk about that you were a pill addict for a minute.
What?
Like, yeah, she's fucking, yeah. See, she's just trying to hurt him. She feels offended, so she's trying to hurt him on this in this instance.
Yeah, you said that. You said you were really into pills, and you don't talk about that.
Why do I need to talk about that? This is why you are such a dangerous person, especially to be close with. You'll take something that somebody told you in confidence, and you'll use it. You'll weaponize it against them.
That's not true.
That's what you just did.
That's definitely true. Yeah, it's exactly what she just did.
You called me crazy, knowing my history.
Bro,
you
we
called me
always
crazy.
call you crazy. You're like
Okay,
upfront
but
crazy.
if you're gonna call me crazy, then I'm gonna say,
Yeah,
hey,
but
why
then
don't you
you-
own
like-
up to what you've done? That's
That
also
doesn't make me crazy.
That's the problem. Is Trisha like decides how she feels about something like every other day. So, like she's okay with being called crazy sometimes and having a good laugh, and then other times she just decides that she's not okay with it. So that's one of the problems too.
I'm joking around, and then you go, okay, so what do I have?
And also, like, yeah, he is obviously joking around, and she's not. She's just trying to be malicious because she's angry. So, but being angry isn't an excuse to like hurt people around you.
Weaponize against Ethan. Oh, you told me you used to take pills in Israel.
You want me to weaponize you? Because I have things I can actually weaponize you with.
Ultimately, when you look at the way that Trisha was used on the H3 podcast,
Okay, apparently it's not her fault for being like really mean here.
it seems like she was often used as a way to stoke her flames for views and engagement.
Why? What does that even mean? Why do you say that? What?
This is something that Ethan has
It
done.
means stoke her flames? What does that mean? Because he offhandedly said that she was crazy? How does that? I don't understand what that means.
In the past to other content creators that he's seen as easily provoked for engagement. Ethan Klein used to associate with the creator JonTron, who
I don't understand.
Who was exposed for some incredibly horrible, like blatantly bad takes that had him virtually canceled. Yet after the fact, Ethan invited him onto the H3 podcast to have a discussion.
So after 8.5 months, now you give JonTron a platform to defend himself?
It happened. How long ago was that now?
I don't keep track. 9 months or something.
Ethan continued to say things that seemed intentional to sort of garner a reaction within JonTron.
I don't really want to get into this. It's a minefield of sorts. I'm not going to go back and nitpick everything I said and say and qualify it or anything. The main question on everyone's mind is, oh, is he a racist? Is he a Nazi? No.
Well, yeah, obviously, basically, he had a conversation with Destiny, and he definitely is racist. Just hot take. He said some wild ass shit. So, yeah, okay. I mean, then Ethan talked to him after the temperature cooled, and JonTron wanted to come on and I guess set the record straight. I don't really see the issue here. Why are we victimizing JonTron for his like horrible fucking words, or what are we doing here?
No.
Do you feel like you said some things that you regret?
Yeah, I don't like reliving it.
Did you have a lot of self-aware moments during that?
Of course, the whole time.
Jimmy Lee was a former dentist turned comedian. He gained widespread attention around early 2016.
Yeah, and then he like touched a girl, and Ethan disavowed him. What are we doing here? Like, I don't understand what the point of this is. Like, what are we litigating? Trisha had like a meltdown and decided that Ethan was a bad person because she was angry at him for calling her crazy, even though like she's okay with it it seems like most of the time. And that's like her whole entire shtick is like acting crazy. And then instead of being like, hey, that was over the line or whatever, she decides to like go off on Ethan about and like, talk about how he used to take pills as a private conversation. She weaponized like private information, and we're framing it as he's the bad person and he deserves that. I don't understand. This is why you can't like trust videos like this. Either she doesn't understand how to like she just doesn't understand. Either she really doesn't understand like actually anything and has no ability to engage in critical thought, or she's being malicious. Those are like the only two. And either way, it's not really worth listening to this person because of that. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, what are we doing here? Why is it that every time anything happens, Ethan is always the person that's in the wrong? It makes no sense.
When Ethan Klein reacted to one of his videos.
This guy's on fire.
Hey, I'm one up dentist.
What? The thing that's up is that he's a real dentist.
Yeah.
So when he's saying, hey, I'm one up dentist, hey, little shop of horror, he's actually a real dentist. I don't want to go to your little shop of horror. You know what I mean? No, man.
Then Jimmy appeared in an H3 podcast in 2017, where Ethan started the episode by making condescending remarks about Lee.
He opens the podcast by basically bashing him and discrediting him as a comedian.
His comedy
well, he's not really funny, so.
Style is essentially roasting people he's never met before.
Then after talking shit about him, he welcomes him onto the podcast.
How is that talking shit about him? I don't understand. What?
Jimmy Lee, welcome, the legend.
The guest actually reveals himself to be kind of, a decent guy.
Is it
really? It turns out he wasn't, by the way.
possible? Are you gonna be there the whole time?
Are you filming?
Are
Is
you
she gonna be
filming?
up? Is she gonna be up to par on like what Jimmy Lee did most recently, or what?
We have 3 cameras in
just-
here, Jimmy.
I mean, I
He's
don't mind
B-roll.
the.
Get out, dude.
Yet another, more recent episode is a frequent segment the H3 podcast would have with a disabled creator named Gabe, who Ethan would often
A disabled creator named Gabe?
use for content.
Used for content? They're friends. I'm not understanding. Wait, so are you saying that because somebody's disabled, that means that you can't be friends with them? I don't understand that. What is he supposed? What? He doesn't mock Gabe. What?
Through baiting Gabe to say outlandish things for essentially a good clip or good content. Like in this clip where Ethan asked Gabe about his experience in doing a sexual act.
You ever gone down on a girl, Gabe? Have you ever? You haven't. Is that something you're looking to try?
Yeah, someday.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. What is your birthday coming up?
like practicing.
How do you practice? Do you ever practice on like the corner of your elbow? Right here?
Just being a gentleman, I guess.
Yeah, you're a good man, Gabe. You're gonna make a girl really happy
I practice
someday.
in front of the mirror.
Oh my God, can you do it right now? Pretend you're in front of the mirror. Oh, you're ready to go, Gabe. You're gonna make a girl very happy.
Poor Gabe, not
I love how the takes from people like these virtue signalers is that because they think Gabe has a disability, that means that you can't be friendly with him or like have a little bit of fun. Like, he's not bullying Gabe. He's being a little bit silly. Who gives a shit? Are you supposed to treat people with disabilities differently? Like, that's what friends do. They rib on each other a little bit. That was an incredibly light ribbing. So what you're saying is if somebody has an intellectual developmental disability, you need to treat them fundamentally different from everybody else. You can't have a little bit of fun with them. You can't be friends with them. You can't invite them onto your show. You can't do any of that. That's your take. That's the take that you want to go with, is that you think that people with disabilities are less than. That's what your take is. Have you ever met somebody with a disability before? Like, do you understand how to react with anybody? That's just embarrassing for you. This is so weird. Like, this is like the bigotry of lowered expectations. What are you doing? That's fucking insane. But they don't get it. Because it doesn't really matter. It just matters what they think sounds good in their Ethan Klein hit piece. That's it.
realizing he's being used. Right after this, Ethan says, looking forward to your birthday next Friday, which of course they didn't attend. When Gabe is on the show all the time for frequent segments, to be
Attend what? What did Gabe do to attend? Attend what? What does that mean? What do you mean they didn't attend it? I don't understand what that means. Did Gabe have a big birthday party and invite them? What does that mean?
laughed at. I'm so glad Gabe has actual friends and, by the looks of it, a fulfilling life with lots of positivity. Nowadays,
I'm not understanding. Can you show me where Gabe's like upset about it or something? Like, what are you saying he didn't attend it? That doesn't make any sense to me because he didn't go to his fucking, like, what birthday party? I don't even know how close they are to each other. This is just so weird. He didn't attend the birthday party, guys. That's fucking crazy.
times, Ethan will claim that his mental health is being used by others, that he's being baited into reacting, or others will claim that in defense of Ethan. But Ethan is one of the content creators that set that sort of system up. Again, rules for thee, but
What the fuck are you talking? There's a difference between hanging out with somebody with a disability and being on good terms with them versus somebody trying to make you seem crazy by sending CPS to your house. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? What is this? This is crazy.
but not for me. If you can't give Ethan something, either an entertaining clip or enough views from your own platform, he doesn't care what you have to say. William
What the fuck are you talking about?
Osman is an engineer who created a beanie that could talk, an invention his audience suggested he make for Ethan specifically in 2018.
Today's project is an animatronic beanie for the Fupa King himself, Ethan of H3H3.
During that summer, Ethan invited William onto the H3 podcast when William's subscriber base was almost at 700K. But Ethan didn't seem to view William as a valuable person to have on the show. The interview was limited to 20 minutes, instead of being the main focus of the show.
Okay. Who cares? It's his show. I don't understand why that matters.
Once his 20 minutes were done, William was ignored and awkwardly instructed to leave.
They basically just talk about how his house burned down for a good 15 minutes of his 20 minutes. Immediately after this, they transition swiftly into the talking beanie.
Well, who cares? Why does this matter? Also, we're jumping around the timeline quite a bit here, but why does that matter? He's a guest on his show. And that's what they had planned for the day. I don't know. Maybe he could have done better with interviewing him. I don't really care. He's a guest on a show.
Well, I'm happy that you made it out.
Me too.
I mean, you really saved the most important thing, really.
I agree.
You went and you got the beanie in. Let me try this thing on. Let's see. Let's
We got sound effects.
turn it up, Dan. God bless. I think I did the bit.
Nice. That was good.
Thank you, everyone. Round of applause for the beanie guy.
So far they've talked about his house burning down, and he's presented them the beanie. So what's next?
All right, that was great. I had a lot. So, thank you very much. I'll say, William.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So that's it. They just wanted him to come on, talk about his tragedy, and then give him the beanie and get out.
Well, once again, thank you so much, William. And really appreciate you coming out here all the way from Ventura.
These examples show that ultimately, Ethan isn't this internet vigilante he was made out to be. Instead, he's an expert at content creation and always putting himself at the forefront, sacrificing—
I don't, what is that? What does this mean? What the fuck are you talking about? He has a show that he wants to be successful. He had the guy on, and I guess they didn't talk about more stuff. I don't, did the guy complain himself? Like, what did the guy say? Did he complain, or did other people complain on his behalf when he didn't? Who cares? Why is this like a fucking... Why do we care about this? Also, didn't he like apologize for some of this stuff already? What?
the needs of others. If it doesn't benefit his platform—
Hey guys, did you know content creation is a job? Oh, crazy. What vigilante would he be? What is he supposed to do with the guy? Jerk him off? I don't understand.
or create good content. The thing is, though Trisha was seen as easily provoked, which made for good content, like other examples which had worked out in the past, she was also unpredictable, using the system the H3 podcast had set up against them.
Should we make up, or are we hating?
I'm literally over it. I'm so over it. I
Really?
don't care if
I'm
Moses
not.
breaks up with me over this. Bye.
Why would Moses break up over a podcast?
Because I don't like his family. And I don't like hanging out with you guys, and you guys are awful, and that's it. And yeah, I said it.
But you liked me when we started.
No, I was trying to be nice and fun, but I actually don't really care that much for you.
Really? You never liked me?
Nope.
I feel that you're really upset now.
Okay.
Especially since Trisha had been dating Moses.
It's incredible that like Trisha violates somebody's boundaries by talking about something she knows she shouldn't talk about, and then she's the victim. Isn't that incredible?
She had a view into Ethan's personal life and ammunition she could use against him. When Ethan directs
Yes, that's her problem. That's her fault for doing that.
the heat at her, tries to embarrass her or make her look crazy to garner a reaction, she's
He's not trying to make her look crazy. What are you talking? Did you even watch Frenemies? She went off the fucking rails for no reason whatsoever because she decided she wanted to be offended then. Okay, if it's okay that if you get upset with saying that kind of stuff, but like she was okay with it for how long? All of a sudden it became a problem. Like it was completely out of the fucking thing. And then she talked about his like a pill addiction and his issues, like personal issues that he didn't want to broadcast. It was over the line. What are you talking about?
Able to fire back at him in a way that other guests weren't able to easily do. But
she wasn't really firing back at him though. She was being disrespectful intentionally. Like, he wasn't being disrespectful intentionally. That was the difference between the two. Do we understand that or no?
Oftentimes, when Trisha would storm off in a podcast episode, the internet attributed this to her diagnosed BPD, or borderline personality disorder, either behind the scenes.
Oh, I just attributed her being a bad person. That's crazy.
Or on camera with the assistance of Dr. Drew, the two would make up and they would resume making the Frenemies episodes. Then another situation would occur. During another episode, when Trisha said that they should have Hila on as a podcast guest, Ethan said, seemingly out of the blue, that she's not allowed to mention Hila anymore, which seemingly would be uncomfortable and upsetting.
Wouldn't really be out of the blue. I'm pretty sure it's because she was being shitty behind the scenes. So Hila didn't like that about Trisha because Trisha's like kind of a shitty person. I don't know if this has been established yet. I don't know if you guys could tell. that. So I think that had more to do with it than anything else. It wasn't just like a magical, like, oh, I didn't know that. She's a mean person and she causes drama behind the scenes. And so Hila doesn't like that. Fuck.
Considering Trisha was dating Hila's brother at the time.
What triggered you again? What were we talking about?
Hila being too good for me to talk about on this podcast. Don't even mention her. And she's a queen. Like, don't even mention me on the podcast.
Right, that's
You know,
fine.
I'm a literal podcaster.
We had a full meltdown while you were gone.
Expect another text from your sister. We were talked about. They never once insulted me at the beginning of the spring. She has a podcast. I brought life to the H3 channel, but oh, Hila's too fucking good to even mention her name. I said nothing bad. I said like, oh, we should have her as a guest or whatever. Like, I don't even mention Hila. She doesn't want to be talked about. I think we should just end it, honestly.
Yeah, I think so too.
She's such a bitch.
She's not.
And you are too. And you're
after the
Whoa, he's cucked. Wonder if they cut it out.
bad. I said like, oh, we should have her as a guest or whatever. Like, I don't even mention Hila. She doesn't want to be talked about. I think we should just end it, honestly.
Yeah,
okay,
I think so too.
They cut that part. They cut past the part here.
As a guest or whatever. Like, I don't even
So like I guess we cut past this part for some reason. I don't know why we didn't want to play this, but
mention Hila. She doesn't want to be talked about. Fuck.
so here's the reason
I literally
why.
don't care. Literally, I don't want to come back because I really fucking hate her.
So she always making comments about the family and how
I wasn't. That wasn't it. I said, oh, Hila should be a
That's
guest
why-
on the podcast. And you're like, don't fucking mention Hila. She's the one to talk about. Oh, a fucking queen. You guys can talk about my shit all the time, but her, don't fucking mention her name. Dumb fucking bitch.
Okay.
Yeah, so we skipped the part where apparently they were talking about she was talking about Hila's family. At the very least, it should be acknowledged that's what Ethan said, even if I guess he's lying, which I doubt it. So I feel like that's probably maybe we should bring that up. But I guess she literally cut past that part. Did you notice that?
I think we should just end it, honestly.
Yeah, I think so too.
Did you notice how she cuts past the part in the main video? This is like probably the most damning aspect of this is that she intentionally cuts out Ethan's explanation here, and like even though it would only add like 4 more seconds to the video. It would only add 4 more seconds to her video to play the full context, and she still cuts it out. You notice that?
Oh, we should have her as a guest or whatever. Like, I don't even mention Hila. She doesn't want to be talked about. I think we should just end it, honestly.
Right? He just cuts it out. I guess having the full context there was too much. Apparently, Trisha was talking shit behind the scenes about Hila's family. And, like, you could say, oh, I don't think that happened. That's fine. But why cut it out of your video?
Yeah, I think so, too.
She's such a bitch.
She's not.
And you are too. And you're
After the
You're cucked.
podcast episode, Trisha made a few follow-up videos. Her main point was that Ethan intentionally does things to push her over the edge.
I put up with Ethan purposely.
Wow. Well, you know, considering you're not willing to actually, you know, put full context in your videos, I don't really trust you or her interpretation of anything, so.
Triggering me, trying to trigger me on multiple occasions. He likes having that thumbnail of me leaving, right? That's the meme. Even up until the last one, I said, I don't want to walk off. I don't want to end the show because the meme is you sitting alone and I'm walked off. You see Trisha leaving, whatever. And even up until the last one, they didn't cut. After we ended the show, they cut seconds after when I walked off.
Okay.
I always put up with the triggers and I allowed myself to be triggered. And this is beyond, this is not walking on eggshells. It's like, oh, I say one wrong thing. No, this is times where I'm like, don't share the private messages from episode 1, where he shared messages I sent to him, where he shared Moses' private messages, and we ask him on the show not to. Like, there's just not respecting boundaries. I don't know boundaries well, and I try to set them as best as I can.
I think that it's so funny when you do stuff like that because then you get to rewrite history. From what I remember, I think that she was literally referencing the private messages and she was like she was lying about them, and so they had to set the record straight just to prove themselves right. That was the context of that, from what I remember.
But that was a boundary, and like it's constantly saying no.
This is the problem. Is like Trisha will do shit to provoke you into doing something, and then she plays victim.
No, I'm pushing.
Again, Dr. Drew was brought onto the podcast to repair the relationship.
So here's where the problem
Well, Dr. Drew was brought onto the podcast as a performance piece to make Trisha feel better about herself.
comes in. Trisha comes on the show and she frequently repeats stuff that Moses tells her. So let me just finish my point, then you can respond. So for example, Trisha will say, and you did say in that episode, Moses doesn't even like you guys anyway. You guys wouldn't be invited to our wedding, or you guys aren't close with Moses. She always says stuff like that I feel like is driving a wedge between Moses and his family.
Okay, so Trisha.
And by the way, and then there's more. There's more because
I don't need more. I don't want.
There is more.
Can we
this is
just,
important.
Like, break it down for this part
No,
and then
but
have him reply
this
to
is
what you
important.
just said?
There's one more piece that I think is important.
All right, go ahead.
When I ask Moses, when Ela asks Moses about it, Moses says, "I didn't say that."
That's actually not important. So,
Oh, it's not important. Okay, what a good doctor. It's actually not important if Trisha is coming on and fucking like revealing things privately and having Trisha's having a negative impact on the family.
Okay,
it's not important. Relax.
The format of Frenemies seemed to work best when the two co-hosts shared a common enemy. They would both be friends when they were sharing an enemy, but when their conversations diverted into personal topics, the host quickly derailed into personal attacks. On June 8th of
Yeah, Trisha. She's the one who derails into personal attacks.
2021, the podcast aired its 39th episode. Immediately, the energy in the podcast episode seemed off and went further off the rails from there. Ethan seemed disinterested in the topics that Trisha wanted to discuss, distracted by the pizza in front of him. Trisha called a bit centered.
Well, I think that's because they had to eat it. It was like part of the bit. And I guess there was like a branding aspect of it as well. If you think they're eating the pizza without getting like a brand thing from it, you're crazy.
Around answering audience questions is stupid and lazy. Ethan responded, "A lazy podcast? You don't do anything for it. You just show up. We do all the work." And the two got into an argument over Frenemies' creative direction and finances.
But that is true. She doesn't do any of the work. It's his entire infrastructure. What are we talking about here?
The fact that you just talk about what you talked about the week prior.
Sometimes I forget what I've talked about, honestly.
But you're saying you have all this crew that does all this work for you and nobody could remember that you talked about that 2 days prior?
I agree. Somebody should have said something. But I feel like you're so angry about this.
I'm literally not, but it's
Yes,
so
you
funny.
are.
I'm not. I'm angry when you say something.
You need to admit when you're angry.
I don't get input on like people we hire, like all this stuff like that. I don't get.
Why would she get input on people that they hire? This is so stupid.
Hire. Why would I ask you about people I hire?
Because it's frenemies and you take the budget for paying the crew. That's what you told me. You take highlights, you take 5% to pay the crew. I just want everything to be a lot more transparent because I'm like, what are the production costs?
Can't be more transparent.
Can you
with
show me all the costs of production
It's
that you?
not like an itemized thing. We are.
Why does she need that? That's my thing. She's coming in onto their show, but they already have like 2 podcasts going at the same time. She gets 45% of the revenue to somebody that just shows up. And like he has an entire infrastructure already. Why does she need to be part of it? She's overextending her bounds and like not being appreciative at all.
We're doing the show.
Trish receives a 45% cut of the show, while Ethan Klein receives an extra 5% that goes.
Well, no, it would be extra 10%, but okay.
Goes towards production costs. Now, first off, if the show is incredibly successful, incredibly successful, and all you're doing is paying your employees a base salary, putting up a fabric backdrop.
If this what?
A basic table and mics, you know that.
You know, a $50,000 set piece. You mean?
5% can get pretty chunky if you're.
Who cares? Dude, this is so weird. She's so weird. Trisha's getting 45% of the revenue for the show, and she just shows up. Ethan has the entire infrastructure he's created. He also created his entire brand. Like, what are you talking about? Trisha hasn't created a brand at that point. Like, at least not a credible brand. What the fuck is she talking about? Holy fuck. Oh, if you have created an entire brand and you're only giving your co-host 45%, that seems shitty. Oh, okay. Like, you seem really credible. That's beautiful. I love that so much for you. Fuck.
Your podcast is getting tens of millions of views. Incredible success. That 5% can really numerically change.
Who cares? Ethan deserves more of it. What are you talking about? It's his fucking show that he developed. She didn't make any of the of anything. She didn't do anything. She just shows up.
Quite a bit. Do your employees get a raise because of that 5%?
Pretty sure they make a lot of money.
Production costs?
Oh my God,
are you
dude.
investing a ton into production costs, or are you taking whatever isn't allocated to?
Dude, I hate people like this. Like, they're not even willing to be like, yeah, Trisha's being kind of unreasonable. She's getting 45% to just show up, and Trisha's like overextending and wants to have like control over his business. Why would she get control over his business? I want to be able to hire. I want to be able to do this. Why? Why do you need to see operating costs? She's being fucking selfish. What the fuck?
Employees to the set for yourself. While to the public, 5% can feel silly to argue about, like a very small number, especially if Ethan's argument was that 5% was for production and.
Who cares what it's for? He should get paid more money. He was the more popular individual with the podcast infrastructure. Why would she get Why would she get the same amount as him? It doesn't even make sense. What the fuck? And she was already getting like 50% of memberships, which didn't even just come from their frenemies shit. It came from everything. What the fuck?
And the staff, which makes Trisha appear like she didn't care about H3 employees. I could also see why Trisha may start to feel like she was getting undercut when it came to frenemies. Literally,
You're so annoying, dude. Like, all you do is just decide to take the anti-Ethan perspective here.
half the name, image, thumbnails, everything having to do with frenemies had Trisha's face on it. Her
Okay, and it was an entire podcast channel that he developed. What the fuck?
image, her brand, and the whole podcast gave the H3 podcast a huge boost in viewership, likely not only to the frenemies podcast.
Yeah, she got 50% of the fucking revenue from the like she got 50% of the revenue of the members. I'm pretty sure that was part of it too, because she kept saying that she wanted more. So that would make up for that. Okay.
Podcast videos, but across the H3 podcast channel from new viewers who found out about the channel through the Frenemies podcast and became fans and decided to subscribe. I mean, think of the long-term upside, the amount gained beyond just the revenue made on the videos itself. When it comes to viewership across all videos, subscribers, audience
That's why she got 50% of the other stuff too. Okay.
members, and a fan base that Trisha never reaped the benefits from, because all of this was not done on Trisha's YouTube channel. Again,
How did she not reap any of the benefits from it? She was becoming famous and making 45% of the revenue for the show. I don't really understand that.
this used Trisha's name, her image, even her mental health issues. And
What? She got paid. What the fuck are you talking about?
a podcast for viewership, then cut 45% to her. And I could see why Trisha started to see a huge boost across the H3 podcast channel, and she may have begun to feel like that was a bit unfair. The same day as the big
Just a bit. Like, do you have any charity for Ethan, or is it just all anti-Ethan perspective here?
blowout podcast episode,
I mean, you're cutting out context to make Ethan look bad. So, I mean, I don't even know why I'm bothering asking that question.
Trisha uploaded a video announcing that she was leaving Frenemies. In the video, she expressed how she experienced a lot of anxiety while filming the most recent episode of the podcast.
I had this feeling in my heart that I need to step away from frenemies, and it's really, really with a heavy heart that I say that. And then last night, of course, I talked to Ethan, and he was saying the crew was really upset with me. The money is not the issue. I thought
That literally is the issue. She's just lying. The money's not the issue. What are you talking about? It's her whole issue.
like I would have more of a say.
Ultimately, she wanted to be more involved in the production side of things.
I had a producer.
Oh, well, don't make your own podcast then. Be on Ethan's podcast and make your own podcast. Was it part of the agreement that you weren't allowed to have your own podcast? Because I don't remember that being part of it. Make your own podcast. Do your own thing. Make your own podcast. Do your own shit. Like, there's nothing wrong with that at the same exact time. Like, what the fuck?
Their mind that I think would be really, really great for the show. The thing that set me off, I was talking about like gay rights and like hate crimes against gay people and trans people, and I really wanted to talk about it. And
I mean, you are basically making hate crimes against them, so this seems infuriating.
he was just talking over me. And he's like, well, you don't do anything. But I put up so many ideas for the show, and I like listed like aerial gymnastics, like dancing with the stars, like clay pottery and the thing. And I like, it just got really frustrating. And I did get frustrated.
In hindsight,
So make your own podcast. Okay?
after all that's transpired, one must wonder if Trisha was simply asking to have more involvement in the podcast.
Wow, is that simply it? She was asking for more money, and she said that she wanted to basically be part of the infrastructure. So one would wonder if that's not true. What you're saying is like false, and you think you know that. You're just saying whatever is not the Ethan opinion. Holy fuck.
She didn't want to just show up and have all the work done for her. But
Okay, I mean, so like, okay. Why does she have to be such a fucking asshole about it then? She could. That's not how it was. That's just not how it works. It's just not. I'm hinting at this point. I'm actually very angry right now.
But Ethan didn't like giving up control.
Because of the game. This is so fucking annoying. He like giving up control. It's his brand. Okay.
Not just to her, but to anyone. So Trisha wanted more involvement and was shut down. She was painted as a selfish person who was betraying the employees. And
She was constantly. The employees were angry at her. So you're saying that she was painted as this, but like the employees were angry at her. Why are you not considering their feelings? Like, that's fine. Maybe she could have had a positive contribution. She was begging for more money every other day. She was saying it's not about the money, even though that's what like her primary issue was. She's constantly begging over and over and over again. And then she was insulting the crew when she didn't get her way. Like, yeah, she's a problem. Like, okay. That's just the way it is. I don't know what to tell you. So they decided not to, like, they don't want to work with her anymore. Like, okay. Like, that's what happens when you're rude and to people and you don't treat people the right way.
and wanted all of the money for herself. Ethan tweeted that because the podcast was ending, the production crew was now getting hate. The crew has done nothing but support them and work their asses off every week, and the treatment they get is unacceptable.
Ethan tweeted, "Okay, I'm starting to get upset about all of this. Our crew is getting hate from Trisha's fans on their personal accounts, and I'm losing my cool. This is the exact problem I knew was going to happen. He's going to deflect on his crew that were all fans of Ethan before being hired and their girlfriend/wives. Like, of course they'll always be in his favor. And I made to
Dude, start your own podcast. This is insane. It's insane that she's validating him or her bullshit.
look like same old Trish."
Though afterwards, Ethan deleted all of his initial tweets and tweeted, "At the end of the day, Frenemies was a beautiful experiment that I will always cherish." On June 9th, Ethan uploaded an episode of the H3 podcast where he shared his side of the story. Ethan claimed that Trisha asked for an entirely new crew for production of Frenemies. He claimed that Trisha wanted the existing crew to be fired, which he ended up telling the crew this information.
To be like, we need to get rid of all of them and hire new people. The people who have worked their asses off.
This information.
To be like, we need to get rid of all of them and hire new people. The people who have worked their asses off to make the show possible. This is where maybe I fucked up, okay? Is that I was talking to the crew like, listen, Trisha wants to hire a new crew. I was just being transparent with them. I was like, Trisha wants to hire a new crew. Trisha wants to fire you guys and hire new people to do Frenemies. And also, do you want to go meet with her and shoot tomorrow? And so obviously they were like, well, it's a little awkward, right? I made the executive decision as their boss, trying to foster a healthy work environment, that let's just not do the shoot tomorrow.
I don't know. If Trisha was a business...
Well, did she say that? if she actually said that, then I could see why they would be pissed.
Business partner who wanted more involvement to create a hostile work environment through telling your employees that your business partner wants all of them fired, which I have a really hard time personally believing is the case. But
Oh, you just don't think it's true. Gotcha.
for Ethan to essentially paint himself as the savior to his employees, to tell them that his business...
Whatever, dude. He told his employees that he told his employees that she wanted them fired. That's fine. I don't care.
His partner wants to fire them all, but he's not going to let that happen. Well, it kind of feels like you're villainizing someone before fully handling the situation privately, involving other people, aka triangulating people in the situation to make that business partner feel like the enemy, and now telling the general public this story as well to further paint that person as the enemy. Ethan also spoke about the financial aspect of the feud, saying Trisha gets all the security of getting that check, of promoting her shiz. He added that he's screwed.
Yeah, and she doesn't have to, like, there's no downside for her. Her brand doesn't disappear if the show doesn't work out anymore. She doesn't have to go and get the brand deal. She doesn't have to do anything. If she wants to do that, she could have had her own podcast at the same time as this.
Because of all of the money that he had tied up in the Frenemies merch, which was set to be released that month.
For Trisha to just like walk out. I mean, we have this merch release. Every penny I've made from Frenemies, by the way, if she wants to talk about money, is tied up in this merch. And now I have hundreds of thousands of dollars tied up in merch that I'm probably not gonna be able to fucking sell, that my wife worked super hard on, her staff worked super hard on in 1 month's time.
I personally have a hard time believing that Ethan put all the money he made off a podcast into merch drop from a clothing company's wife owns. What about investing? Okay, gotcha.
She drops that I'm quitting.
I love that if anybody says anything about Ethan, she's like, oh, yep, they're right. But if he says anything, he's like, nope, he's lying. And then she cuts out relevant information to make him look as bad as possible.
Frenemies video after me doing everything possible to resolve this with her privately. I can't the nerve of her to complain about 5% when I'm literally not making a penny at this point.
Trisha responded with 3 separate videos. Part 1, Ethan's lies. Part 2, Ethan's lies. And can you guess the third video's title? Part 3, Ethan's lies. Totaling at around 2 hours and 34 minutes altogether. Trisha maintained in both videos and subsequent tweets that she never asked for the crew to be fired.
If you're the boss and I'm the talent and you're the producer, like, and you care about the well-being, right? It's not a reality show where like people are poking for the drama and wanting drama. If you really want the drama, you don't want to hate on your employees, like, why put it out there? I really didn't think I had at that point disrespected anybody. Like, it really triggered me when you said the crew felt disrespected, because I was just like, oh my god, like, what? Like, what did I say?
Trisha said that she only wanted an extra...
You didn't even show where she said she didn't actually say that. You just showed... You're like, she didn't even actually say that. But then you didn't even show us her saying that she didn't actually say that. You just showed us... What the fuck was that? Nothing. What?
You don't want to use their...
Both videos and subsequent tweets that she never asked for the crew to be fired.
Okay, so to show us where she says that.
If you're the boss and I'm the talent and you're the producer, like, and you care about the well-being, right? It's not a reality show where like people are poking for the drama and wanting drama. If you really don't want the drama, you don't want to hate on your employees, like, why put it out there? I really didn't think I had at that point disrespected anybody. Like, it really triggered me when you said the crew felt disrespected, because I was just like, oh my god, like, what? Like, what did I say?
Trisha said that she...
I don't understand. If you're saying that she said that she never said that, why is that not the clip there? I'm very confused.
Only wanted an extra producer who could work exclusively on Frenemies.
I had a producer of mine actually reached out to him, his name's Oscar, for me feeling like comfortable. Like, it'd be cool to have someone for Frenemies, because obviously the H3 people are busy. I've been asking for this just to have someone on the show where the money was going and stuff. I really thought it was like building towards having like the people for our show too. So many people are tweeting me like, oh, Trisha wanted to replace the whole, like, they have a whole H3 side that's huge on there. Like, why would I be like, replace them? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
To me, this sounds like a reason.
All right, I guess we finally got it there, huh? Okay, maybe. I frankly just I struggle to believe her because she's a dishonest person. She said she was a fucking chicken nugget.
request to have someone who could be an advocate for Trisha on the Frenemies podcast. Ethan did end up selling the Frenemies merch, and it's been alleged that Trisha received a 50% cut. While Ethan ended his
It's been alleged. Oh, okay. You don't believe that she got it?
video saying that he didn't want to see Trisha canceled and that he regards her as family, she ended her video saying that she always felt like the show's punching bag. She added that she has a lot of anger in her heart towards Ethan, but praised the existing H3 podcast crew and Hila. Many people felt, after Frenemies ended, that Ethan was in the right in the situation. Trisha was now a
Yes, I believe that he was in the right.
full-blown enemy, even though she went from dating to marrying Hila's brother, building a family, becoming in a literal sense a part of Ethan and Hila's family. They don't associate with one another any longer. Since Trisha is seen as an enemy of Ethan's, over the years since the podcast ended, Ethan has frequently mentioned Trisha, sometimes to the support of his audience, but sometimes with his audience noting that he has a tendency to bring up Trisha in a bitter manner.
I'm just going to say it. I'm going to get it out. Trisha lied about being infertile, and that's a
Yeah, I think that Ethan was right about this. She exaggerated it for social media attention.
disgusting thing to do. She had 3 kids back to back without a single hesitation. Back to back. She got pregnant immediately. Now that's great and good for them, but she continually lied about being infertile, which is a horrible thing to do because we're real people.
He has no understanding of fertility and eagerly spreads damaging misinformation. Why don't you just say that, first of all? Second of all, Trisha, like, I was so attached to all this bullshit. She, like, would go on about how she could never have it again. It was all for, like, a sympathy garner. And if you want to say, like, hey, that's how the social media works, and Trisha's, like, an exaggerated character that does all this shit, like, okay, fine, but, like, acknowledge it. What the fuck?
Go through that every day, and they don't get to have.
Like, she said that she was infertile, and she over-exaggerated it for attention and sympathy, and then she was like, oh, well, actually, I can just do IVF. It's like, okay, so
3 kids back to back, exactly planned, just like you want.
I'm a little old school, so I'm just going to say congrats.
Yeah, that's perfect.
But at least initially, many thought that Ethan was in the right, though of course there's always
nobody thought he was in the right. Everybody shit on him for saying that. What are you talking about? That happened like less than a year ago.
nuance to any situation. The audience couldn't quite see the pattern yet of how often
Everybody disagreed with Ethan right there. What are you talking about? That happened like less than, like, when did it happen? Like 6 months ago, maybe? That wasn't that long ago when that happened. They were shitting on him constantly for it. What are you talking about?
Ethan's friends turned into his enemies, and he would frequently pray for their downfall. Well, it was easy for Ethan and the general public to deflect blame onto Trisha and call her crazy for the downfall, for the fallout of Frenemies. Well, at this point, it's clear that Ethan is the one to blame for the ways that his friendships and business relationships will often completely blow up in his face.
Okay, why?
Great move. Keep it up.
It's because Ethan interacts with shitty people like fucking Trisha Paytas and Hassan Parker. And then things blow up, and he's like, why did this happen? It's because you put he puts too much trust in fucking bad people.
Around the time that Frenemies was ending, Ethan found himself embroiled in his biggest lawsuit. In May 2021, the company Triller sued Ethan and Hila Klein, alleging the pair had pirated the Jake Paul versus Ben Askren
I think they played like 5 seconds of it or 15 seconds of it, and they got hit for that.
fight and showed it on the H3 podcast, imagining having a major lawsuit, and it's over the lamest boxing match featuring Jake Paul and Ben Askren. Ethan spoke about this lawsuit on the podcast and made what you might call several mean-spirited comments directed at Triller co-founder Ryan Kavanaugh.
Actually, yeah, let me take this opportunity. Ryan Kavanaugh! Ryan Kavanaugh! Ryan Kavanaugh!
This prompted Ryan Kavanaugh to file a separate defamation lawsuit, accusing Ethan of spreading false claims through various social media platforms.
Actually, I am being sued by an asshole for defamation named Ryan Kavanaugh.
The accusations included promoting various damaging articles.
Variety wrote an article that said Ryan Kavanaugh was accused of his ex-partner of running a Ponzi scheme. So that's what he's suing me for defamation because I read the headline of a Variety article. It's insane.
Creating a website comparing Kavanaugh to
Ethan Klein is going to react to this creator. Is he really? Is that what he said?
Harvey Weinstein.
If you Google Ryan Kavanaugh, you'll probably find on the
Does
top.
Ryan Kavanaugh look like HarveyWeinstein.com? What the fuck?
You know that's my website, right?
That's so stupid.
We made that website to help the public.
And allegedly paying Wikipedia editors to tarnish Kavanaugh's reputation.
I won this lawsuit
Allegedly?
against the guy who propagated it and who's paying to have all these, editors kind of do this. I'm sure I'll win in the appeal, and then he'll have to take it all down. We went to mediation, and he agreed to even do it, which is why I know I already knew he controlled it, but he admitted it.
Of course, as I've briefly experienced, and probably will experience more after posting this video, Ethan Klein's fans are very devoted to tearing down his enemies, as that is Ethan's entire platform that he has built. He creates this idea that he is being victimized or targeted by specific enemies and weaponizes his audience against them. Whether his audience is conscious of this or not, they feel a need to go after Ethan's enemies.
I guess. I mean, he's in a little bit of a petty sphere, sure. I mean, maybe some of them will do that, but I feel like his shit is not as bad as most other people's, fans.
Even imagine how that has mentally affected Ethan's fan base over a long period of time. Ethan often spoke about the Triller lawsuit as if they were going to easily win.
I've been sued once for copyright infringement before. Won it. It's one of the strongest precedents for fair use. The only one really for fair use on YouTube was a big deal. And so I'm very passionate about fair use and copyright infringement and that kind of stuff.
Trying to see if I can find Ethan's story where he says apparently he's going to react to her stuff.
stuff like that, as someone that, you know, is regularly commenting on stuff. So when Ryan Kavanaugh stepped to me and he sued us for copyright infringement, I said, oh, hell fucking no.
Many fans and viewers expected the lawsuit to go.
And then he lost, so he had to, let's see, he said, this video is so offensive, awful, and infuriating. Why the fuck won't these people just leave me the fuck alone instead of constantly lying and regurgitating snark talking points? They force me to respond, they outright slander, then cry I'm harassing them. She's already playing victim, and I have not even mentioned her once in my life. This is like the 10th time this happened. It'd be great if these dipshits could try watching my response to the last hit piece before they step on a rake. By the way, do you even know who Bad Empanada is? And you're apologizing to him, the guy who got suspended for a week for hunting down and murdering my wife in a video game. And I'm the bad guy, the guy who sells CPS merch, celebrating my children from being interrogated. Are you out of your mind? I'll respond to it tomorrow. Okay, so it seems like that's in response of her follow-up video. Okay, I see what we're saying.
As a parent.
So it's in response to this. That's also apparently a fundraiser.
Israel.
That's definitely not going to be like a virtue signal. Oh, it is. Sorry, it is a virtue signal. My bad, guys. Sorry.
As others have gone in the past, especially when it came to copyright claims. Yet this time,
You guys think she's going to remove that apology video? I wonder.
Things turned out differently.
I have a lot of money to settle it, and he said no. So, he said no. He said no to me on my birthday.
The lawsuit dragged on for years until both parties reached a settlement in August of 2024, though the specific terms were not
There's another story?
Not disclosed to the public.
He didn't win. We settled. There's a big difference. You should know that. The lawsuit is finally over.
Wow. Well, that probably means that he won because Ethan doesn't settle. Unless he feels like he won. Okay, let's see what we got here.
I'm agreed to start scrubbing out the Ryan Kavanaugh segment.
This video is offensive and awful and infuriating. Why the fuck won't these people just leave me the fuck alone instead of constantly lying? Okay, wait, I already read that. What the fuck? What are you talking about? There's another one. I'm not reading any more of them. Okay, maybe there's another one.
So say farewell to Ryan Kavanaugh from the H3 show.
Though Ethan claimed on the H3 podcast that they settled for a total of around $3,000, and that after 3 years, that somehow was a massive win for him.
We have settled. Hold on. Whoa, I'm not. So you want to know what we settled for? This is going to make you guys laugh. However many views it had on that video, times 50, which is the PP view price. Okay. And it ended up being like $3,000.
That being said, some of the other suits were tossed out by a judge, meaning, well, could have been worse. The only thing that can be assumed.
Well, it sounds like he got whatever money, but it was more about telling Ethan having to like backtrack on some of the things that he said about Ryan.
Is at the end of the day, all parties lost, since it's written into the agreement that both parties have to pay their own attorney fees. 3 years, multiple lawsuits, constant attorney.
You skip past the one you were. All right. Where she's reading where he's just simply said he's reacting to it. Okay, fair enough. I love you.
Attorney charges racking up. I can't imagine what those fees would be. Ethan lost a lot more than $3,000 on that federal copyright lawsuit. So undefeated, LOL.
Oh, I guess he has the money.
Great move. Keep it up.
He's got that 5%.
Since the H3 podcast discussed various trending topics, Ethan and his team regularly dipped their toes into politics. Ethan even invited political figures like Andrew Yang onto the podcast too.
I liked Andrew Yang. You know, it's too bad that he wanted to like make his own party like an asshole instead of just keep pushing for the Democratic Party. But he's got me sold onto UBI. I'm pretty more sold onto like a negative income tax, but
experiment with having more serious guests.
I love you, Iconsmas.
Today, our guest is Andrew Yang, who is running as the Democratic presidential candidate. Did I say that right?
Yeah, that's spot on.
Yeah.
After Frenemies ended, Ethan incorporated more talking points revolving around politics, including in engaging in a debate with conservative political commentator Steven Crowder.
Well, that makes sense because that's when things got pretty heated. 2016. I think that was around Andrew Yang. That's what made me really resonate with him.
Too easy for you. So I prepared. Steven, do you know that the Spartans practice man love with children?
Oh, geez. Okay, so this is what's going to happen. Oh, no, Sam Cedar. What a fucking nightmare.
Around this time, Ethan also formed The Leftovers with Hasanabi, one of the most watched political streamers.
The Leftovers? I thought that was the podcast. What is happening? Oh, ugh.
In the world. Although Hassan began streaming in 2018, Hassan saw a surge in popularity during 2020.
Bro, what the f? How do you steal someone's, like, what?
By 2021, Hassan was one of the most watched streamers on Twitch, averaging tens of thousands of viewers daily. Hassan and Ethan's audiences seemed receptive to one another, enjoying their chemistry while diving into serious topics.
Welcome, everybody!
What is happening here?
To the Leftovers! The wait is over!
That's right.
Coming to the H3 family and our $3 million set. We spared no expense. Hassan Piker.
Thank you for having me.
While working with Hassan, Ethan continued debating various controversial figures, but because
that wasn't a political person. That was XQC, so.
As he just entered the debate space, Ethan seemed to choose easy opponents, like Just Pearly Things.
Okay, I guess so.
A political.
And who? I'm sorry. Who does Hassan debate? Oh, nobody. That's right. Well, I guess the last person he was supposed to debate ran from him in a fight, but
commentator and self-described anti-feminist.
I think women are happier when we have, a family and kids over a career in the long run.
Where's your family and kids?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm a little nervous.
It's okay. Yeah.
And Ollie London, a British man who underwent several cosmetic surgeries to resemble a South Korean boy band member.
No, look, I just don't think kids should be anywhere that is putting ideas into their heads. I still don't think kids should be exposed to gender ideology.
So, but what about this lunchbox you're selling to kids?
That has nothing to do with any kind of ideology. It's a K-pop picture.
Hassan regularly watched Ethan's debates on livestream, actively supporting his friend at the time, while occasionally texting him talking points.
Ethan got to bust out the number of people who are left-handed.
The amount of left-handed people back in the day was really low.
I sent it back.
Ethan's confidence sky.
Oh, dude, he sent them that. He's probably talking about why there's more gay people or people identifying as gay. So
Rocketed, but his ignorance sometimes occasionally shined through while debating more complex topics.
In a social democracy that's run ideally, the homeless and whoever else needs a home for whatever reason would be provided one. So I don't understand what socialism does better in that case.
Ethan and Hassan worked.
So that was a conversation where Ethan absolutely like rolled Hassan in a debate, and Hassan like just so that we should put like conservatives in turn like education camps. So that was fun.
Closely together, despite having some different stances on major issues. A huge point of conflict.
Like what? What's like a major issue specifically?
For example, was the conflict between Israel and Palestine.
They had like no disagreement on Israel-Palestine. Like whatsoever. Ethan was regularly talking about how there was a genocide going on in Gaza before everything. It's just that when Israelis were killed, they had a conversation about it, and their fans didn't like that, or Hassan's fans didn't like that Ethan said something along the lines of some people interpret from the river to the sea as an anti-Semitic talking point. And then Hassan wouldn't stop people from his fans from like berating him in his Discord and in his other things that he can control in his chat, and instead of being like, hey guys, I gotta time you out for like assault, like attacking my friend, he just let it happen, and so it ended because of the toxicity that went on. What are you talking about?
Ethan is an Israeli American. Often in Ethan's early content, he seemed very conflicted about the conflict. Ethan spoke about family and friends residing in Israel.
When you come out and say free Palestine after they just lost everybody, they have children taken away from them, that's not what you should be saying right now.
And I'm free Palestine too, right? It's just the timing.
Hassan is a Turkish American and a strong voice of support for those often not given a voice in the Middle East.
Hamas is a
Oh, is he? Okay. The guy who can't even not like consume products publicly on the BDS list. Oh yeah, I'm sure of that. Sorry, the guy who didn't actively say to vote for Kamala because he thought that they would be the exact same. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. You're right. He's such a good voice.
Muslim Brotherhood fundamentalist cutout. It also happens to be the only popular form of governance amongst Palestinians. Do you want to know why that is the case? They want to support Palestinian people, but they think the only support Palestinian people can get is if they are perfect victims.
While over the past few years, Hassan has been frequently very vocal about Palestine, recently, when a black person expressed frustration over Hassan's silence over what is taking place in Sudan, Hassan seemed to kind of completely go off in a stream. Hassan's response seemed unreasonable.
Whoa, we're getting a little bit of a critical something out here.
Reasonably angry, himself directing his anger at black people in general, it seems. And overall, his response raised a lot of concerns, red flags, and disappointment that it's worth mentioning here.
Can you shut the fuck up when it comes to black folks? You really don't want to talk about us unless it comes from voting. When is the last time you spoke about Sudan? I'm gonna fucking ether you. Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat? Suck my cock, okay? You stupid fucking radlib. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of my chat. Fucking stupid, moronic, fucking radlib nonsense. Suck my fucking dick. Fuck you.
Whoa!
You have a pass in here to fucking speak like this? Get the fuck out of here. You immediately got root.com article regurgitators in here instantly being like, sweetie, you don't understand black people. Shut the fuck up.
So, what is happening in Sudan? Sudan is in the midst of a civil war, which has resulted in a humanitarian crisis. There has been a displacement of over 13 million people, ethnic cleansing, famine, and violence. The healthcare system has collapsed. So yeah, I think it's absolutely something worth talking about and spreading awareness of, because this is a devastating issue for millions of people in the world. Information gathered via International Rescue Committee. These controversies that Hassan has encountered may show...
Well, yeah, he just doesn't have an interest in talking about it because he doesn't think it's going to get the views. That's it. So...
that in the end, birds of a feather flock together. Or something that I've been reflecting on lately, too much exposure to social media. When you have a large platform and when you interact with too many voices online, a following of quote unquote yes men or yes people may degrade your mental health over time. While the two of them shared a podcast, there was no way of knowing that the situation would escalate across the world into what it is today. Well, at least for those who weren't extensively educated on the conflict, settlements, and the ways in which Israel was systematically encroaching on Palestinian land. Again, I highly recommend the Throughline podcast that I spoke of earlier in this video. On October 7th, 2023, Hamas and allied Palestinian militant groups launched an attack against Israel. Thousands of rockets were fired from Gaza into Israeli towns and military sites.
These 5,000 projectiles fired by Hamas marked the launch of a terrorist attack. Alarm sirens sounded in Israel. The Iron Dome, Israel's defense system was put in place. The Nova Music Festival was the scene of the largest massacre, with over 360 festival goers killed and 44 taken hostage.
This is undoubtedly where this video could probably become extensively divided and controversial. As
Well, what's controversial? Like, they were attacked. Israel had the right to defend themselves after that, but they don't have the right to engage in a constant genocide. What there needs to be is a two-state solution where Israel pays reparations to Palestine. And there's like an elected, like a democratic leadership that's set up in Palestine. That's what it needs.
many people have widely different algorithms online, or even know different people who are directly affected by this conflict, which makes everything very personal and causes them to view everything from a personal but deeply divided lens. It's a huge reason why I always felt very hesitant to speak in depth about the situation. For personal reference, my brother passed away on October 3rd of 2023. So when all of this took place, I was in mourning over a very personal situation and wasn't fully there mentally. Anyway,
Well, that sucks. I mean, God bless.
My understanding is that Jewish individuals have dealt with anti-Semitism their whole life. They're aware of the Holocaust and many other instances where groups of people have tried to completely wipe them off the map entirely. They've wanted to
Yes, that is a consistent problem with Jewish people, and that like rhetoric's ramping up in the United States again.
and themselves come together with some sort of way to protect themselves so that doesn't happen again. Now, when something happens that feels like a situation that threatens their people, well, it's traumatizing for that very reason.
From the river to the sea literally is all of Israel must be ours.
People who don't know what it means
Well, that is what it means. Like, yeah, it is an anti-Semitic dog whistle. The thing is that like I can understand. I mean, it's terrible if you say it, but I can understand why Palestinians would say that because they've been oppressed. It's a very complicated topic. Right, like that, like the Palestine, or excuse me, well, I guess it was Palestine. Israel was given to Jewish people after World War II because they were genocided, and that land was given to them by the UN, and it displaced Palestinians. And like we have two groups of victims, basically. Like, yeah, it's complicated. They should get some kind of reparation for that. Sure.
all of the Jewish people will probably die.
I think in many ways I can empathize with
But like they also do need a state, let's be real, because there is still a lot of anti-Semitism around the entire world, not just in the Middle East, but also in the Middle East. So
that history of pain.
I mean, literally other Middle Eastern countries kicked their Jews out of their country. So, you know, there's that.
And hurt. Though I don't think that it justifies inflicting a similar pain and hurt onto another group of people. Many Jewish individuals have long advocated for a two-state solution.
If your analysis and your solutions doesn't include realistically engaging with that population, then you're not actually looking for solutions. Because
But Hassan doesn't want a two-state solution, so it's kind of a problem, though.
The alternative is that kill everybody there.
I don't want to discount the fact that Hamas is a terrorist organization in this video either. Ethan initially addressed the situation with Hila during an episode of the H3 podcast. The Kleins shared their concerns for their loved ones back in Israel before expressing frustration with people spamming free
Given by England? What did I say? Did I say the UK? I think I meant the UN. What the fuck did I say? There's too many words, dude. It's America too gave it to them. Fake America gave them the land.
Palestine on social media.
Now, I'm free Palestine. You can say free Palestine. But the timing to me made me uncomfortable. It seemed like they were cheering on Hamas.
But why were
I mean, that does make sense.
people saying free Palestine? While there are many sites online that will
Well, like people like Frogan were celebrating the October 7th attacks, so.
tell you that the phrase free Palestine is a rallying cry for the elimination of Israel, to many using that hashtag on social media, they're intending to speak
That's not what he was saying. He was saying right after people were killed in Israel, right after October 7th, saying that seemed to be an indication of support for murdering 1,200 Israeli people, and he was uncomfortable with that. That's a perfectly fine perspective to have there. He's not saying free Palestine is bad. He's saying that the optics of it, saying it right then, right after it happened, seemed to be a support for it.
about the predominant number of Palestinian civilians, children, women, families who are dying due to the conflict taking place, and the ways in which a land has been taken through practices
It's like she's just refusing to acknowledge like the reality of the situation. It's fucking crazy.
such as settlements and illegal raids. They're intending to advocate and be a voice for people who they feel have been given little power and no voice for themselves.
Hey, well, Ethan thinks that free Palestine's bad. No, he doesn't. He's just saying that the optics of it right now, don't like they look like they're supporting Jewish people getting killed.
Ethan rubbed people the wrong way on a follow-up episode of the H3 podcast when he called out a Muslim woman named Frogan who had close ties to Hassan
Who was celebrating the event
and supported Palestine.
This girl Frogan.
Me and Lena are friends with her.
I didn't like the tweet she was making. I thought they were like leaning too much towards pro-Hamas, but like she got to turn it into this whole big thing. That turned
Oh yeah, Ethan literally just unfollowed her because he didn't like that she was being pro-Hamas, and she turned it into something.
into a drama that's now being posted all over the internet. That face when one of your favorite content creators unfollows you for being pro-Palestine.
Ethan victimized himself for a woman tweeting
Yeah, he definitely. You can't even explain the controversy.
when thousands were dying. And the podcast went,
What the fuck is she talking about? She's just lying. So that's what she's talking about.
ironically, further off the rails. During a follow-up episode on The Leftovers, the camaraderie between Ethan and Hassan took a bitter turn while discussing the subject. The Kleins defended Israel, failing to see how the ways in which Israel was set up could have continually threatened the peace of others in the area.
What are you talking about? That's not true at all.
Ethan and Hila mentioned how Israelis felt threatened their whole lives living in Israel, but refused to see how others in neighboring countries may have felt the exact same way from Israel as well.
So many
What the fuck?
people in Israel just feel like It's an existential threat. It's just this, everybody wants us dead. That's how we grow up. I grew up like that.
And it's not about right and wrong. I have to say that. I have to emphasize that. It's got nothing to do with that.
Ethan somehow framed support for Palestine as death to Israelis and could not
What the fuck are you talking about?
fathom a world in which people supported Palestine while simultaneously not wishing harm on Israel.
But that's not the world that we're talking about. What are you talking about? These people, like specifically like Frogan, they think that, and Hassan, they think that like Israel doesn't have the right to exist. What are you talking about? You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. What the fuck are you saying? She's just saying things. What the fuck? Holy fuck.
Palestine will be free. And
so like at worst, the worst interpretation of that would be like someone like Hamas or Hezbollah or like terrorist organizations who are like, yeah, we want to actually kill everybody there. At the best interpretation of it, it basically means, as I've said, this one state dissolution of the state of Israel. The vast majority of people in Israel see that as a side.
After this live stream, the
Yeah, I mean, that's not wrong.
Leftovers podcast and the relationship between Ethan and Hassan quickly deteriorated. Though honestly, to
Yeah, why? Why did it deteriorate? Hassan literally said that he thinks that Ethan was being well-meaning, but he couldn't control his chat, even though he could have. He could have controlled his chat, he could have controlled his Discord, he could have controlled his Reddit. He didn't want to because he didn't care. Even though he begs other people to do the same thing for him and be charitable and like control their chats, he wouldn't do that for Ethan. Somebody called a friend. So Ethan and Hassan decided to take a break and they stopped doing the podcast. So you don't even know what's going on here. You're just like saying, you don't even know the actual history of the situation. Holy fuck.
many, it seemed confusing why the Leftovers podcast started in the first place. Ethan wasn't very versed in politics, and often when diving into the specifics of the political discourse.
Yeah, and Ethan at this point had like already owned Hassan like 2 or 3 different fucking debates that they would have.
In diaspora, his knowledge fell completely flat. That's fine maybe if you're just a podcaster who hasn't made a platform off of discussing these things, but when you create an entire podcast off of it and base your platform off of being left-leaning, your viewers begin to expect you to know what you're talking about and to align with what you're
What did he not know what he was talking about on? That's the question.
putting out there completely. Knowing what we know about Ethan's past, this podcast doesn't align with everything Ethan once stood for, and he didn't have expertise in it. While Ethan and many on the left often critique those on the right for being political grifters, creating content that they don't fully believe in to simply profit off of what the left essentially believed to be a global audience, well, it seems from all the evidence presented that Ethan was doing the exact same thing. He's made many conflicting and hypocritical comments, whether on his political views on women,
like what?
The world, which may mean Ethan stands for nothing, except for what can stand for Ethan. Rules for thee, but not for me. The problem is,
Any examples there, sister, or what's up? You're just gonna say shit.
he continued speaking on politics, even though more and more his audience hated what he was saying.
Just don't talk about politics. Just go back to talking about like gooning or Justin Baldoni. You're clear.
Like, what's an example that they're angry about? This is Hassan saying it. That's not his audience saying it. This is not Ethan's audience saying it.
Clearly not intellectually equipped enough. Your fucking fan base hates it. You're clearly all the people in your.
I love this because Hassan is have like his like lowest point right now, getting completely fucking decimated. Hassan is literally getting fucking owned. He's like, but no, everybody isolates me. Nobody wants to be my friend anymore. What's going on? Like, it's fucking ridiculous because he's an asshole. He's an asshole that like constantly like shits on everybody, like just to be an opportunist. He's a fucking dick, dude. Like they know not to be like friendly with him because he's a fucking dickhead.
Vicinity hate it, and you're still like, nah, I'm the number one guy. I'm the number one politics guy.
Ethan is also the one who doesn't know the difference between a socialist Democrat and a democratic socialist. It's
oh my god, you don't know cringe terms? Holy fuck, you're a bad person. Oh shit.
crazy. It's like words have different meanings if they're in a certain succession. Ethan should never be looked at for political commentary. I liked when he made fun of the right, and that's it. Yup, Ethan trying to get political is a big part of his downfall.
Okay, if you say so.
Wow, Ethan, great move. Keep it up. Proud of you.
The term Zionist has been thrown around frequently in conjunction with the Israel-Palestine conflict. I think most people who use the phrase Free Palestine are advocating for the right of Palestine and are not against a group of people, but also words are powerful.
They stand by it, like just waiting for any reason to call me, and by the way, call me a Zionist, make it about how I support genocide, about all this horrible fucking shit to call me racist.
Since the word Zionist is likely and has come up alongside Ethan Klein, I thought I would define it here so you at least know the term. Zionism is an ethno-cultural nationalist movement that emerged in the late 19th century Europe, seeking to establish and support a Jewish homeland through the colonization of Palestine.
Well, why do you think that? Probably because they got, the whole genocide thing. Fuck, I hit the wrong button to dodge.
You see what your definition of Zionism is? Zionism is the belief that Jewish people should have their own homeland. That's all it means.
Zionists wanted to create a Jewish state in Palestine with as much land and as many Jews and as few Palestinian Arabs as possible.
There's like a whole ass country there. And so if your analysis and your solutions doesn't include realistically engaging with that population, then you're not actually looking for solutions, because the alternative is that everybody there.
So you could see how the term Zionist directly relates to the conflict. Yet often the term's related to a lot of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, which is
because people define it differently depending on how they want to use it. Like there are people who think that like, you know, a Zionist is like again, it's like it's a more radical movement that wants like a Jewish state because there's so much anti-Semitism in the world, and it all like started with Jesus Christ, this is annoying. It all started with you know, World War II. That's where it really got popular, because of World War II. That's why they wanted to have a specific Jewish state. So, you know, it's not really what's happening, but this is obviously a very complicated situation. And they kind of need a Jewish state because there's not exactly a whole lot of acceptance for Jewish people in the Middle East.
What can make the term harmful? That being said, in 1975, the UN General Assembly passed Resolution 3379, which determined that Zionism is a form of racism and racial discrimination. In 1991, the resolution was replaced with UN General Assembly Resolution 46-86, after Israel declared that it would only participate in the Madrid Conference of 1991 if the resolution was revoked. Many of Ethan's avid followers and fans began to disengage from him after October 7th and the fallout with Hassan, not because of his ties to Israel, but his decreasing capacity to view the other side. The wall
What are you talking about? He's called it a genocide regularly. These people just don't even care. They don't even care to know his actual take on it. He just doesn't think that he just thinks that Israel has a right to exist. And in a two-state solution. These people just make shit up. Oh, Ethan actually thinks that it's okay what's going on over there. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, literally, he's the one that educated Trisha on, like, what the bad things that Israel was doing to Palestinians in Gaza. This is crazy.
Walls were closing in on him, his paranoia, and all of a sudden, if you weren't with him, you were against him.
Listen, if you disagree with me, you're just not looking, or at least not in this place as I am. This is what I see happening. People, they want to...
Is it the worst time for an anti-Ethan Klein, like an Ethan Klein hit piece to come up, honestly? It really is like the worst time, because like you know, obviously Hassan isn't exactly liked too much right now, and this is just not going to be accepted as uncritically as it used to be, honestly.
Fight the monster that is the Israeli government so bad, and so many people are fight the monster, or at least not in this place as I am. This is what I see happening. People, they want to fight the monster that is the Israeli government. So
I love this. I love that Ethan calls the Israeli government a monster here.
So bad. And so many people are, in fighting the monster, becoming the monster. You cannot trade one genocide for another.
You literally just showed us a clip of him calling the Israeli government a monster. Did you realize that you did that, or...?
Seems like Ethan's stances changed since October 7th. At first, much of
What are you talking about? What?
Ethan's stances seemed to toe the line.
Challenge any of you to find one fucking clip of me defending the IDF and not supporting the Palestinian people.
In this thing that you're showing us, he literally says that the Israeli government is not our monsters.
I mean, yeah, the amount of hate crimes is crazy. Now, there's a lot of Islamophobia too, right? And that's...
Well, yeah, hate crimes went up drastically after October 7th, yeah, in America.
Disgusting equally.
Yes, and I hate to see Islamophobia rise as well.
He condemned the Israeli government for denying food and water to Gaza and accused Israel of genocide against Palestinians.
I saw videos of Palestinian dads holding his dead, like, 5-year-old daughter. As a father, it's even hard to talk about. This dude was holding his infant. It was like a year old. And he was like patting her on the back and saying like his final goodbye. I mean, he's holding her like she's alive, like he's just burping her or something.
I'm not understanding. Is this supposed to make him look bad?
He condemned Israel expansionism and Israel settlers, stating that West Bank settlements are an abomination.
He even said that he thinks they're valid military targets. Nothing's changed though. He's always felt this way.
Donated to the Palestinian Relief Fund.
You donated to the Palestinian Relief Fund as well.
You know, I got a lot of shit from Israelis for donating because they're like, oh, it's just going to go to Hamas. You know, I looked into the charity you picked and it is really highly rated.
But Ethan, even then, often seemed confused why the way in which he mentioned Palestinian suffering didn't seem like enough for his audience. Essentially, of course, I can't speak for all people, but it seemed like Ethan would often mention what was happening in Palestine or disagree with some of Israel's politics, almost like a shield if people were criticizing Ela for her past in the IDF.
Who cares about this? How can you even care about this when there's people in Palestine or in Gaza or in West Bank, whatever, Palestinians being killed? Listen, those are terrible. As I've stated a gajillion times, I've literally never said a single to the opposite. Again, you can care about two things at once, especially, by the way, when they are for the express purpose of trying to destroy Ela life and reputation for this mere fact that she's Israeli.
Ethan disagrees with some of Israel's actions, like denying food and water to Gaza, but others who are doing the same are anti-Semitic.
What?
Not anti-Semitism. It is not.
Oh, he's saying Sam Cedar. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, that conversation was pretty bad on Sam's part. I mean, I reacted to it already. You can go take a look at it if you're interested. Yeah, okay. That's because I don't think that Sam Cedar I don't think that he thought that Israel had the right to defend itself in the first place. And he didn't give a fuck that Hassan said that if you've ever had a positive sentiment for Israel, that you're basically a Nazi. which is pretty anti-Semitic because it's okay to think that Israel has a right to exist. That's what Hassan is saying. If you think that that's true, you're basically a Nazi.
So, like, taking one example in isolation, which is what we've done here.
No, you were the one who gave it to me. Ethan's own employees noticed this as well, becoming frustrated with how the dialogue would always be phrased, people are dying, but...
Civilians are dying in Gaza.
Yeah, and it's always but. Civilians are dying, but, and then there's a reason for justifying it. And I can't understand that.
You're saying that the civilians need to stop dying. I mean, essentially the war needs to stop.
And yeah, I mean,
that's the only way they stop dying, right?
I don't know what the solution is. I just wish there was another way to get these to target these terrorists better, where you're not getting all these kids caught in the crossfire.
I think
I don't understand. That's not them being frustrated. Did you say that was them being frustrated with what?
You're always be phrased, people are dying, but Ethan's own employees noticed this as well, becoming frustrated with how the dialogue would always be phrased, people are dying, but
civilians
are you trying to say that this is a disagreement with Ethan? That just seems like they're having a conversation. What?
They're dying in Gaza.
Yeah, and it's always but. Civilians are dying, but, and then there's a reason for justifying it. And I can't understand that.
You're saying that the civilians need to stop dying. I mean, essentially the war needs to stop.
I don't know. Am I just like misinterpreting this? Doesn't seem like this like huge drastic disagreement that he's having with Lena. But okay.
And yeah, I mean,
that's the only way they stop dying, right?
I don't know what the solution is. I just wish there was another way to get these to target these terrorists better, where you're not getting all these kids caught in the crossfire.
I think ultimately it became confusing and disorienting for Ethan's audience to keep track of what exactly Ethan believed, and it became disorienting and
not really. It's just that like the snarkers really got to people's brains. That's why there's videos like this being made.
confusing for Ethan himself, so he kind of gave up.
Look in the mirror, loser. You're the problem. You are the problem. Why are people...
He kind of gave up?
People mad at me. I want someone please to explain it.
Ethan didn't give up. That's why people were shitting on him, because he wouldn't stop talking about it.
Explain why you're mad at me. It's really annoying that like people just, they stand by it, like just waiting for any reason to call me, and by the way, call me a Zionist, make it about how I support genocide, about all this horrible fucking shit to call me racist.
In 2025, Ethan's tone completely shifted, and others have noticed. Like in
What shifted?
This quote in an article in Medium, which says, typically, when Ethan speaks positively of Palestinians in 2025, it's as if he's doing so begrudgingly. When someone
I'm pretty sure this is just quoting Hassan. What?
As typically, when Ethan speaks positively of Palestinians in 2025,
sorry, I just need to...
Others have noticed.
About all this horrible fucking shit to call me racist.
In 2025, Ethan's tone completely shifted, and others have noticed. Like in this quote in an article in Medium.
Medium. What article is she referencing?
When someone mentions Palestinian suffering, Ethan frequently offers a response like, yeah, it's tragic what's happening to them, man. Anyway, Ela on the other...
I don't understand. Like, you're saying people are noticing. Who made this article? Or what is this article called? Why won't you show us that? I don't even know what article she's referencing. She's trying to make it seem like everybody's expressing this.
In 2025, Ethan's tone completely shifted, and others have noticed. Like in this quote in an article in Medium, which says, typically...
Who's others have noticed? Who's others? Who's even this article? What is this article called? Is this the Hassan article? Like,
when Ethan speaks positively of Palestinians in 2025, it's as if he's doing so begrudgingly.
Why did you censor the word violence? And it says Israeli violence.
When someone mentions Palestinian suffering, Ethan frequently offers a response like, yeah, it's tragic what's happening to them, man. Anyway, Ela, on the other hand, has made comments deemed even more insensitive, like calling toddlers terrorists.
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
And the Palestinians are taught to kill us at 2 years old.
That's pretty spicy.
Yeah.
Do we have that one?
There's probably a level of truth to that, just like there's probably a level of truth in the opposite direction as well. Like Israel probably teaches, like the schools probably teach that like Palestinians are bad, and Palestinian schools probably teach that Israel's bad. That there's probably a level of truth to that. You know, I mean, I think that it needs to be acknowledged that this is like how like school can be part of like propaganda. So.
And what do you mean? I mean, so you agree? So you think 2-year-olds? I can't fathom.
Not 2-year-olds. I mean, that's exaggerated, but I think that school systems are going to teach you certain things about certain people and cultures. So
how they still have a podcast, and I can't fathom how after all this time of people trying to awaken her to the truth, she still comfortably says things like this.
Many have criticized the guests Ethan has brought on to speak about Israel-Palestine conflict, as they felt a bias on that front as well. And at times people have also felt when the H3 employees try to speak about the issue, they are misunderstood or silenced.
They're not silenced at all. They have the opportunity to speak. You even showed us a clip that was apparently Lena having a disagreement with Ethan.
Particularly AB, who is Muslim.
I've never heard of another movement who can't have a slogan. So my whole life, I'm Lebanese, I'm Muslim. I've always heard River to the Sea. I've never understood it as a phrase that meant eliminate Israel. Now we're not...
By the way, this is a good conversation.
Yeah. So we're not able to have a slogan. Now we're not able to identify the enemy because now I'm being told that Zionist is being associated with Jewish. We can't have a slogan. We can't identify the enemy. And now we can't give aid. That's another thing too. You can't give aid because there's this fear that Hamas is going to take the aid. And either way, both sides don't agree on anything. Everyone has their own talking points, but we can all agree, at least for the most part, on the numbers. And that's what worries me, is because this is happening. I don't know what the proportional response is. I condemn Hamas, but whatever it is, it's not this.
Ethan has continually...
Okay, so I don't really know the context of their conversation. I don't even know if they disagree with each other, but Ethan's letting him talk. You're like, they're getting silence. He's saying everything he wants to say. What are you talking about? I'm so confused. Okay, that article was an open letter to Ethan Klein of H3 in Palestine. And in the path forward, it seems like the guy who wrote it was a Hassan fan, so that's cool.
Disagreed with creators for Palestine as well, and those involved have disagreed with Ethan, creating a creator-on-creator battle over something that's supposed to be a helpful cause, or at least...
Well, no, I'm pretty sure that Ethan's issue with that was specifically that, like, Hassan goes on and on about how you need to give money to Israel, but he won't advocate for Kamala Harris to be the winner of the last election, of 2024 election. Like, he couldn't even endorse her, said she'd be the exact same, which is fucking ridiculous.
Trying to do something.
Ethan Klein went on his podcast yesterday and said this about Creators for Palestine.
Creators for Palestine raised $1.6 million. That's fantastic. Literally negligible. They've received billions of dollars. Like, raise money. That's good. That's the easiest thing you can do is just give money, right? Good. Let's talk about real activism. Let's talk about enacting meaningful change.
It's not real activism.
Yeah. Like, I understand his point. Like, we're talking about getting Kamala in charge. That's what we're talking about here.
It didn't make a single difference in Gaza. He's lost his mind. It's crazy how much I used to look up to H3. They were the fathers of fair use, and now he's just sitting here crashing out for days on end.
So Ethan's constant self-pity, claiming he's being attacked online, while having little pity for those who are being literally wiped off the earth.
Okay, so, like, I understand that you're probably... I mean, at this point, I'm kind of convinced that you're intentionally missing the context here. There's really nothing else to really think is the way that you're talking about this, but that's the context there. Fuck, I thought I was dodging.
Well, started to look ridiculous. The stark contrast of the two things happening at the same time was hard for a lot of H3 fans.
Like, you can disagree with Ethan, I think that's fine, but, like, you're not even bringing up the full context of what he's talking about. So
to see and justify. And this was when a lot of fans started to disengage from Ethan Klein. Unfortunately, unable to see the reasons for why, this only fueled Ethan's victim complex and fears of anti-Semitism, not realizing that it was the lack of empathy and compassion while expecting others to hold an endless well of empathy and compassion for himself that became draining for many. Alongside Ethan's inability...
I wonder if she's going to bring up that CPS got called on him and his fucking family.
To listen to his audience, or really just form a strong opinion and stance that he was able to stand by, he began making further insensitive comments and reactions, like when he made fun of the man who was burning alive.
Again, not to put this uncouth, but he's a champ at fucking burning alive. I mean, that sounds bad, but he did it really good. Does that?
Okay.
That sound bad? And what I said was he's really good at burning alive, and I mean that as the most sincere compliment possible. If you're coming...
Probably shouldn't say that's insensitive, but that guy was like, he obviously mentally unstable for him to do that.
At me with those kinds of takes, you are ensuring peace will never happen.
The mask began slipping, it seems. The old Ethan, whose audience forgot existed in the first place, was making a return.
Fuck.
Wow, Ethan. Great moves. Keep it up. Proud of you.
On January 30th, 2023, a clip exposing popular Twitch streamer H3H3 quickly spread across the internet. In the clip, H3H3 inadvertently...
Okay. Now we're talking about this, huh? Do you think that she's going to bring up the, CPS shit?
Showed a browser window, which was open to a website that hosts non-consensual AI-generated images.
He was jerking it off to his best friend's girlfriend. It was fucked up.
The window showed that H3H3 was viewing images on the account of someone who specialized in making deepfakes of popular female streamers. Viewers of the stream noticed the leak and screenshotted the site, then shared the site, images from it, and
then Ethan made a joke.
Names of the women who were deepfaked. Deepfaking websites make it easy for anyone to create highly realistic but fake content. This has a range of implications, from spreading faked. Deepfaking websites make it easy for anyone to create highly realistic but fake content. This has a range of implications, from spreading misinformation to damaging someone's reputation with fabricated content. A few hours after the clip went
Thankfully, everybody knows who Cutie Cinderella is, so nobody actually thought it was her.
viral, H3H3 appeared on stream with his partner Ariana to address the situation.
Everyone here probably knows.
Bro, she should have fucked him up, bro, honestly. She would have been so valid for it, too.
What's going on? I want to say, first of all, that it's true. It's 100% true. I looked at a deep fake video of streamers.
Cutie Cinderella was one of the women who was deepfaked, and she responded to the situation on Twitter or X, writing, "I want to scream. Stop. Everybody effing stop. Stop. Stop spreading it. Stop advertising it. Stop. Being seen naked against her will should not be a part of this job."
Yeah, I agree with that, but also it wasn't actually her getting naked, so I do think that there's something there to keep in mind, you know?
After H3H3's apology, Cutie Cinderella went live on her Twitch channel. She addressed the situation, opening up about the negative emotional impact the site was taking on her mental health, before vowing to sue the founder of the deepfake website. Ethan reacted to Cutie's statement about the website during an episode of the H3 podcast. During the stream, Ethan told Zach, one of his crew members, to play a slowed-down version of Nat King Cole's Christmas song. When this song played...
I think she stayed with him. I mean, I don't see why she would, like, leave him over that, necessarily. But, I mean, if she, you know, punished him, I wouldn't blame her.
It caused Ethan to burst into laughter during Cutie's emotional stream.
Why? Why?
What is going on with you?
Sorry, don't mind me.
If you were able
That's so fucked up.
who are not selling themselves or benefiting off of being seen sexually.
Didn't Ethan have Zach do that, too? Oh, shit, I thought it dodged better.
You're a monster, dude.
You guys are crazy.
Why did you do that? I'm just speechless, dude.
Ethan was met with immediate criticism from his own crew, including Sam, who was visibly upset. After
Is that his crew? What?
a moment passed, he apologized for laughing and claimed that he supported QT amid the ongoing situation. Still, the clip went viral on social media, prompting Ethan to issue a full apology to QT Cinderella.
It's weird. Like, I don't know why. Like, obviously, there's something a little bit off about me, right? Because I always find myself in these situations where I am doing and saying impulsive things that I regret.
Ethan wrapped up his apology by offering to get QT in contact with his own legal counsel.
If she needs resources, I would love to donate. Even if she's open to that, to fund this kind of thing. I strongly believe that this whole deepfake thing is like super insane.
Recently, QT has come under fire for controversial statements made in a stream where she essentially, paraphrasing here, said that it's okay to be friends with people who have very blatantly bad views and bad takes. Her
All right. Well, by the time this video is out, you can watch my video on the full thing. I think, really, realistically speaking, I think when it came to that QT Cinderella thing, though, it was just somebody who pretends to be an ally, which I think is so stupid. Don't stop calling yourself a fucking ally unless, like, if you don't call yourself like a trans ally unless a trans person tells you that they feel like you're an ally. Okay, that's like you giving yourself a good boy point. It's stupid. But you know, she was sitting here and like I think it was insensitive the way that she talked about it. She was like getting pissed at people, but like realistically, she's just saying like you don't have to cut off your family members, you know, just because they have bad views or something. And I don't think it's like the fucking big deal that people are saying. I don't think that they know how to like articulate. I don't think that she knows how to articulate herself very well in her talking point, and that was the bigger issue more than anything else. But like, if you're going to be an ally, you have to, you should be probably more insensitive. I mean, excuse me, probably more sensitive to the talking points. You know, you should know how to talk and articulate yourself much better.
General phrase throughout the stream being, "You can't fight hate with hate," which is generally not always a bad take, but not everyone is in the position to do so or to be around hateful people.
Okay, well, she clarified that as well. So
You guys can believe what you want to believe, I understand, but you're not allowed to coach me. What's most important to get people to love other people is to love them. Fighting hate with hate will never get anything anywhere. It's like telling someone they suck because they're racist, and these are on so different terms. Like, you know, racist people telling someone they suck because of skin color is obviously worse, but like all we're doing is telling people they suck. Why are we like, come on, gotta figure this out.
QT making this statement was because she was under fire for streaming with someone who was transphobic. QT
was that what it was? Oh, okay.
claims that she's friends with this streamer because she's helping them.
I simply believe that I can coach people into love, and I know that's fucking insane of me to say.
To me, I fail to see this logic, or at least
Was that what it's about? Like the Lacey situation? Okay, whatever. I don't care.
I see the other side, that possibly this streamer could be helping QT's career, numerically, numbers-wise, engagement-wise. QT also offers
I feel like the fact that she was like sending like positive remarks to Asmongold, being like, "Oh, you should do your own streamer awards. That'd be great." I mean, he's actually transphobic, no? Like he's sitting here saying they should remove the T from LGBTQ, even though he knows trans people aren't an actual problem, and then it's like a conservative obsession. So, I mean, I feel like that would be more of what it is. And Aiden Ross is like a piece of shit who was friends with the sex trafficking rapist Andrew Tate. So
anecdotes of her stepbrother who's trans and does not talk to her father because her father refuses to use the correct pronouns. But yet, QT still talks to her father. They hang out together and have a relationship.
My stepbrother is trans, and my dad refuses to use the correct pronouns. He doesn't understand why it's so important, right? And it drives me crazy, and it drives my stepbrother crazy. Of course, you know what the difference is I'm able to have this conversation with my dad because I'm open-minded and we love each other. My stepbrother just says "fuck off" and won't talk to my dad. So there's no progress being made.
which is totally fine. That was another thing that she like made a mistake on. This is what I was talking about. Like, I don't think that she, you know, I think that she realized that that was like a stupid thing to say, because it's not really like, if you're a trans person, you don't have to have a fucking nuanced conversation with everybody about your identity. It can be like really difficult. It's your fucking identity, you know? But if you're some kind of an ally, you would be the one that would be able to have that conversation with somebody, because you don't have the same emotional attachment to the issue. So like, you're supposed to use that to your advantage and be like, okay, I'm not as emotionally attached, understandably so, because I'm not trans. So I'm going to talk about this with my father and try to educate him on why he's being stupid.
Support it, but I still love my dad and I'll go to coffee with him tomorrow, but I don't support that.
I had a sibling who passed away, so maybe that makes this a little bit too emotional for me. But if my sibling was trans and stopped speaking to a member of my family because that member was being transphobic, I in turn would stop speaking to that family member as well. It's hard for me to see another perspective on that.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I can see why you would. I think that's fine. I also don't think that you have to cut your family off. But okay, fair enough.
Personally speaking, not that I'm always the perfect family member. I'm terrible at responding to text messages and calls. QT's controversy doesn't have much to do with Ethan Klein because, of course, Ethan Klein wasn't involved.
What's happening here, though, is that this video is very afraid of being seen as bad. So it's like, oh, Ethan had a controversy with QT Cinderella. I know she's not perfect. Don't worry, guys. I'm not saying that she's okay. You know, that's pretty much what it is. It's just like afraid of everything. So it feels like it needs to be super based and nuanced, but it's not. It cuts context out intentionally.
But she said something very controversial, which Ethan Klein has also been known to do. This raises the question, does being online too much, having a group of yes men who are following you, or yes people?
Yeah, Ethan does not have yes men, dude. Okay, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's fucking ridiculous.
Start to erode your reality testing. Maybe large social media followings can at times overall.
You literally showed us like everybody has the ability to disagree. Fuck, I thought I'd get that off. Disagree with him on his fucking own show.
Be bad for someone's mental health. After the incident with Cutie Cinderella, the crew purchased a button which allows Ethan or the producer Dan to have the podcast live stream on a 30-second delay, so they can erase the last 30 seconds of footage from the live stream before it airs. The main goal of having this button is to prevent future YouTube content strikes or predominantly any further backlash. But the question is, if your
well, he also got banned for something else as well. That was like the comments about Ben Shapiro. So
content is getting to the point where you need to purchase a button to delete the controversial things you say. Should you maybe admit you have a problem? Pause.
Every fucking radio show has a button. I don't understand why Ethan gets so much shit for this button. They all have a button. They all have something that like allows them to do that. Like everything. What do you like? Why are we just pretending it's Ethan? And like they play into the bit. So I think it's kind of funny sometimes.
Just take a breather, a mental health break. No.
Just take a mental health. Guys, this is not what podcasting is. Okay, stop.
Kept going, and his content spiraled further and further off the rails.
Wow.
Oh, did it?
Great move. Keep it up.
The button is a Ross Air Cleaner 2 brand kill switch that keeps the podcast live stream on a 30-second delay, allowing for the crew to erase the last 30 seconds of footage in real time.
So here's the button. You've got a video and you've got an audio. We're hitting both. Yes, please.
The button cost $20,000 and was purchased in March of 2023. It can be used by Ethan and producer Dan, as mentioned. Every time the button is hit, various submitted fan art and animations are played for 30 seconds. The button has been used numerous times, and Ethan's claimed it's improved his ability to discern things that he should be careful saying. If you're curious what it looks like when the button is used, here's an example during a Teddy Fresh ad when Ethan mentions the collaborator's background to the chagrin of Hila.
We got to work with Chloe Cherry, which I was very excited about.
From Euphoria. Maybe
So-
she also does. That's her main thing.
I don't know if she does that anymore. She's been really great to work with, and she was very hands-on with the collection.
There's a button fail as well. When Ethan was caught yelling,
What does it matter? Like he said some information he wasn't supposed to. It sounds like it's a good thing to have that just in case he says something stupid on accident. I don't understand what the issue is.
at an employee, potentially verbally degrading them, which is one of the first.
Potentially verbally be an adult and just have a take. Potentially verbally degrading them. They were having an issue because they wanted to get off and see their kid, and like there was a bit of a scheduling issue, so they had like a little bit of an argument. Have you ever? These people, I just wonder if these people have ever worked a real job before and have ever got like yelled at their job for doing something that's wrong. Like I don't understand. It's really not that big of a deal. Like not at all. Who gives a fuck? You hit a button. It doesn't matter.
Times fans saw Ethan treating an employee that way and was shocking to see.
What are you
It's
doing?
so awkward and terrible.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
Just like this is what I'm talking about. When it's always like
We need to get home for our kids.
It's like, bro.
Oh no, I didn't want to finish it right now. I just I'm finishing Wednesday.
On Friday. You guys, like.
All right, I'm taking my hand off. Okay, well.
Oh no, what a bad guy.
Thanks, button.
All right.
Well, I'll just explain myself then. Like, it's like, you know, first of all, I appreciate the hard work.
I know you do.
And I loved it, and I really enjoy it. But it's like every time we do it, it's like the show is what it is, and
I know.
it makes it.
I was being selfish.
No, fuck it, dude. That button fucked me, dude. Can you imagine that button fucking me over like that? Like, dude, I mean, it could have been worse.
iDubbbz has a decent explanation
It's not that big of a deal. Oh, iDubbbz has a decent explanation. Oh, I can't wait.
as to why the button, while Ethan has claimed has helped his content, could actually lead to more problematic content over time. Because you're
Why? Because did you say the same thing with like radio shows?
actively going into a live stream with the mentality that if anything goes wrong, you'll be able to control alt delete. So you're not actively thinking about the quality of your content
Guys, you should always have anxiety about not being able to delete your content.
or what you're saying. Over time, your content becomes an emotional dumping ground.
I think if all of us had buttons, we'd hit the button all the time.
iDubbbz makes a great point. Done. iDubbbz makes a great point. Sorry. I shit my pants instantly when you said that. I just farted, shitting all over myself. I wasn't making a joke about him shitting himself, by the way. I'm shitting myself because I farted all over myself. iDubbbz? Like, what are you talking about? He made a great point about what? Hey, if you have a button, sometimes it can make you dependent on the button. Okay, cool. Hey guys, let's take away welfare because people get too dependent on it. Like, what are we saying here? What are we doing here? What is this take that we're having right now? What are you doing?
But if you don't have it, you operate differently. You think about what you're saying. You maybe plan for your show a little bit more.
You just think about your plan for your show a little more. By the way, my podcast, 5,000 views on a good day.
You maybe say, I'm not going to have my podcast be an emotional dumping ground for today.
Wow. What a great take. Thank you so much, iDubbbz.
Wow, Ethan.
Wow, iDubbbz. Keep it up. Great job.
When Ethan
Great
had his
job.
fallout with Trisha Paytas, for the most part initially, the internet was on his side. But when Ethan had his fallout with Hassan Piker, things were different.
Yeah, Hassan has more of a propaganda machine, so.
Hassan retained his fan base and even some of Ethan's fans because they shared much of their audience. So when the podcast split, some audience members likely left one viewership for another. Many people disagreed either with Ethan's stances or how he handled leaving the podcast. Ethan hadn't dealt with so much of his audience.
I thought it was pretty based, honestly. God bless him.
Space disagreeing with him before. Instead of taking in the feedback, as harsh as it may have been at the time, and as hard as that can be when a large amount of people—
There was no feedback to take in. You're just like lying. there's no feedback to take in here. That's pretty much all it is. There's nothing to really take in here. Because there wasn't any meaningful feedback. It was just Hassan's audience shitting on him. And Hassan was even like, yeah, he means well, guys, but he wouldn't actually like regulate the people calling Ethan like a baby killer. It's fucking ridiculous.
People are telling you that you're wrong. Well, his ego, mind, body decided to fully reject that feedback. He's not wrong. Instead, Hassan must be in the wrong. And he was going to do anything in his power to prove it. Like when Ethan played the Twitch or Terrorist, featuring Hassan next to an image of Bin Laden.
I don't know who made this, but yeah, I'm not a fan of the Hassan and Osama on the front page. They need
at least if they're going to compare them, I mean, I'll guess.
This site that Ethan was on was allegedly created by Destiny.
Allegedly. A lot of allegations here.
So by Ethan's logic of playing this game, Muslim Twitch streamers are comparable to terrorists. Also,
well, no, he's saying Hassan would be comparable to that. That's all he's saying. Because Hassan has said some pretty terroristic shit before. Like, there's so much just controversy now that's been going on. I mean, he doesn't even support a two-state solution. I think that's probably the biggest one. But okay. I mean, fuck it, dude. It doesn't even matter anymore. We don't need to be intelligent, so who cares?
The fact that Hassan, Frogan, and Denims are being conflated with the likes of anti-Semites, Sneeko, and Myron is extremely bad faith. Ethan's Islamophobia is becoming more and more blatant, and he doesn't even realize it. Now, of course, I know Hassan Piker is an incredibly controversial figure. This video isn't to claim otherwise, because this video isn't about Hassan Piker. Instead, I want to document how unhealthy Ethan's obsession with Hassan—
Well, it seems like it's like it's kind of a sweep for Hassan, but
Hassan was becoming, and
okay,
how it could have potentially been destroying his mental health. I personally have learned over time, through the course of my life, if someone is truly a bad person, they are going to get in their own way. You don't need to obsess over them or ruin their life for them.
That's good advice. That's probably why Hassan Piker is getting absolutely fucking poopied on right now. That's why he's getting fucked so hard right now. That makes perfect sense.
They're going to do it in their own time. And by you obsessing over them, watching them constantly, the only person whose life you're going to destroy is your own. All of a sudden, Ethan was posting about Hassan Piker every day, which Hassan Piker was informed while streaming.
I didn't know he was posting about me this much. Oh my God. Every day? Every single day? No.
And the content made regarding Hassan became more and more petty and random.
Oh, he changed his background.
I hate
Baby
it.
would love that. Lights.
It did get petty. Well, that's what Ethan is. He's always been petty.
Hey, Hassan, I hate your new background.
Frankly, doesn't it?
It looks ugly as fuck.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with you.
After some time passed and things had only gotten worse and worse, Hassan and Ethan finally both agreed to debate. They went from having a podcast together to being on totally opposite sides. During this debate, Hassan and Ethan continued to fight over stances surrounding the Israel-Palestine conflict.
They did, but not really. They kind of agreed. I don't think that Ethan liked that he brought on a Houthi pirate terrorist. I think that's what Ethan was against. And then Hassan was like, that's not what it is.
Do you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza?
Yes.
Great. No, that's important. Thank you. Thank you for saying.
He said that from the start, so it's nothing changes here.
Like that. I also agree on this. Do you feel like you have used your limited amount—
I like the part where Hassan was drinking diet Dr. Pepper on stream, even though that's on the BDS list.
amount of time that you have as a content creator speaking out against Israel doing a genocide on the Palestinian population living in the Gaza Strip? Or do you feel like most of your commentary on that issue has overwhelmingly been to rail against people that are doing that?
Do you think like—
Well, no, most of it is that people will use Israel-Palestine as a shield to hide behind while they pretend to care about it. That's what they do. And then when Ethan's like, criticizes them, they're like, I'm just supporting Palestine though. I'm just supporting Palestine. I'm a good person. That's the whole thing. That's like literally the whole entire thing. That's what's happening there. That's what actually happens. So
my coverage has been like totally balanced? I would say no. I've obviously given less time to the Palestinian perspective.
Another aspect of this debate was Hassan bringing up Ethan's obsession towards him, posting about him numerous times a day.
Not including clips since January.
That is true. But Hassan does something different, and that is that he has like an entire fucking crew of people harass Ethan and send threats towards him. Send CPS towards him, human skulls, just so that he can make it seem like he's crazy. So
January 31st, you have mentioned me 110 times.
What? Based on what? I don't believe that.
Ethan felt Hassan fed into his own harassment online through often reading from a snark page on his own platform.
Okay, Hassan, can I ask you a question? Why the f were you browsing H3 snark the other day?
and pulling clips from that?
I don't know. Someone can send me a clip in the chat. I'm going to mute you and just keep talking.
Okay, that's great. I think that means you won the debate.
Someone who comes into play around this time in Ethan's online career is the controversial streamer Destiny, a liberal streamer who advocates for social democratic policies and aligns more with Ethan's beliefs, yet has been
aligns more with Ethan's beliefs. Yeah, they had a pretty big falling out too. I don't know if you guys knew that because Ethan called him out for the whole CSAM shit.
Essentially fully deplatformed online on various social media platforms due to some of his very controversial moments online, such as using the F slur while streaming and being accused of using other slurs in private.
Well, I believe what got him banned on Twitch specifically was that like he was saying something about the trans community online. That was very hyperbolic.
And from Twitch in 2022 for hateful conduct, which could have been either frequently streaming with horrid Nick Fuentes or saying trans women shouldn't compete with cis women in sports.
That is not even close to what it like. You can't get anything right. He got banned because he was saying that the trans community online is like toxic. He said much worse than that. I'm not going to say exactly what he's saying. I'm paraphrasing. He said something that I understand why Twitch banned him, just to be clear. But it has nothing to do with Nick Fuentes and has nothing to do with saying trans women shouldn't compete in in sports with cis women. It's nothing to do with that. Because he said some dumbass shit about about the online. He was specifically referring to the trans community online, like people like Keffels. We're getting really deep in the lore now, who aren't exactly great at representations of trans people, I will say. But he said something like very hyperbolic and intense, and so like that's what got him banned. And again, I actually understand why they banned him. So.
And Destiny and Ethan had seemingly formed a friendship in recent years.
Oh, really? This is when Ethan went on there and called him like a pedophile, or what?
Notably bonding over their mutual hatred towards Hassan Piker.
The fact that you have been corresponding with Dan Saltman, and you did, and he is Destiny's podcast co-host.
You know what? I think you're hallucinating, buddy.
There's even a Reddit post that
it's funny because that's all Hassan says is that he's hallucinating.
shows proof that Ethan was being fed clips from Hassan's stream directly from Destiny's Discord server.
Like, I agree with you and everything, but it's also important not to like put random crazies. Like, not to give
These
them
are
the
not
time.
dude.
No, the
these are
Reddit
not
posts
random
are
crazies.
random people.
So this one's recent. Let's see what this one is.
And all the efforts.
Yet the debate didn't quell Ethan's obsession with Hassan, which continued on. Even on
Ethan's obsession with Hassan.
normal podcasts, when his crew was chatting about things that brought them joy, when Ethan was in the bathroom, he came back and immediately launched into a tirade about Hassan.
That's what it's called, right? The one after
Celestial.
Grandmaster? Celestial.
I'm busy taking care of my pregnant wife.
What are they supposed to?
I hear that. I hear that at least once a day from you.
I'm shitting ropes, bro.
Oh, yeah, that's your own doing, brother.
All right, wait. I wanted to say this. Hassan is the human embodiment of the Che Guevara shirt sold at Hot Topic. He is that personified.
Were you thinking about that in the bathroom?
Yeah.
You cooked on that one.
He starts to watch old Leftovers podcasts and makes fun of Hassan agreeing with him in an episode and saying,
So I started. That's what he sounded like 10+ years ago. That's what you sound like, Hassan.
It's getting a little.
Listen, not for nothing. They're both very petty. I think that Hassan is just better at looking like he's not as petty. That's like literally it. I mean, his optics are dropping pretty substantially, but I mean, this is the guy who insinuated that Ethan's wife is a valid military target. Like, he's looking for a particular type of attention from Ethan, obviously. What the fuck?
It's a little petty.
No, listen how stupid he sounds.
I didn't think he sounded like that.
Hold on, let me go back more. As an example, because we're all familiar with it.
Ethan even went as far as to claim Hassan was essentially a date rapist, which is a very serious claim that should be taken extremely seriously, not thrown around on the internet all silly like.
He looks like he's at a Jackie Treehorn party.
All silly like.
You know, fucking drunk women. Which surprisingly doesn't seem too far off from what he actually does do. Or has done, at least.
Recently, Hassan Piker was...
Why did he say that? I remember there was some controversy. I don't know exactly why he would say that's probably over the line, though. What was the controversy that Hassan was involved in? I don't know. I mean, he does come off as like a bro, but like a college bro, but I don't remember why exactly he said that. I remember there was something going on. I think it was kind of like stupid. And Ethan, like us, he snarked onto it a little bit. Let's be fucking real. That's from what I remember, but I don't remember the specifics. I don't remember why he said that. Fuck.
Was embroiled in
somebody H3 historians tell me why he said that.
One of the largest controversies to date in his career, surrounding his dog Kaya and what many deemed to be Hassan's unfair treatment of her on his stream due to the
he shocked the dog so that it would stay in the corner. So
perceived use of the shot collar.
This is a moment of fucking anger for like something that is just
the brothel, right? The brothel. He went to a brothel and that brothel had gotten busted for underage girls there, but that doesn't mean that Hassan was engaging with them. But okay.
so routine, so silly. It's the same reason as to why America, Kaya, please just fucking go, just stop.
Kaya, please.
It's the same reason as to why America,
You think Hassan will be like a Raiden skin in Mortal Kombat soon?
Kaya, please just fucking go, just stop.
Whoa, scary stuff.
Jesus Christ, what are you doing?
Nice.
You're being such a baby.
Because of Ethan and his followers' crusade essentially against Hassan, the H3 subreddit was one of the first to post about the situation.
One of the first? So why wouldn't they post it. I don't understand. He fucking shocked his dog. What do you think about it?
And continually post about the situation multiple times through the course of a singular day. In fact, I kind of feel like I was one of the first to find out about the shock collar situation because I was researching for this video as the news broke and happened to be scrolling on the H3 podcast subreddit the moment that the shock collar news was posted. Ethan also immediately took to social media to state his moral stance. His fans, who had seen Hassan as essentially an online villain,
I think she's gonna bring up the cheddar pup.
and an enemy against Ethan ever since the leftovers divide, had felt almost vindicated after this news had surfaced as well.
Many of you guys know that I'm a dog lover, and there are a few things that horrify me more than people that abuse their animals. These are precious creatures that need us and depend on us, and abusing that trust is such a horrible crime. I always found it bizarre how Kaya, who's this young, energetic puppy, stayed in 1 square foot of Hassan's room, right in sight of camera, almost like just a prop in his room. Well, now we
Good point. It's a good point.
know why. He's using extreme austerity measures to shock and abuse his animal.
Hassan Piker himself claims that the clip, though it really looks like the dog was shocked and that Hassan was messing with something off camera, was not as it appeared, and that Kaya the dog simply got her foot caught on the bed and yelped.
The clip. That's just a dumb thing. Nobody believes that. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Get out of here.
Looks fucking horrible. And they're like, oh, he was like hitting a button on his desk. I do not have a shock collar for Kaya, as I said yesterday, but it doesn't matter.
I do not have a shock collar.
This is one of Kaya's many collars. This is the one that people are talking about. It has the capacity to vibrate, and that's it.
And also, shock collars aren't always that bad.
They moved away from the initial conversation, which was that like she didn't even have that collar on to begin with. E-collar.
Is that what he said, or do you believe that? What is this? I'm so confused.
That have shocking components that feel like a TENS machine, which I've used on myself in the past, because, you know, I'm around dogs that have been trained with that and use it, is not only is it not illegal, but it's also straight up used in the e-fencing for people, and it's used in the training of like dogs in general.
This doesn't necessarily quell all concerns, like concerns regarding Kaya sitting in one spot for long periods of time.
Kaya, please just...
So, like, what's your take on it? Do you think that he's a bad person for this very clear issue here, or how do you feel about it? I'm just curious.
Go back, just...
What is going on here? Why can't I fucking...
I think her collar's too tight.
Of course, we are all privy to
dumb.
Kaya's diet and exercise routine or her specific
dumb?
health needs, but this is a
Chat,
bit
am I
besides the
stupid?
point of what I'm wanting to say here. My own point is, Ethan and his fans focus on their enemies, and their deep want to prove their enemies wrong. And the question is that mentally healthy? Or
I'm not understanding. So you're saying that, like, the criticism is invalid? I don't understand what the point here. What? It seems like you want to bypass it and make it seem like Ethan Klein is obsessed with Hassan because he criticizes Hassan for shocking the dog. What the fuck?
is it causing Ethan to be mentally unwell, to have such a deep focus on the
Is there another clip, August? Is that what you're saying?
downfall of his enemies?
It's an assertion of control, right? That makes them feel strong. That makes them feel like an authority. And that's why he's doing it, in my opinion. My humble, I do have a PhD in psychology.
Is that ultimately the very thing that caused Ethan
He's so stupid.
his own downfall? This obsession Ethan has surrounding his enemies could be described as rumination and holding a grudge. According to research, excessive rumination can negatively impact health, both mental and physical. Signs a person is a grudge or resentment collector can be spitefulness. You wish suffering on the person you begrudge. Resentfulness. You believe you will benefit by exacting revenge. Revenge seeking, rumination, obsession, and revenge fantasies dominate your thoughts. Arrogance. You truly believe others are plotting against you, which prompts you to destructive actions, such as destroying property or thoughtlessly causing physical, psychological, or emotional harm to others. Pessimism. You harbor resentment against many people, which warps your personality, causing you to
Oh, JD Vance talked about Zapgate and Rasana replied. That's actually funny. Okay, I just
he has this command place, which is basically if I snap my finger and point, he will run to that place
Wow.
and lay down.
You don't have to zap him.
No, not
Hassan.
not like Hassan Piker. No,
Wasn't that disgusting?
no electrocution of dogs here.
How disgusting is
It's
that?
very
What does that tell
disgusting.
you about a
Well,
person?
I think it tells you that they're not that they're bad people.
Yes.
If you can actually cause suffering to an enemy.
Dude, one of the worst people in the world, this lying sack of shit who fucking used to think Hassan was a bad person, or excuse me, used to think Trump was a Nazi, is now sitting here and it's like, yeah, Hassan's bad. Like, Hassan isn't a good person. But comparatively, this is the person that's trying to take away fucking EBT from people that need it.
It's an animal. You're probably the kind of person who doesn't worry about suffering in people as well.
Yeah.
And that's been my experience. If you mistreat dogs, that's almost 100% sign that you're going to be a really terrible person.
What if you mistreat them?
And so that's it's one of the ways, we really sort of test people is if Atlas responds well to them, if they like Atlas, we know they're good people. But you can tell if somebody's really mean to animals, it's like the Jeffrey Dahmer thing.
Yeah.
Like every serial killer ever has actually been really bad to animals. That's sort of how they started.
All right. I suppose there's a level of truth to that. That's crazy.
We'll run to that place
Wow.
and lay down.
You don't have to zap him.
No.
Hassan.
Not like Hassan Piker. No.
Wasn't that
No
disgusting?
electrocution of dogs here.
How disgusting is
It's
that?
very
What does that tell
disgusting.
you about a
Well,
person?
I think it tells you that they're not that they're bad people to an innocent.
He knows that it is not an abusive practice, and yet he is still
Wait, what?
that it is not an abusive practice. And
really terrible person. So
Hold on a second. What does Hassan have to say?
JD Vance has done spot training for his own dog, so he knows that it is not an abusive practice.
When you shock them to stay in the spot?
And yet he is still leaning into this fucking idea that I'm like abusing my dog, which is crazy because, hello, Kristi Noem, the secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, shot her puppy point blank, ISIS execution style, and then threw the puppy's body in a goddamn landfill in front of construction workers. And the only reason why we know about it is because she wrote about it in her book. What is happening? It is so transparent that these people not only do not give a shit about animal welfare, they don't give a shit about human welfare either. Because remember, this is the vice president we're talking about. The vice president of the United States
So true,
is
King.
talking about Reddit, Twitter drama while we're at the precipice of 40 million American citizens losing their SNAP benefits. As in 40 million Americans are about to starve.
So true, King. So true.
40 million Americans are about to starve in 2 days because the administration does not want to use the existing
So
$6
true.
billion
It's probably not going to happen, though, because Walmart's going to get pissed. I think 8% of their sales is from that.
dollars that they have in their contingency.
Hopefully it doesn't
to keep
happen.
Giving money to people. They are going to go to food banks, which will not be able to make up for the lack of SNAP benefits that they get.
So true, King. So true. I agree with you on that one. Okay.
To become a promoter of cynicism. In many of Ethan's streams, he began to say things like he was struggling to make friends, that he was encountering people who were pathological liars or shysters, seemingly representing a larger pattern of paranoia Ethan was exhibiting. Everyone
Not really. I think that there's a level of truth to that. Ethan has he does a bad job choosing friends. I think that that's true. I think that he struggles. He sees the best in a lot of too many people. And he ends up having like a bad interaction with people. Like I could see that. Like I have an issue with that too. I've associated with some snaky people as well. Kind of is what it is. You know, my wife helps me parse through it. She's right about pretty much everybody, so it makes it a lot easier.
everyone is against him. Everyone is wrong, and he is the only one who's right. And yet, that isn't how you build an audience of supporters, but how you slowly drain them and how you blow up your entire platform.
Are you serious? What the fuck? I know that. I could change my ways.
Or nuke it.
Wow, Ethan, great moves. Keep it up. Proud of you.
Due to Ethan's obsession with Hassan Piker, he posted a video titled Content Nuke Hassan Piker, seemingly to bait
You think it was an obsession? That was a good video.
Hassan into reacting to the content so that he could sue Hassan for copyright infringement. But
No, that's not true at all. Holy fuck. Dude, she's such a snarky fucker. That's not even true. He asked him to react to it. There's no way he could ever do that, even if he wanted to. What are you talking about? And then he did react to it. What are you saying? She's just talking. She's just saying whatever she wants. Holy fuck. That's insane. She's just saying whatever the fuck she wants, dude. This is fucking wild. Holy fuck. Oh my god.
Hassan did not fully react to the content.
Hassan, are you going to be
He
watching?
took it. He fucking filibustered it. What are you talking about? Hassan filibustered it and took him like 9 hours to react to like half of it because he was afraid of every talking point that Ethan made. That was what actually happened.
Watching Ethan's content nuke? The answer is, of course not.
Instead, 3 other content creators, Frogan.
What are you talking about? He reacted to it. Wait, she doesn't know anything. She has no idea what she's talking about. He actually ended up reacting to half of it. Oh my god, she doesn't know anything about what she's talking about. She literally has no idea. She literally has no idea what she's saying. Holy fuck.
Casey Tron and Denims created content surrounding the content nuke.
They watched the content nuke and then they said that they wanted to take views away from Ethan. That's the gist of the situation. So Ethan sued them.
There. My name is Ethan Klein, and my favorite hobby is spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on lawyers. There were a few people that went above and beyond to commit copyright infringement.
Yep.
Venom sits here silently with nearly 50,000 live viewers. She's working directly with the Snark subreddit moderators to siphon views.
Because of this, Ethan uploaded a video claiming to be the mastermind all along, who's now planning to sue these content creators for copyright infringement.
And it was in this setting that I formulated an idea. What if I could make a long-form, irresistible piece of content that I knew that these streamers couldn't resist, they couldn't avoid the temptation of watching it the second it was published. There's one thing about copyright you should know is that you got to register it before you publish to be eligible for statutory damages and attorney's fees, which is the main biting force of a copyright infringement lawsuit. Well, I'm happy to tell you guys now, I, Ethan Klein, have registered Hassan Piker Content Nuke with the United States Library of Congress. Some of you guys out there sweating?
This is a blatant 180 from the Ethan of the past, who fought for creator.
Well, not really. These people have. It's interesting that still up until this point, she still hasn't brought up the fact that these people have sent human skulls to his house and had CPS called on him. It's just not a factor to her. I wonder if she'll bring it up later as like a, see, I had it in there, but she won't bring it up in like a timely manner when it's relevant to actually show why Ethan is doing what he's doing. Because like Denim specifically watched Bad Empanada, who sat there and was just sitting there and going like, oh my God, he lets his kids eat shit basically. Things of that nature. And then she's like, oh my God, is that really true? And she just uncritically watched it and people ended up calling CPS. I wouldn't doubt because of partially their influence. So Okay.
Their rights and for fair use. Additionally, the content attempts to get further revenge on Frogan, the Muslim woman who called out Ethan for unfollowing her.
Oh my God, it's all because she's Muslim, right? These are all white. These people are all white, by the way.
For being Free Palestine, and does so by using doctored information gathered from the Destiny subreddit.
This is
Doctored information? What are you talking about?
totally fake image. She was not nominated this year. And when I did a bit of research, I did a reverse image search, I find out
my goodness.
this fake image came from Destiny's subreddit a few months ago.
I'm pretty sure she was Rising Star 2 years in a row, right? Is that what it is? 2 years in a row Rising Star, baby. We love it.
Okay, it was like a very niche post.
Well, I think I'm
very
done.
niche.
After the content nuke, it's been made quite clear who Ethan is and always was.
So you're not even gonna try to bring up why exactly Ethan's doing this whole content nuke thing? No? Okay.
He grifted the left until his own bigotry, ignorance, and ego took.
Oh, we're just gonna read a Reddit post that you obviously agree with, but we're gonna just read the Reddit post and pretend that you don't agree with it. But it's like plausible deniability. Well, Ethan's a really bad person, but I'm not saying it. I'm not saying that. It's actually the person. It's actually this other person saying it. So it's not me.
Took over. This man is a full-blown right-wing influencer. Something did switch. Ethan went from being an advocate for fair use to suing other creators over copyright infringement and creating essentially a content trap so he'd be able to do so. Everything changed, and one of Ethan's longest friends on the platform came out against Ethan as well.
Is it iDubbbz?
Wow, Ethan, great move. Keep it up. Proud of you.
iDubbbz, the guy with really great points.
Throughout a large portion of Ethan's career, one of his closest friends was the content creator iDubbbz.
Not according to iDubbbz. iDubbbz says they were fair weather friends. You're already getting his own commentary wrong. Holy shit, dude. What
Yet
the
recently,
fuck?
due to their differences in opinions, iDubbbz released a content expose on Ethan under his infamous format titled Content Cop.
Your old friend iDubbbz just released a video.
And that's what really shifted the narrative back into Ethan's favor. Isn't that so funny? iDubbbz is so unlikable that like people dislike him so much that people will switch their perspective just on that.
Yeah,
it's about you.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Oh my God. That is no, it can't be.
Well,
it actually can't be. Holy dude.
It sure is.
Oh my God. Holy
From a quick scrub through it, I think, well, it's gonna be a little spicy.
Oh my God. What? Why? What did I do to what kind of fucking, bro, what kind of cowardly bullshit is this? Like, we have one disagreement where I get upset because you guys aren't defending me publicly after everything I've done to support.
Yeah, for the whole CPS thing. You guys remember that? Oh, she doesn't. She didn't put it in her video yet. She still hasn't put it in her video. Wait, why is Ethan upset? Because they're actively friends with people calling CPS on him and, potentially like really upsetting his kids. Like, that's fucking crazy, dude. Oh, potentially. Oh my God. I think it's pretty fucked up to make false CPS reports. I don't know. That's a hot take. Some people might not agree with. I know a lot of people are gonna be like, Papa Guy, you are spicy today, boy. Like, of course.
Or you guys, and like you bring on people who are Denims and Frogan, who did a anti-Semitic tier list, and you're platforming them.
I didn't plan on making a content comp on H3. It sounds very stupid even saying that.
Sounds pretty
H3 content
stupid.
comp.
The thing is, iDubbbz has also lost a big portion of his original fan base, in a similar style to
Well,
Ethan. The two
it's
being
because he's not entertaining. Ethan is though, so he has like a decent audience. iDubbbz can't generate an audience. But that's just life, I guess.
mirrors of each other. iDubbbz was known for being an edgy content creator who garnered a certain fan base because of that. To come out with a content cop that went against much of those original content styles and platformed many creators that his original fan base disagreed with meant his
Look at this. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it.
content cop that went against much of those original content styles and platformed many
Look,
creators.
look,
that
look,
his
look. She censors the swastika sword. She censored the swastika sword because she knows it's a swastika. She censors the swastika sword, guys. She censors the swastika sword. Beautiful. That's such an amazing thing for her to do, is censor the sword. All right, guys. Isn't it crazy how I just left for like 10 minutes to make food for my wife, and you didn't even know in the video because I just paused the recording. Oh my God.
original fan base disagreed with.
Whoa.
His video received a ton
We censored the swastika sword. Do you think that maybe that was an anti-Semitic jab at Ethan Klein? I guess you agree because you censored it.
of dislikes.
Oh my God, brother, 93,000 dislikes. Chat, that's tough. What?
Content creators like Keemstar, Destiny, and XQC all took to their respective platforms to defend Ethan Klein after the content cop.
And we've already established they're all bad people, according to her video. I think the XQC is cool. That's probably the only one. So this is saying a lot of things. That's what she's saying. She's just saying like, all these people are bad, so Ethan must be in the wrong.
Which is very different from their interactions of the past when it comes to Ethan Klein.
Ethan Klein and more than Ethan Klein, the H3H3 podcast, that entire show has been supporting and platforming and getting behind Creator Clash, iDubbbz and Anissa for years, and everybody fucking knows it. So I actually see where Ethan's coming from.
It's just sad that Ethan is now under attack by like the entire world of online politics slop because he
I guess doesn't repeat the pro-Pally talking points verbatim. So now he's going to be, I guess, a pro-genocidal insane person.
Pretty much. I think Destiny's still a bad person, you know, but pretty much.
Oh, hell no! Brother, oh no.
I've been so consistent. XQC, that he definitely interacts with stuff in like a way that I would not consider fair use. He gives like no commentary, but I think he's like one of the most genuine creators ever, so I kind of like him.
Oh no. Bro, content cop, and he picks the people that are the most content copable of all time.
Ethan also defended himself.
He convinced his audience that the reason that I'm
What? Did he?
mad, that I'm lashing out simply because I'm a raving lunatic. I'm crashing out. I'm just crazy and harassing his friends for no reason. And by the way, to my good friend Ian of 8 years, I really
Wait, are you gonna show the CPS clip yet or no?
appreciate you weaponizing my mental health against me.
To make Ethan crash out. He's having a parasocial, weird crash out. People can have crash out moments. Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help.
Someone who I've confided in.
I guess she's not going to.
Over the years with my struggles with
we
it,
doing
who
this?
understands what
No.
I've been through. For
Nope.
him to throw that in my face, to characterize anything I'm doing as crashing out, that I need help, that I need to get some kind of treatment, is cruel and pathetic on a level I didn't think he would ever be possible of doing.
To be fair, I definitely think IDubbbz's approach, claiming to be a concerned friend who recently learned the concept of empathy while dancing around in a goofy way and sort of teasing Ethan Klein, it definitely sends mixed messaging. Like I said
Hey, what about the CPS part? Are you going to bring that up, or are we still not doing that? We're almost at the end of the video, and you still haven't brought it up, so...
earlier, in some ways, Ethan and Ian are kind of mirrors of one another.
I think only in these past couple of years
I guess if one of the mirrors is I guess if you look into a broken mirror, sure.
have I gained the ability empathy, and I'm very
Empathy?
ashamed to admit that. It sounds really pathetic to say at the age of 32 I've acquired empathy, but I
Whoa.
have, and I've.
Well, he hasn't. I think he has not at all. Look, she censored the swastika sword again. Hey guys, no mention of it. I love how this video acknowledges that this is anti-Semitic because she censors a swastika sword, but like she won't explicitly say like, hey, there is actually some anti-Semitism coming at Ethan.
Ethan was clearly hurt by Ian, IDubbbz, making this video. He
Why?
continued to make content about Ian,
Okay, no explanation. Very good.
IDubbbz, and his wife Anissa, like in one uncomfortable clip where he thinks it's worth flexing on them.
Ian and Anissa, they love watching my pocket. And it's like, you're mad that you live in your mom's basement. And when you see this watch, like this, it upsets you. You know why?
It's probably true though, because I know that they're struggling. They're trying to sell their house and they keep lowering the value.
And it doesn't make me better. It in no way makes me better. It doesn't, right? And I don't think it's cool or makes me better. The only reason I'm showing you this,
I can't believe he used the extra 5% on that watch.
is because I know it upsets you. It's to remind you of the abject failure that you guys are. That the amount of potential that you had, you were successful, you had money, and you lost it.
Ethan has also made a lot of comments about Ian's wife, Anissa, who, it at least appears publicly, doesn't seem to be doing anything particular to provoke Ethan to be making such regular commentary on her, besides just strongly disagreeing with him. But
What? She won't shut the fuck up on Twitter. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? She won't stop posting on Twitter about him. What?
it's clear that what Ethan disliked most of all about Ian's content cop was him associating with content creators who Ethan saw as the main reason for a hate campaign against him, who he
Well, they sent CPS after him, so or at least they signal boosted the justification and never meaningfully disavowed it.
thought were out to get him, and even behind CPS being called on his family and children, which we will get to.
A few weeks ago, child.
Oh, we're gonna get to it, dude. We're gonna get to it. We're 2.5 hours into the video. We should have talked about this an hour and a half ago, but we're finally gonna get to the CPS call, which is a big reason, which is the literal reason that him and IDubbbz are having a conflict. We're not gonna bring it up when we start talking about IDubbbz saying he had some great advice, but we will talk about it at the end of the video. Fantastic. We're finally getting there.
Child Protective Services showed up to our house.
I wonder if it's intentional that she brought it up last. No, it couldn't be. There's no way. She's very good faith.
6 a.m. to interrogate us about an anonymous tip they got that our kids were crawling around and eating dog at catching diseases. Ian spends the
You think she's going to justify it?
majority of his video characterizing me like a raving lunatic who's lashing out at everyone around me with zero provocation. Now, why am I mad at Ian for this? Well, let's start here. Denims is someone he's accusing me of in his video of harassing. Let's see what Denim said about my children 3 days before CPS was called.
He lets his dogs shit all over his mansion, and he just leaves the shit on the floor, something that is probably
I'm surprised she's putting this in here.
related to the fact that his former housekeeper is suing him for a number of different reasons. So I would assume he doesn't actually have a housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper. So now the house is just like covered in dog shit.
The thing is, throughout Ethan's career, there have always been an enemy out to get him, and
Not going to have any take about this obvious lie? No.
an audience of yes people to validate his beliefs. But what happens when Ethan's enemies are small and powerless in comparison to him? Wouldn't that essentially make him the villain?
What the fuck are you? She just showed a clip of somebody actively lying about Ethan Klein letting his kids eat shit, basically. And she's like, yeah, Ethan always needs an enemy. And what are you talking about? Why even bring it up at that point if you're not even going to reference it and be like, yeah, this is a good reason for Ethan to be upset? What's the point of showing it? Oh, The point of showing it is because she agrees with it and she wants that to be said about Ethan. Oh, okay. That's why she gives no commentary on it, because she's okay with it happening. I mean, there's no other reason why I could think that. And also, how is Hassan small and powerless? Isn't he like more popular than Ethan? Ethan, don't get upset at me, bro.
Wow, Ethan, great move. Keep it up. Proud of you.
Elizabeth Borda was employed as a housekeeper for Ela and
Gotta love it, guys. We're gonna talk about the fucking housekeeper that got fired for talking about somebody else's weight. Okay, didn't you criticize Ethan for talking about Trisha's weight before? Now he's gonna get criticized for firing somebody who's being disrespectful about somebody's weight.
Ethan Klein, working in their private residences under the umbrella of Teddy Fresh Incorporated.
It's crazy that I'm so fucking educated on all this stuff. It's actually like it's probably upsetting, but at least I do be making money on it.
Her duties included maintaining the household and assisting with daily upkeep. When this housekeeper was
and not like making fun of like the fucking, I forget who it is, the nanny.
fired, she fired back in a lawsuit with claims of her own. The plaintiff alleged that the
crazy.
Kleins violated the California Family Rights Act and engaged in disability discrimination in violation of FEHA, or Fair Employment and Housing Act, and failed to take reasonable steps to prevent discrimination, among other things. Elizabeth Borda claimed that the Kleins denied her time off after she received a hernia surgery. Ethan has denied these allegations publicly and brought the private matter to his public platform, putting a private person under fire to his tons of fans.
First of all, I don't care. Second of all, he didn't do that. Somebody else did. Snark brought it up, so he had to respond because it was bad for his image. You just can't be honest at all. It's fucking crazy.
To engage in an interactive process. Wah! That's what I hear. Wah!
I don't have my
They didn't
fucking
talk to me.
thing
They didn't explain things to me. Retaliation in violation of California. So we retaliated for her asking time off. Wrongful termination. Damn, they really piled them on. Failure to pay meals and rest period. Okay. If you're a snarker, there's all kinds of shit to sink your teeth into here. So enjoy.
Ethan claimed the housekeeper was rude to his children's nanny, which is why they fired her. Our former housekeeper was fired for being horrifically rude to our boy's nanny, constantly calling her fat and asking when she gained all the weight. I gave her so many warnings, hoping she would just stop, but she didn't. She was part of our family, and we treated her like it. I tried everything to salvage the relationship, but her conduct was inexcusable. Ethan defends his nanny in this post, but in the past, he's made fun of their nanny for wanting to go back home during a California wildfire to check on her family.
Okay, so I don't even know how we got here, but okay. So he shouldn't defend his employee from being called fat all the time?
I don't know why. Then there was like fires in LA when we got home. We had like a babysitter who was with Theodore, and she had to leave abruptly because she thought her family was burning alive. Excuse me, Mr. Klein. Oh, my family.
What is this?
The fire zone, and nobody answer, and my whole family. And I drive home. Okay. She's rocking back and forth. And I was like, fuck.
You really are delirious.
Then I'm stuck with the baby.
This lawsuit seems to be still ongoing. After the housekeeper was fired, Ethan made a discriminatory comment on the podcast about hiring someone with chronic illness and how terrible that is.
Dude, imagine if you hired this guy because he was applying.
You'd never be able to get rid
They're talking about Jake Doolittle. They're talking about Jake Doolittle. They're talking about Jake Doolittle, dude. This is who they're talking about right now. Just to be clear.
Oh, he is an HR nightmare.
When you realize that, like, not only
He is an HR nightmare because he's fucking crazy, dude.
helpful, but they're like detrimental to everybody in the environment, everything around them. When you try to fire them, they will 1000% file a discrimination lawsuit. I'm sure they will, right?
Ethan continued to spiral
I guarantee that he would do that, yeah.
further downwards.
They're talking about, I love that. They're talking about Jake Doolittle. Just so you know, they're talking about Jake Doolittle. Oh, fuck, I thought I was going to get the health.
People couldn't help but notice his appearance slowly changing too. Maybe
Because he was losing weight. Guys, losing weight's bad now.
somewhat mirroring his inner mental state.
Wow, Ethan, great move. Keep it up.
Ethan, keep it up. Great job.
To many fans,
I love the Jake Doolittle defense. Because the guy's, I mean, he's struggling, but like, okay.
Ethan and H3
He's the same one that like sued Charlie D'Amelio because, I don't know, he felt like he was mean to her. Because she used some of his pictures and credited him, but he wanted more.
began to represent the very thing they used to be against, the enemies he used to stand against. Ethan, this time next year. Some of Ethan's behavior began to seem more and more erratic, his statements harsher, bizarre, and more extreme.
Hassan Piker has lost all of his marbles. The mullet rolls are gone, people. Hard hitting, man.
People that weren't ever on our side are agreeing with us now. They're that wrong, you know?
Yep.
It's been nice. They've been reuniting so many YouTubers, I feel like.
It's been a party. Yeah, I mean, it's been great for our channel.
It's been a party.
I will go through in detail of this dude's life. There has to be a way to hold Reddit accountable. I haven't said this before. It's so infuriating. We got
I mean, Reddit was part of like the campaign that fucking got his CPS called to him.
a hold of someone at Reddit, and we told them about all the snark stuff. It was a comms person, and they got back to us, and they said, well,
she's about to show a clip of Ethan Klein eating a hamburger and saying that that's a sign of him being against starving children. Yeah, she might as well.
you guys are harassing people also.
As per an
She's looking at fucking saucy anti-Ethan Klein TikTok edits. I love this.
article on Medium.
You think she was just browsing TikTok and she's like, oh, wait a minute. People don't like this guy. I can make money off of this.
Increasingly, you, Ethan, have become so absorbed in internet and micro-celebrity feuds that you often don't appear to be able to see the forest for the trees anymore. The
Whoa, we're referencing that article from before? Crazy.
Top comments on his videos weren't necessarily more and more negative, just more and more concerned. Someone on the crew needs to have an intervention with Ethan. He is stuck in a self-confirming feedback loop.
Whoa, what video is that?
More and more mega threat. Someone on the crew needs to have an intervention with Ethan. He is stuck in a self-confirming feedback loop. There was a mega threat.
Who the fuck is actual spoiler talk?
Someone on the crew.
What the fuck? Okay, I don't even know what video this is on. I wish that there would be more references here.
Crew needs to have an intervention with Ethan. He is stuck in a self-confirming feedback loop.
Whoa.
There was a mega thread on the H3 Snark subreddit, which was titled Concerns for Ethan Klein's Mental State. I've been doing
She sounds a little AI here now.
these deep dives for a while.
Guys, there's a Snark thread about how Ethan's fucking crazy. Who would have thought that the Snark would say something like that about Ethan? Wow. We know Snark is so honest.
Covering many people who have Reddit Snark pages, and I've never seen an extensive mega thread which people wrote up because they're so genuinely concerned for someone's mental health. The main reasons for concern stated were, according to this post, escalating and volatile on-air behavior, frequent outbursts such as Ethan lashing out at paying chat members.
Tell me why. I'd love to know why.
What I saw.
Because you made fun of him burning. Okay, dummy. I joke about
Isn't this like 2 years old?
all this every fucking day. Why are you expressing such dumb fucking thoughts in my chat? Go somewhere else. Like seriously, if you're that sensitive, so give me a fucking break. Who's the problem? Scumbag. Scumbag.
Ethan yelling at his employees on stream.
Is taking a mental health break from the show. You're assuming his pronouns. He hasn't clarified.
No, when you use neutral. Sorry,
Calm
when you
down.
use
No,
neutral
it's annoying
pronouns,
because people go. Obviously, we all love.
Olivia is in the wrong on that one, just to be absolutely clear. Bobox uses all pronouns, and Ethan was correct about that, and she just wasn't aware. Some people call her too woke. I disagree with those people. Alex of Fiction, obviously. But that was because of that, and Ethan was in the right on that one.
Of her, you stupid fucking woke. I'm being respectful.
No, it doesn't need to be more than it is.
Why are you assuming his pronouns?
Extreme aggression towards his critics.
He's right about that.
He should be stressed because he's a fucking liar.
Oh yeah, this guy, this individual is a liar. Yes, 100%. He had like a really nice time on the show, and then he pretended he was uncomfortable afterwards.
You should erase that video and apologize. Definitely, so he doesn't get sued.
Explosive and manipulative back and forths with former friends.
It's fucking crazy that I know like all of these.
Forgetting recent statements. Even
Are you gonna show the explosive manipulative one?
forgetting how many kids he has.
Ethan said a job? No way, dude! 2 kids and a wife to worry about.
We feel this suggests a concern.
Why did you pass over explosive and manipulative? Oh, okay, so it's about iDubbbz. That's what that clip is about. That actually just links an entire video when you click on it. So I guess she didn't want to show the entire video. Oh, okay. Forgetting recency.
You have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say?
Okay. Oh, she didn't show the CPS one. She didn't want to show the CPS one. That makes sense for her. That makes sense.
Ethan said a job? No way, dude! 2 kids and a wife to worry about.
We feel
Whoa.
this suggests a
I can't believe that he's going crazy.
concerning pattern of emotional instability, marked with lapses in memory, impaired judgment, and a complete
Here's 5 moments of him on stream over the past like 2 years, guys. He's definitely crazy.
lack of accountability for abusive behavior that keeps escalating. Ethan streamed an episode stating a child welfare visit was called in from people who worked at his house. He then blamed anonymous users for the call with manipulated evidence. So let's talk about
What? What are you talking about? Nobody from inside the house called that.
complete lack of accountability for abusive behavior that keeps escalating. Ethan streamed an episode stating a child welfare visit was called in from people who work at his house.
That's not what he said at all. Oh my God, she's so dishonest. Dude, he said that somebody was claiming to be from inside of his house. Holy fuck, dude.
He then blamed anonymous users for the call with manipulated evidence.
This is insane, dude. She's pushing the Snark talking points. Holy fuck. It really ramps up at the end, dude. It's actually insane.
So let's talk about CPS being called on Ethan Klein.
Oh, you want to talk about it now? Your last 20 minutes of your fucking 3-hour long video? Okay.
As stated in this mega thread, in March of 2025, Child Protective Services visited the Klein's home, and Ethan Klein claimed he received skulls in the mail. Human
Claimed, guys. He didn't show them to us. We never saw them. Okay.
skulls.
So they sent us these skulls that are expensive and no one paid for them. And then we're like, well, I'm keeping them because I want them for evidence in case I ever need to talk about this.
Yeah.
And then they start calling us after a month, like begging us to return the skulls.
We found at first we were just kind of like, are these people serious? And also we weren't sure if the FBI was going to like ask for it for evidence or whatever.
The situation began in early March when CPS arrived after an anonymous tip claimed his child was crawling around and eating dog feces. Ethan Klein claimed that this claim has come from streamers who had spread the rumor that Ethan Klein's children had contracted Giardia. Then around that time, the family received 2 unidentified human skulls, allegedly by mail, which prompted an FBI investigation. And of course, probably does not help with Ethan Klein's paranoia that
You don't think it helps his paranoia that somebody called CPS on him? Oh, I agree.
people are out to get him, that he has enemies all around. We had a very pleasant interview with the FBI, Ethan Klein stated, adding that the situation had escalated beyond the usual bounds of online trolling and harassment.
There's something that I've never talked about publicly, but around the same time, we received 2 human skulls in the mail at our home, which led us to having a very pleasant interview with the FBI. Things have progressed well past the point of that's just what the internet does.
Of course, I want to empathize with Ethan Klein here. That is probably a very scary situation to be in, especially when you have children, a family.
Shut the fuck up. You don't care. This is the last 20 minutes of your video. You're bringing it up at the end of the video on purpose because you don't want people to like, you don't care. You're doing it so you can pretend that you care. That's the whole point of you doing this. What are you talking about? You don't care.
And probably hasn't helped at all with Ethan Klein's mental state and the concerns surrounding that. Meanwhile, rumors of self-medication have continued. Likely
rumors of self-medication have continued. So now we're just pushing that. Okay. That's incredible. Rumors of self-medication, guys. That's fucking crazy. You're pushing rumors of self-medication now? You're just like, yep. What are you doing? Now you're just making up that he's on drugs. This video is so disgusting, dude. What the fuck? Bro, she's just making shit up about how he's on drugs now. What the fuck? Okay. All right.
Stemming from when Ethan was asking his employees on stream for their Adderall prescription.
Did you bring Adderall?
No, but I did see people on the subreddit being like, Olivia's contributing to the shortage because she said that she doesn't use it. I don't know how long Adderall lasts. I still have the bottle that I took to school. I haven't called in a new prescription.
Girl, you prescribed it.
It sounds like they're talking about how she took Adderall when she was in like fucking high school.
You have a right to get that medicine. Okay?
I do, but I promise I'm not contributing to the shortage. I would never.
So I guess I should try some Viban. Let's vibe out, brother.
Hell yeah.
Or you could give me some of your I could take some of your
Why would he be self-medicating?
prescription.
Yeah, I got you.
It's a vibe right now.
Oh my god, dude, this is fucking crazy. You really think that he's self-medicating because he's saying these things? He's making like jokes on his stream?
To the doctor that just put you on like 8 different medications. Or see if you want to mix that.
That's true.
Just a suggestion. I don't know. Do what you want, man.
You know what, dude? Maybe she's right, guys. Maybe she's right.
Man.
Ethan hasn't publicly confirmed or denied this, but his public request for controlled
Why would he?
medication on the show invited lots of speculation. Ethan also,
From who?
lots of criticism, featured his children on the H3 podcast. Ethan and Hila streamed an episode with their children from the studio,
Who cares?
which went back on their highly publicized promise to never make their kids into YouTube content. In 2023, Business Insider wrote an article.
I don't care. I don't really give a shit. I don't care if you show your kid on your content. I do care if it becomes very toxic, where like you're bullying your kid, or you're like they have access to the likes and the views and the this, and they see comments and they're really gross and you don't moderate it. And that's what I have an issue with. I don't care if you show your kid. I don't care.
Article about Ethan and Hila titled Why YouTube's Best Known Couple is Keeping Their Kids Offline, where Hila Klein told Insider the couple planned to keep their children offline because it was such a dark place. It's also hard for me not to share because they're so cute, Hila Klein said. I feel like I want to show them, but it's a choice that we made. We want to keep it private for them.
So they had the kids on the show for like 2 seconds. Wait, great. Got it, great. I don't think anybody knew about it until you decided to say it. So that's cool.
I think it's the responsible choice. Their audience often applauded them for their responsible choice in how they approached involving their children in their content, which was largely leaving them out of it. Yet by 2025, it seems like that has suddenly changed. Bringing minors into such a highly visible and high-stress environment can be extremely unsafe.
Good. What's your favorite movie? Do you like Harry Potter? You should probably go after them. You should probably disavow Harry Potter. You look like a Harry Potter fan. So like just like, you know what I mean? Like it's always gets so stupid. Oh, it's so bad. Like I don't think it matters. You look like somebody who loves Harry Potter. Like I mean that's not even an insult, but you definitely like Harry Potter. Okay, so like shut the fuck up. Like, criticize child actors in general, then.
Especially when an ongoing CPS investigation is happening. Well, it seems that the subreddit has remained fairly
It's not ongoing anymore. I'm pretty sure it's over, but okay. I guess we're just going to make things up.
empathetic. Ethan's been convinced that they are essentially a hate page out to get him, feeding one.
They are a hate page out to get him.
Getting further and further into the ideas of me versus the world.
Whoa, the versus the world.
Rumination and paranoia. And it's justified Ethan's threats to dox the H3 subreddit.
He didn't dox the subreddit. He's suing them.
It's gotten insane. Yeah, it's gotten insane. I can't wait till I find out who the snarkers are. Because I'm going to sue them.
Suing isn't doxing.
Get in line, baby. Oh, they should be worried. I know they're very paranoid. They should be.
I love this meme that you put up on here. It's very silly.
Be surprised how paranoid these snarkers are.
Ethan Klein, champion of free speech, is threatening to dox the users and moderators of the H3 Snark subreddit.
Not actually doxing them, but okay. I mean, she's just listen. Like, I love how she's just like, yeah, Snark isn't an anti-Ethan Klein page, and it's crazy that like you would think that they're out to get you, and then like you say that he's doxing them because Snark says it, even though that's not the objective truth. Like, he's literally not doxing anybody, but you just decided to read Snark that was lying about it and go, he's doxing. Like, do you understand the issue here?
Announcement: H3 Snark is on a break.
Nothing's wrong with Harry Potter. My point is that they use tons of child actors and actresses. You can't virtue signal about like Ethan's kids running onto stream for a fucking minute and then like love Harry Potter. That's my issue. That's the point that I'm making here.
Save you scumbags from what's coming. I can't wait for your family, friends, work, and school to know what you've been up to. There's also a subreddit called Falmoy. I hope I'm saying that right.
Chat, I'm not a snarker, by the way. I'm just gonna show the 2 biggest snark pages on Ethan Klein. I'm gonna cite them as fact. I'm going to read Reddit things from them and just pretend that these are facts. I'm not one of them.
Faux moi. Did I say right?
Faux moi.
Almost. Wasn't it I'm a phony? I'm a phony. Well, anyway, you guys probably know about faux moi.
Which I hadn't heard of since this video, to be honest, that Ethan literally called
And you just decided to just like love it after that?
a Nazi forum, even though it seems to be a tea or drama subreddit. And this is where it seems the mental health state of Ethan Klein is highlighted, as everyone is out to get him in the most extreme and hateful ways in the mind of Ethan Klein. Read the comments on this post.
The mind of Ethan Klein.
And you couldn't tell me the difference between them and a forum. The Falmoy post just says, Hila Klein, who's a big fan of Yoav Gallant and whose husband literally uses the N-word, is
So
done.
just to be clear, she's not a fan of Gallant at all. Again, this it's funny that this one's coming up again. Basically, Gallant was trying to advocate for the end of the the genocide on Palestine, and Netanyahu got rid of him. Now he's not a very good person overall, but they said that that he was a good guy because he was trying to end that without being 100% educated on who he was. Just to be absolutely clear, we're still doing this one, so that's incredible.
To learn an artist doesn't want to be associated with her company.
And they're saying that the reason that the artist doesn't want to be associated with Ethan Klein's company and Hila's company is because they're Jewish, they're Israeli. And there's a level of truth to that. Part of it's because there is a lot of backlash and there was like a lot of heightened negative energy against Ethan and Hila. So I can understand why a brand would want to stay away from them for a little while. Me, I'm the best. I would never do that to them as long as they keep sending me the merch. But that's why they're saying that they're anti-Semitic.
Yoav Gallant, and whose husband literally uses the N-word, is stunned to learn an artist doesn't want to
The
be associated
what
with
word?
her company. Yet Ethan has once again been accused of being a hypocrite, because while he'll publicly go on tirades accusing accounts of being anti-Semitic or simply for being against him,
Would you just censor anti-Semitic and neo-Nazi? What's wrong with you?
his top 5 Spotify was Kanye West, and he didn't see a single issue or contradiction about that.
Here's my top 5 artists. Kendrick Lamar, Metro Boom, Mac Miller, Kanye West, 21 Savage.
Is that Kanye?
I mean, I'm not sure. It looks something close to what mine would be.
Is that not yours?
This is mine?
That is pretty stupid. He shouldn't watch Kanye anymore. Kanye is a deeply disturbed individual. That's very anti-Semitic. That's probably why Ethan doesn't care. Because Kanye, I think he probably just writes it off as having a mental issue, but mental instability. So, what the fuck? Why isn't it playing?
How do you not know your own? I don't know, man.
I didn't know that I was guessing on my own. Kanye West, that's embarrassing. I do like his, I mean,
That's insanely embarrassing.
That's really interesting.
He did write, he did make Graduation. So.
Ethan Klein lives by one rule. Rules for thee, but not for me.
I think that there's probably a difference between Kanye West, liking Kanye West music, which is pretty good, versus, I don't know, constantly harassing Ethan. But like, I agree, he probably shouldn't watch that just on principle, honestly. But
Ethan Klein then escalated the situation by going live on YouTube, where he launched into a tirade against multiple subreddits, including Falmoy, claiming that he was being mass gaslighted, and declaring, I
wouldn't be mass gaslit. No, I guess it's gaslighted. Also anti-Semitic.
Never seen anyone in the history of the internet be harassed like this.
The amount of harassment that me and Hila have been receiving is unlike anything. I don't think I've ever seen anyone in the history of the internet being harassed like this. I'm gonna say that. I like, and
that's that could be true.
So give me an example. When have you seen this? Every fucking day.
Chris Chan.
Ethan Klein also
it's kind of true, yeah.
issued veiled threats during the live stream, saying a lot of these people think they're safe, but they'll soon find out they're not. He urged his followers to stand back and stand by, because there's some.
Oh my god, stand back and stand by. I'm pretty Ethan Klein making a joke about stand back and stand by because that's what Trump said to people on January 6th. That's actually fucking hilarious, and they're just not understanding it. Is so funny.
And wait for. In Ethan Klein's mind, he's being targeted in ways that internet influencers have never been targeted before. Just him.
This is from YouTube Drama.
He is kind of being targeted in a very unique way.
He's pursuing legal action against Reddit group H3 Snark.
I mean, they sent CPS to his house in Human Skulls, so I don't know. I don't know if I have seen anybody else do the same thing or have that same issue.
It's just a fucking insane, outright, freakish lie.
Sorry.
7,000 points. The people that looked into this have no clue what they're talking about. And I will get into this soon. So just stand back and stand by.
Okay.
But what they're referring to is just a DMCA. Like one of their posts of like the hundreds, if not thousands, got DMCA'd. And so the story is that I'm trying to sue them and silence free speech because one post of 1,000 got DMCA'd. I'm still surprised by the level of sickness that these people have exhibited and the coordinated effort and like this wide-reaching campaign.
Many people started wondering, how can anyone work in an environment with a boss like this?
I don't know. Have you ever worked a real job before? He seems like a fine boss. I don't think that anybody who thinks Ethan's a bad boss has ever worked a real fucking job before in their entire life. It's actually embarrassing for you.
More and more former employees started to leave the H3 podcast as things started to spiral out of control. And Ethan
Whoa.
seems incapable of listening to outside voices or
Who left because of that? What are you talking about?
Blatantly argues with employees while live. If this is happening publicly, imagine what's happening behind the scenes. For
Oh my goodness. But didn't you say that they were silenced, but now he's arguing with them live? So they're not silenced. I don't know. Which one are we doing here? Which one is which?
example, Ethan argues with employees over political violence.
Name a communist leader that hasn't killed thousands of people. Oh, wait.
Name a U.S. president that hasn't killed thousands of people. I'll wait.
Ooh.
I mean,
I'll wait.
Hold on.
I'm waiting.
That is the saddest fucking whataboutism bullshit. Communism is like a uniquely fucking heinous, deadly. Like, you can, first of all, there's a lot with more presidents than communist leaders. I mean, I don't know enough about each president, but I'm sure there's a long list of presidents that haven't killed thousands of people. A long list.
U.S. presidents?
Yeah.
No, there isn't.
Okay. All right, let's see. I mean, and like communists are like doing genocide on their own people, killing like millions of people. Like, that comparison is so fucking lame, bro. I don't know why you gotta run this.
I mean, I don't understand. Your criticism is Ethan gets fucking checked live by Dan. Oh, how can any of these people stay? Dan is still working with him, and he checked him live to no consequences. I don't understand. What the fuck? If they were being treated like shit behind the scenes, they would not feel comfortable saying anything to disagree with Ethan.
Defense for these fucking despots.
Ethan argues with a Ukrainian employee who's in Canada over his comments that he made about Canada.
I'm just, I hate. I'm tired of being joke policed. I'm tired of it.
Yeah,
it's not that fucking serious.
Listen, yeah,
seriously,
I agree.
just fucking leave me alone. Like, I'm tired of being joke policed about every fucking stupid thing. It's not that serious.
I have to agree. I wasn't here, though. I didn't hear it, but I have to agree that it doesn't sound that serious.
I'm not defending this position for the sake of, like, this is my take. I'm just trying to explain you what other people feel. That's all. Like, I don't feel offended by you joking about the 51st state, but I feel like a lot of people are.
I feel like people can be.
Oh, he's joking about Trump making Canada the 51st state. This seems like it's not something to get upset about, but okay. I mean, get upset with Trump for saying it, but this doesn't seem like a particularly big deal that he's making a joke about this.
Offended by all different types of things, and that's fine.
What does her being Ukrainian have to do with anything? She's just in Canada. Who gives a fuck?
People are entitled to their feelings. But at the end of the day, I have to be the judge of what I'm saying as being serious or not. And sometimes I say stuff that's offensive and it's too far, and I acknowledge that, and I take it back, or I walk it back, or I stop doing it.
These are the weakest fucking points ever that she's making, dude. Like, what is happening here? This is fucking embarrassing. Like, literally, we're having a fucking meltdown because of a 51st state joke right now. What is happening?
This is a harmless fucking joke.
Ethan argued with
Oh my god.
with an employee named Olivia over a person's pronouns.
You guys are so dumb and pathetic in the chat. Literally.
Ethan was right about this. Again, Bull Blacks uses all pronouns. The fact that you don't understand that is because you're dumb. Not Olivia. They had the conversation. But she should know at this point. The person making this video should know that this is bullshit at this point.
Wait till he comes out and says, like, you can call me he. Like, literally wait till he says my pronoun's he. You stupid fucking woke. I'm being respectful.
No, it doesn't need to be more than it is.
Why are you assuming his pronouns?
Well, it's not when
You're
you use
assuming his
when you use
pronouns.
neutral
He
pronouns.
hasn't clarified.
No, when you use neutral. Sorry, when you use
No,
neutral
it's annoying
pronouns,
because people by the way, you people in the chat who are like, oh, Ethan is L being like transphobic. It's like you are presuming his pronouns. And by the way, why are you being so militant about it? How does that help anybody? I'm obviously being respectful, and I'm waiting for him to clarify. Like, you guys are wrong. And if you ever want other people outside of your bubble to ever be respectful and take like trans people and non-binary people seriously, you have to stop being so pathetically ridiculous when people are trying in good faith to make an effort and be respectful.
There was a time where it seemed
He's right. I don't understand. He's right. People were going at him over that, but he was 100% correct. Bullblacks uses like he, her, and all of them. Them, right? Still, I think. And at that time, he had not clarified. I don't understand. It's so fucking stupid. People are such virtue signals. It's insane.
seemed like Ethan almost called his employee Nate a B word.
There's an existing lie counter.
Oh, why does it lie?
Just because there's a lie counter doesn't mean I'm a liar. It just means that Nate's a
little nitpicker.
He's a
You almost called him a bitch. That's funny.
Insolent employee.
I'm shooting ropes, bro. I'm just doing my
told you
job.
a million times to stop, Nate.
During a podcast, when Ethan is calling a woman a B word, Ela suggests it's probably not a good idea for him to continually use that word, and he kind of shuts her down.
This is so. I'm sorry. Again, I hate that. This
Wow, we're reaching back pretty far at this point. How old is this clip?
is intolerable. You are such a nasty fucking.
I don't know if you can call her a bitch, though.
She is a bitch.
What do you,
You're right, I call her. See you next Tuesday.
Listen,
I'm curious, what do Lena and Sam think about it when I like?
This
If
is
you
like this clip looks like it's 5 years old. What the fuck are we doing here?
see a guy, an annoying guy that disagrees with you or something, and then he calls you a bitch, you know, it's kind of like
I wouldn't be okay with that.
Yeah.
Ela then asks the H3 employee
Oh, when does he brush her aside? Didn't you just say that he brushes her aside?
Lena and Sam their thoughts on the situation. Essentially having these two women weigh in between their two bosses and whether they would find that word in the way that Ethan used it offensive. When they
The one girl just said that she agrees with Ela. I don't understand what's happening here. You make this argument that like he doesn't let anybody talk, and then you show him talking and asking questions and getting people's opinions. I'm so fucking confused. You look ridiculous.
agree with Ela, Ethan says he will bow to the council. Jeez.
Oh, here we go. Okay, I'm all ears. I will bow to the council's will.
Ethan goes off on
Okay, then he stopped using the word for the most part. No, like I don't understand. This is also like 5 years old.
an employee Dan for saying that he killed the vibe.
What's going on, guys? What happened?
You
Everyone's
killed the
so
mood,
quiet.
bro, with your antics.
How the fuck did I kill the mood?
Bruh.
What the fuck did I do?
You killed the mood.
Why? How?
But with your calling Phil and bringing up
That was fucking awesome.
It was fine.
How did calling Phil ruin the mood? What's happening? What is this world we're living in? What's happening right now? Tell me how.
I told you.
Tell me how.
Again, another example of of people being able to disagree with Ethan, just to be absolutely clear here.
Because I don't understand how.
Olivia seems extremely uncomfortable in one podcast episode.
I don't understand. Like, what is happening here? They're having like an argument on live. Who gives a fuck? Like, clearly they can feel comfortable like arguing with Ethan. So it's like, who gives a shit? This is so fucking stupid.
During a live stream over conversations surrounding SA.
Okay, let me just finish my point before you all make it seem like I'm crazy for saying something. I don't think she committed a crime or anything, but she was very pushy with something that I perceived as to be sexually suggestive. And if that was opposite genders, you would all be freaking out right now. Bye-bye. Say bye now. Bye-bye.
He just dropped a hot take and then dips, but
No, okay. I think I misunderstood what happened, and I don't want to do this anymore.
Wait, what?
Wait, what do you mean?
I don't know the moment he's referencing. Yeah, that's why I'm like, why he dipped? Let's talk more about this.
It seems like in this situation, Ethan kind of throws his employees into the line of fire.
I don't understand. He's talking about somebody potentially getting sexually assaulted. I don't really know the context either. It's fine that they won't want to talk about it, but like, what is happening here? Oh my God.
Especially since Olivia had spoken about her past regarding SA and how that was a sensitive topic for her. Employees.
Okay, so you can't talk about anything. I mean, he does like content. Like sometimes you're going to talk about those issues. He didn't bring her up. It's okay for her to opt out of the conversation, but he can't talk about a potential like inappropriate action. I don't even know what they're specifically referring to, but like he's talking about somebody potentially engaging in inappropriate action. So he's not allowed to talk about it now. Like where do we go here?
Sam left in the summer of 2024, which most people feel was right before things fully went off the rails.
I'm just going to say it. You want to say it, Sam? Or should I say it?
You can say it. It's fine. Or I can. Unfortunately, I will be leaving the podcast, and I'm really, really sad about it. I got another opportunity that I really want to explore.
Employee Olivia took a mental health break from the podcast.
Okay.
Our dear...
Yeah, because of the snarkers attacking her so much, like fucking Frogan. Like, what the fuck? How does that have to do with Ethan?
Beloved Olivia,
people do be leaving jobs, guys. That's crazy.
Taking a mental health break from the show, and so I mean, listen, it is what it is.
Are you gonna like criticize him for allowing them to take the mental like what he's giving them the opportunity to take a mental health break? Like, are you gonna shit on him for that too? Like, what's going on here?
Obviously, we all love her. We are in touch with her.
And she loves everybody.
We are wishing her well. Yeah, she's the best. She's the greatest.
She needs to take a break, focus on herself a little bit.
After the incident surrounding the conversation about SA, she then officially left in September of this year.
Wait, what?
Focus on herself a little bit.
After the incident surrounding the conversation about SA, she then officially left in September of this year.
That's not even why she left. She left because she was getting like harassment from like Anissa and iDubbbz. What the fuck? Am I crazy? What are you talking about? You're just making shit up. What the fuck?
Ethan Klein has just announced that Olivia has quit the podcast. The downfall of H3. He said
she hasn't quit the podcast. She's taking a mental health break. What the fuck is happening here?
that due to all the harassment on TikTok and all the snark, Olivia needed to step away and focus on her mental health. September 9th, 2025, baby.
Many people believe that Olivia officially quit the podcast due to Ethan's resurfaced Reddit account called Pedo Troll.
There's nothing to do with it. He's getting her, like, she's getting harassed by fucking Anissa. Like, that's what's stressing her out. There was like a whole thing, like AB did a stream about it where she was like stressing out because Anissa's been like harassing her behind the scenes. What the fuck? And she wanted to take a break from it because everything was getting too stressful for her. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Because they want her to quit the fucking show that like provides her the ability to work because they don't like Ethan.
Due to a data breach, highlighted accounts believed to belong to Ethan Klein, including a Reddit profile named Pedo Troll. The account was created more than a
Dude, she just makes shit up. I mean, this account is fucking crazy. Don't get me wrong, but this has nothing to do with anything. There's nothing to do with why like the why she's leaving. What are you talking about?
A decade ago, and consistently spoke about minors inappropriately while promoting the H3H3 YouTube channel.
He didn't specifically talk about minors inappropriately. He made very, very edgy, inappropriate jokes. He wasn't talking about specific minors.
So uncomfortable even showing some of these posts on screen. I don't even know what to do, but I think what I'll do is just show screenshots of the posts, but heavily censor them right here so that you can see at least a small snippet of what this account
Whoa, crazy. I've already seen it.
has posted. There was also a Twitter/X account with a similar name that's believed to belong to Ethan as well. It's also
No, I think it's Ethan's dad. It's fucking crazy.
It's fairly believable that this was Ethan's account because this isn't the only time Ethan has spoken inappropriately.
He fucking admitted it to his account. It was fairly believable. Like, you can't even get the facts right when they're on your side. It's just so fucking embarrassing. Even when the facts are on your side, you can't even get the information right. What did you do? Just like scroll like a fucking 6-month-old post? I feel like you could find a snark post that just like highlights everything that we're seeing here. Like, there's probably just like 1 or 2 snark posts that just completely, like, it's just the entire thing. Holy fuck, dude.
Regarding children, with racism added into his statements.
Look at this image. I mean, this image is pretty twisted up in itself. She's holding what looks like a phallus object, little 8-year-old girl.
So just to be clear, this is a criticism here where Ethan feels like this person is weird. Patrice Wilson for the way that he makes these videos, like the Rebecca Black videos. Now, I don't know if that's true. You know, I don't know. Maybe he went a little too hard on this guy, but like that's what this is about. This is not like him making comments about the girls. This is him about making comments about how this person who he thinks is very weird and toxic and like strange and makes like weirdly, like, just weird videos. Like he finds that's what the whole thing is about. So
And a big, giant black man looking in on her, man. It's like Blackzilla. This guy's got a weird fantasy, dude. Blackzilla, just a little 8-year-old white girl.
Whoa, isn't this the time where you said he was like a good guy though? Like this is always what they do. It's just so weird. They're always just like, yeah, Ethan Klein used to be so good, and look at him now. By the way, let's go back to when he used to be so good and criticize all the things that he did. You know what I mean? It's like you guys are so inconsistent.
Woo, make it rain. Let's see them titties. Oh. A little bit young for that. I don't want to make fun of little kids, but that looks more like a girl than a boy. And I don't know why they cast a young hermaphrodite for the role. Is that too much?
Inappropriate, guys. I can't believe he said this like 10 years ago. This is pretty fucked up. Back when people were like super woke, you know?
Fun with kids like that? He's got a black girl and a white girl. He's going to tear them both up.
What's disturbing about the Reddit post is that they often reference specific instances, which led many to speculate on whether or not Ethan had actually done these acts. Ethan
What the fuck? You're crazy. This is wild, dude. Holy shit.
allegedly made frequent posts on that Reddit account about sexually harassing children. He said that monsters shouldn't be judged by others. He gave advice to others, saying it was better to get involved with children outside the family. Ethan replied under a post saying that there's sexual tension between an uncle and his nephew, saying it's inevitable. When all of this resurfaced, instead of denying that it was his account, Ethan immediately admitted to having been the person behind the account. My friends, I have a terrible...
Well, I guess that makes him an honest person, though.
Confession to make. Yes, it is true. My 15-year-old Reddit account was identified by using a doxing website that lists a history of all emails and passwords that have been leaked in illegal data breaches. A post last night was made of the Snark subreddit by the person who obtained this information. With Reddit's help, this person was able to disseminate this illegally and maliciously obtained information to a community whose sole purpose is to harass me, my family, and my employees. In doing so, some terrible revelations were made. 1. Yes, my account username Patrol made a few bizarre and edgy attempts at being funny. It was common on Reddit 15 years ago to create a thematically named troll account to post silly things from. The method was to have Redditors read something crazy, then check the username and realize it was a goof. You can see evidence of this on most posts made in character. These troll stories include anecdotes that clearly never happened, including a story that references my children, who were born 10 years later. Further evidence of this is simply that I was self-promoting my YouTube channel while doing these parody posts. I knew I was personally identifiable.
That's it, guys. You have to be doing content for 15 years before you get popular. That's the gist of it. Maybe 10? All right, we're 5 years in, dude. We got 5 more fucking years to slog through it. Making such a meager salary, dude. Fuck. This is insane, dude. When's my turn? Ethan, get canceled already. What the fuck, dude? Tired of your shit. Because I feel like your audience would come over to me and they'd be like, wow, this guy's so much better. Like, what the fuck? This is crazy. This guy never had an account named Pedo Troll because he wasn't trolling. No, I'm just... Okay, that was a little crazy. Okay, move on.
The entire time. I was trying to be funny so people would look at my account and discover my YouTube channel. I was not ashamed of it then, and I'm not ashamed of it now. Embarrassed, yes. On par with cringing at my old YouTube videos. 2. Yes, there are a few posts of me being a Zionist Jewish supremacist, which includes me mostly arguing with someone called Israel Germany. In totality, about 95% of the posts were about StarCraft 2 or self-promoting my YouTube channel. I have nothing to hide and nothing to apologize for. And remember, folks, joking about is not the same as having it on your computer.
So true, King. So true.
That being said, Ethan accuses a lot of people of being pedophiles and makes a lot of jokes about pedophilia. Hila dresses kind of childlike with a little...
Kind of childlike. Wow.
Little teddy bear for her fashion brand. I find all of that interesting.
You find it interesting? His fashion, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you're saying right now. It's just so weird. Like, because they have some things that look maybe more childish, I guess. Not even childish. Like, what are you talking about? This is fucking insane. You're such a weird person. You're like, the insinuations here are just kind of obsessed. You really want to insinuate that like him and Hila are some kind of weird fucking perverts. It's very strange behavior.
Reminds me of when I was really young and naive and had people who I thought were guy friends that would make a lot of sexual jokes towards me, and then they would kind of nudge me and say, it's just a joke, we're just joking around, and then I would
I'm joking. That's what I would say.
Always be shocked and disappointed when some time would pass and they would try to make a pass at me. Over time, when I became less naive, I realized that those jokes weren't really jokes at all, that they actually meant what they said the entire time.
Well, it's called a tester, so they're trying to like see if you like them because they're awkward boys. I wonder what they were actually saying and if it was like that bad or if she's, I don't know, fucking exaggerating or something. Who knows?
Old account has since been banned on Reddit.
Whoa, that's crazy. Was it banned or did he remove it himself? What?
The entire time. Ethan's old account
Whoa, it looks like it was banned because something that says it was banned, so that's probably true.
has since been banned on Reddit.
So based, so based,
Wow,
so based.
Ethan, great move. Keep it up. Proud of you.
Proud of you, Ethan.
And for many, the image that they had of Ethan, a justice vigilante for content creators, an advocate, a fun friend to hang out with in a podcast, had completely shattered with no chance of ever repairing. So where does Ethan go from here? Now that his image is shattered, he may try to do some endeavors offline, like
I don't know. Maybe he just keeps making content because he's successful. Like I don't know. What do you think he does? What do you think the play is to do? Do you just change everything and just completely change his way? I just unblocked like a fucking idiot.
when Ethan
Oh
won
my
an internet
goodness.
celebrity poker tournament against Tana Mojo, though he apparently got kicked out of the announcer booth for being a brand liability.
They branded me from the announcer booth. Can you believe that? They said I'm a liability.
What? Damn, because he didn't have a button in the booth.
How so?
I guess the last time I was in there, some of the sponsors complained that I was too crass.
I got that call.
Yeah, what did they,
Because he was a little too crass with some of his humor. Okay.
what did they tell you?
Yeah, some of the sponsors didn't like you in the booth.
You ruined it for all of us.
Yep.
Ethan has made an apology on TikTok, mainly for the ways in which he casually talked about everything taking place in Israel, Palestine, which many thought was too late. Essentially, the consent.
I mean, he mostly set the record straight and he apologized. He re-apologized for things that he already apologized for. All of these apologies were already things he apologized for, just to be absolutely clear. He was just like redoing it for people to see on TikTok. Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Consensus of comments was his pockets must be hurting now.
I came back to TikTok to defend myself against wild accusations.
Okay.
But I also came back because I want to apologize for things that I genuinely got wrong. For example, we're planning to go to Israel in June with my parents, and I'm actually really excited to go there. I want to show you guys how beautiful, how multicultural, how like free it feels for people, or just it's a beautiful place. It is. It's one of the most diverse places I've ever been. Looking back, I definitely feel ashamed for the way I spoke about Israel with such levity at the time that a genocide was happening.
Yeah, he already apologized for this like a year ago, so he's just re-apologizing for it again on TikTok this time.
I completely understand why people could watch this clip and judge me harshly for it. I want to apologize to anyone in the Palestinian diaspora or anybody that's been affected by this war that felt that I was trivializing the suffering, the horror that you've gone through. And for that, I deeply am sorry, and I'm ashamed of this clip.
For now, Ethan is still making content, searching for an audience who aligns with him, but knows
He gets 500,000 views per podcast. I don't know. He's still searching for an audience that aligns with them. What the fuck are you talking about?
self-reflection seems to be being done. He may spiral further and further into his
You just showed him apologizing, and then you said that there's no self-reflection being done. It's wild.
own isolated echo chamber until he does something that crosses such a major line that he's banned on YouTube. Employees are leaving left and right. An empire
You showed like two people. No, you showed one person leaving the show since it started like 5 years ago. It's a pretty good turnover rate. And then Olivia taking a mental health break. Like, I don't understand. What are you talking about?
is crumbling. A legacy that was once so loved and so well regarded
It's crumbling, guys. His empire's crumbling.
is left in shambles. All because Ethan and Hila refuse to listen to outside voices. And now it may be too late. And that's all for today's video. Thank you so much
That's
for watching
crazy.
it. And I hope I was able to do this story justice. I
You weren't, just to be
hope
clear.
I didn't outrage too many people. And if you were a Fallen fan, a former fan, or a current H3 fan, and you made it all the way to the end, thank you so much. I hope that we can all find peace and love through this video because
This video is fucking dog shit, to be clear.
I feel like Ethan has currently lost that. I hope that you're all doing well during this tumultuous time, and I'll see you in the next video.
What makes it so tumultuous? What are you talking about?
Stay well until then. Bye.
Whoa. That was such a... This is honestly just dog shit. I mean, it's very expected. It's a sloppy, shitty fucking Ethan Klein hit piece, so... incredible. Good job getting nothing right.